The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Sid? Sid? Huh. Where did that seal get to? Oh well. Welcome to the old time radio shows, still coming in to you from my basement bunker. But anyway, I can't find Sid, so there's no one interfering with us doing this day in history for March 24th, 2024. In 1603, Scottish King James VI, son of Mary Queen of Scots, becomes James I of England in succession to Elizabeth I, thus joining the English and Scottish crowns. In 1837, Canada gives its black citizens the right to vote. In 1832, German scientist Robert Koch discovers and describes tubercular bronchitis, which causes tuberculosis, and establishes germ theory. In 1976, Argentine President Isabel Martinez de Perón is deposed in a military coup headed by George Rafael Vindelli. In 2020, China's Hubei province, the original center of the COVID-19 outbreak, eases restrictions on travel after nearly 2 months of lockdown. In 2020, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi orders a 21-day lockdown for the world's second most populous country of 1.3 billion people to deal with COVID-19. In 1939, Wuthering Heights, film based on Emily Bronte's novel, directed by William Wyler and starring Marie O'Brien and Laurence Olivier, premieres in Los Angeles. In 1721, Johann Sebastian Bach dedicates his Brandenburg Concerto to Christian Ludwig Margrave of Brandenburg-Strudel. In 2018, Australian batsman Cameron Bancroft is caught on camera rubbing match balls with an object during third cricket test in Cape Town, resulting in an infamous ball tampering scandal. In 2020, Japan's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe announces postponement of Tokyo 2020 Olympics and Paralympic Games until summer of 2021 because of worldwide COVID-19 pandemic. Now, as I go and look for that seal, let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
It's time for the Abbott and and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbot and Costello Show.
Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure with Susan Miller and the music of Matty Malney. Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Here I am, Costello. Tell me, where have you been?
I went over to see Uncle Mike. He's been in the hospital for the last 10 days. And Abbott, he's got a nurse with beautiful blonde hair, blue eyes, and the most gorgeous figure. I've been to the hospital every day.
How is Uncle Mike?
I don't know. I'm going to see him tomorrow.
How can you be such a colossal idiot?
On this show, we only want the best. my grandfather's in the hospital, too, Abbott. He's 105 years old.
He is?
Yes, the nurse feeds him bourbon for breakfast, bourbon for lunch, and bourbon for dinner.
Chaser?
Yes, but at his age, he's too old to catch her.
Costello, when are you going to stop being an idiot and start amounting to something?
Oh, I think starting tomorrow. I'm going to trainify Joe Walcott.
Joe Walcott. Don't make me laugh. Joe Walcott has muscles.
I got muscles.
Walcott's got stamina.
I got stamina.
Walcott's got 6 kids.
I got muscles.
Talk, then. Why don't you save your money and get into the stock market? Did you ever buy grain in New York or sell barley in Chicago?
No, but I sowed some wild oats in Glendale.
Costello, I think you'll be a loafer all your life. Nobody would hire you.
Oh, I had a job last week at Republic, working for Gene Autry, but I got fired.
Why?
I forgot to tune his guitar, and the Indians killed him.
You're in for some real laughs with our zany stars tonight, but before they continue, listen to this.
How do you feel tonight?
Lousy.
Why, you were just singing you were happy.
Oh, yes, I am, Abbott. I just met a very gorgeous girl. I think I'm in love.
Love, you dummy. You don't even know what love is.
Abbott, love is like a poker game. It starts out with a pair. He's got to have jack or better. She gets a flush. He shows diamonds. And they end up with a full house. Sometimes with a joker in the middle.
Costello, I don't believe you've got a new girl. No girl would have anything to do with you.
Oh, but I got plenty of girls. My trouble is getting rid of them. When I get rid of one, another one pops up. When I get rid of her, another one pops up. It's like jumping from the frying pan into the arms of Jane Russell.
That's jumping from the frying pan into the fire, my friend.
You jump where you like, and I'll jump where I like.
You know, you want to be careful, Costello. This is leap year.
Huh?
This is leap year, you know. You may get trapped. Leap year is different.
Why?
Well, it's the year when a woman proposes to a man. The woman makes up the man's mind for him.
That's different.
Now, wait. Costello, June is the month for marriages. But you don't have to worry. Very few girls would marry you.
Very few would be enough. One at a time. In parentheses, mad. How many girls do you think I need, Abbott? Do you want me to get arrested for trigonometry?
No, not trigonometry. When a man has several wives, it's polygamy. When he has 2 wives, that's bigamy. Do you know what it is when a man has 1 wife?
That's monotony.
Not monotony. Not monotony. Monogamy. Do you know what monogamy is?
Sure, I got a table made out of that stuff. Solid monogamy.
You mean mahogany.
Oh, no, that's the name of the guy that sold me the table. Patrick Mahogany.
No, that isn't mahogany. It's Patrick Mahoney. Do you understand? Mahoney.
Mahoney is the name of the song. Mahoney done told me. Mahoney done told me.
No, look.
Mahoney done told me.
Wait a minute, Lou, let's talk sense, please. That's not Mahoney.
That's the line. Let's talk sense.
That's not Mahoney. That's my mammy.
Oh, I've been there, Abbott.
You've been where?
Miami, Florida.
No. Miami, Florida. That's Miami.
That's what I clean my sink with.
You mean Banami.
Who?
Banami.
Now you're back to the songs again.
What songs?
Banami lies over the ocean. Banami lies over the ocean.
Costello, you must have had a tough life.
Oh, yes, Abbott. We lived next to the YWCA, and every wash day my mother would blindfold me.
What's tough about that?
You know, I was 25 years old before I found out that horses weren't the only ones that wore halters. Halters. Speaking of horses, Abbott, how was your wife?
I heard that remark.
Oh, I said it for you to hear.
One more crack like that, and I'll lower your bicycle seat till your rompers get caught in the sprocket.
How dare you insult my wife, Costello? Why, she's beautiful. Just look at her.
I am looking at her. Mrs. Abbott, when I look at your left eye, I keep wondering.
Wondering what?
Wondering what your left eye has that makes your right eye keep looking at it.
Oh!
My bunny lies over.
Oh, you bloated magpie. You should talk about my eyes. I'm afraid to look at your eyes.
Why are you afraid?
I'm afraid a baby kangaroo might jump out of one of those pouches.
Get over that one fast.
Don't let Costello bother you, honey. He's feeling a bit spring feverish. He met a new girl, and he's thinking of getting married.
Getting married? Oh, what a picture. Beauty and the blimp.
Oh, goodbye.
Oh, goodbye.
And goodbye to you, Mrs. Abbott, and 33 skidoo.
Costello, that's 23 skidoo.
When you get her age, it takes longer to skidoo.
Oh, goodbye.
Wait a minute. Hey. Who are you whistling at, Costello?
That pretty girl in the front row?
Well, you can't get a girl by whistling.
One time I got two girls that way.
You got two girls by whistling?
I had a split lip.
How did you get the split lip?
The two girls were with a cop.
I'm surprised at your actions, Lou. I always thought you were bashful.
Well, I used to be bashful, Abbott. When I was born, I stayed in bed for a whole year. I didn't even talk to my mother.
Costello, why do you always act so stupid?
Well, I have to, because to make you look good. Now, wait a minute. When you came in here tonight, you told me that you had a new girl. Have you been out with her yet? Have I been out with her yet?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure. Last night we sat on her front porch. I wanted to kiss her, but her father was home.
Well, does her father object to kissing?
I don't know. I didn't try to kiss her father.
Didn't you take her anywhere?
Oh, yes. I took her out to eat. It was a swell restaurant, Abbott. That's where I got this jacket. I took it off the hook by mistake. I wish I had a pair of pants to match it.
Why did you get some?
Nobody hangs up pants in a restaurant.
Well, hello there. How are you all?
Hey, Abbott, get a load of this beautiful girl. Honey, child, haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Why, you showing up high?
Weren't you at Ciro's last Saturday night wearing a strapless, low-cut evening gown?
Uh-huh.
And it had a bare midriff?
Uh-huh.
And the dress didn't have no back to it?
Uh-huh.
I knew I'd seen your face someplace before.
Why, you silly little boy.
One silly is enough. Don't pad your part.
Why, I'm the girl you were out with last night.
Abbott, it's my new girl, Honeysuckle Epstein.
I I'm very pleased to meet you, Honeysuckle. Are you the new girlfriend that Costello has been talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I sure am. And Costello, honey, when you didn't call me today to make a date, I just went all to pieces.
Well, whoever put you back together again sure did a nice job. Honeysuckle, I'm crazy about you. Everywhere I go, I see your face. All night long, your face is before me. I can't sleep.
Why not?
I'm ashamed to have you see me in my pajamas.
Oh, you all are so cute. I'm going to kiss you. Come here.
Oh, kiss me again.
All right.
Kiss me again.
All right. Why are you crying when I kiss you?
You're standing on my foot.
Honeysuckle, are you and Lou going out tonight?
Well, no, that's what I came over to tell you, Costello, honey child. Tonight, I have a date with Lon Chaney.
Lon Chaney?
Uh-huh.
He can't cut me out. I'll break every bone in his body. I'll tear him to ribbons. I'll beat him to a pulp.
But honey child, Lon Chaney is 6'4", and don't forget, he's a wolf man. What do you say now?
Well, have fun.
And there's a lot more mad stuff still to come. But right now, a change of pace to let you hear this. Time now for Susan Miller to join Matty Melnick and lyrically take us on a Louisiana hayride.
If this troubled world is getting you down and you greet your friends with a terrible frown, relax and come with me. If Old Man Blues has you under his grip, come along with me on a mythical trip, no tax. It's all free. Your tickets, your imagination, let it have its way. Our magic carpet's just a wagon filled with a load of hey. Get going, Louisiana hayride. Get going, we all is ready. Start something, Louisiana hayride. No use for calling to roll. Oh, I like that sport, sitting in the hay, loving it away. Oh, for the time is short. Crack your little whip, get your little ship to go. Start something, Louisiana hayride. No fooling, we all is happy. Get going, Louisiana hayride. No use for calling to roll. For those of you who've never taken this magic sort of ride, we've hired Daniel Cupid to come along with us for guide. Daniel loves this sort of a journey. In fact, they're his delight. Just follow his instructions and you will find you'll do all right. And as that man on the radio says, oh yes, good news tonight. Get going, Louisiana hayride. Get going, we all is ready. Start something, Louisiana hayride. No use for calling to roll. Oh, I like that sport, sitting in the hay, loving it away. Oh, for the time is short. Crack your little whip, get your little ship to go. Start something, Louisiana hayride. No fooling, we all is happy. Get going, Louisiana hayride. No use for calling to roll. Louisiana hayride. Get ready.
ready to ride.
Well, Costello, it looks like you're going to lose your new girlfriend, Honeysuckle, to Lon Chaney. She's stepping out with him tonight, you know.
I'll fix that Lon Chaney. Stealing my girl. I'll tell that guy where to head in.
Oh, you're getting awful tough all of a sudden.
Well, Abbott, I've been taking those physical culture lessons from Charles Atlas by mail.
You have?
Yes.
Let me see your muscles.
Huh?
Let me see your muscles.
I don't get the muscles until next week. But I'm plenty tough. That Lon Chaney don't scare me. I'd like to see that Lon Chaney walk through that door right now. I'd tell him where to get off.
Hello, fella. I'm Lon Chaney. Listen, Costello, didn't I hear you just say that you were going to tell me where to get off?
Yes, Chaney. I'm going to tell you where to get off. Where do you live?
Right here in Hollywood.
Well, you get off at Hollywood and Vine.
Costello, don't you get fresh with me. Remember one thing. I am the Wolfman.
Yes, Costello. When the sun goes down, he turns into a wolf.
Him and 5 million other guys. Him and 5,000,001 other guys.
That's you, I know.
Chaney, you'd better lay off me or I'll put a bullet through you the hard way.
What do you mean, the hard way?
Push it through.
Oh, cut it out, Costello. You aren't tough.
Oh, no? Lon Chaney, see my fist? What do you think of it?
Dirty, ain't it?
Chaney, the last guy I had a fight with is in a hospital, and he'll be there for the next 2 years.
Yeah? Who is he?
Young Dr. Malone. He don't graduate till 1950.
Listen, you little sawed-off runt. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bite your head off and chew it up and swallow it.
If you do, you'll have more brains in your stomach than you got in your skull. I got brains I haven't used yet.
Well, don't let him go to your head, Lou. Hey, you shouldn't be jealous of Costello, Lon.
Oh, I don't know, Abbott. When it comes to women, I'm a little stiff competition.
You may be a little stiff, but you ain't no competition.
He's got better riders than me. I don't like your altitude.
What?
Your attitude.
Yeah.
I was higher up on the other one, wasn't I? I don't like your attitude, Chaney. You keep away from Honeysuckle Epstein. I'm warning you to withdraw.
Yeah, and suppose I don't want to withdraw.
Then I withdraw my warning.
Now, don't fight, boys. Let's settle this thing peacefully.
I just want to say one thing, Abbott. Listen, Costello. Be smart, fat boy. Stay away from Honeysuckle.
What's the matter, Chaney? Aren't there any other girls in your life?
Yeah. But there ain't any life in my other girls.
There wasn't any life in that joke either.
I can't stand any more of you. Mr. Abbott, will you do me a favor?
Certainly, Lon. Anything for you, Mr. Chaney.
Well, drop by Honeysuckle's house. Here's her address. Tell her that I won't be able to keep my dates tonight. I've got to work at the studio.
You bet I will, Chaney.
Hey, you got a pretty fancy name. What do people call you, Lon or Chaney?
Well, some people call me Lon, other people call me Chaney. But my friends call me Junior.
Out of my way, Abbott. I'm off to see Honeysuckle Epstein.
You idiot. You can go on that date tonight. You've got no money.
Well, I'll stop at my Uncle Mike's house and borrow some. He's loaded. He just sold his invention.
What did he invent?
A cake of soap, 8 feet long and 6 feet wide.
A cake of soap 8 feet long and 6 feet wide.
Yes.
How can you pick it up to lather yourself?
You don't pick it up. You just sit on it and slide up and down.
Well, I've got her address, and as long as you insist on seeing her, let's go over to the house.
Let's. Got here fast, didn't we?
Come on, Costello. Here's Honeysuckle's apartment. Her name is right on the door.
Well, it's my little honey-child boyfriend, Costello. Won't you all come in?
Honeysuckle, honeychild, little old, you look lovely tonight. That's a gorgeous dress you're wearing.
Oh, it's just an old Mother Hubbard.
Mother Hubbard.
Yes.
Don't look now, but your cupboard is bare.
Honey-child, Costello, you all has got to leave now. I got a date with Lon Chaney, and he's very, very jealous of me. If he catches you here, he's going to be awful mad.
Oh, no, Honeysuckle. Mr. Cheney stopped off at the studio and asked me to come over and tell you that he can't keep his date. He has to work tonight.
Oh, well, in that case, what do you think we ought to do this evening?
Let's neck.
Wait a minute, Costello. You forget that I'm here.
Yeah, but I only neck with girls.
Oh, there's someone at the door. Who is it?
It's me, Honeysuckle, darling. It's me. I didn't have to work tonight. After all, may I come in?
Honeysuckle, we've got to do something. Lon Chaney finds Costello here, he'll murder him.
I know what to do. Just a minute, Lon, honey. I'm baking a cake.
I'm the cake, and if he gets in here, he'll crack my frosting.
Now, Costello, here's what we're going to do. You go in my bedroom, put on one of my dresses, and I'll introduce you as Mr. Abbott's girlfriend.
Come on, Costello. Into the bedroom. I'll help you get dressed. Hurry up. All right, now, take it easy. All right, Costello, get into these things. Here, quick.
What's this thing?
Put this on first.
What is it? Looks like a slingshot.
That's a girdle. That's a girdle. It's a two-way stretch.
No good for me. I stretch 4 ways.
Oh, stop. Now, slip this dress over your head. That's it. All right, now, let's go.
Oh. Hello, Bud. What are you doing over
Oh,
here?
I just brought my girlfriend over, Lon. I'd like you to meet her. Her name is Miss,
My name is Lula Castellanos.
Oh, yes.
Well, shut my mouth. I all from South Patterson, New Jersey.
Oh,
Shut my mouth, you all. Yes,
That's
sir?
swell. I'm just glad to meet you. Say, Honeysuckle, put on some of that music on the Victrola and we'll have a dance. Get out some of that romantic stuff like Hold That Tiger.
But Hold That Tiger isn't romantic.
It is to another tiger.
Lon, I'll dance with Mr. Abbott, and you dance with Lulu.
Oh, no. Now, wait a minute. Okay. Come into my arms, me proud beauty.
Oh, I'm not so proud.
You ain't no beauty either.
Go ahead, Lon, honey. Now you just dance with Lulu, and I'll go out and see how my cake is coming along.
But I think I'd better dance with Mr. Abbott. He's the man that brought me.
Oh, tush. That's all right, Lulu. I'm not jealous. Go ahead and dance with Mr. Cheney. Go ahead. It's all right.
You rat, Abbott.
Rat. Come on, Lulu. Let's cut a rug, huh? Lulu, dear, what was that noise?
That was my garters. It's a long pull from my girdle to my bobby top.
Well, you two seem to be getting along fine. I think I'll go out in the kitchen with Honeysuckle.
Hey, Abbott, come back here. Come here.
Ah, Lulu, at last we're alone. Let me crush you in my arms.
Mother told me there'd be nights like this.
What is the matter with you, Lulu? Have you no warmth? What do you think this is? Puppy love?
It must be your nose is cold.
Please, Lulu. Please, Lulu. Can't you see the light of love burning in my eyes? As I draw you to me, don't you feel a spark, a fire?
Yes, I do feel a spark in the fire.
Is it love?
No, your cigar is sticking in my ear.
You can't deny me any longer, Lulu. Let me kiss you.
No, not today, Lon.
Please, Lulu. Just one little kiss.
No, not today.
Lulu, why do you keep saying, not today?
Because today I am a man.
Wait a minute. Why, you're Costello. I'm going to kill you.
If you do, I'll never speak to you again. Abbott! Get me out of
The boys will be back for a curtain call in just a few seconds. The time it takes to tell you this. And now here are Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Folks, we want to remind you of the big contest on our Saturday morning Abbott and Costello Kid Show.
You can win over $20,000 in prizes, including a $5,000 airplane, a $3,000 automobile, a live baby elephant, a $3,000 house trailer, and thousands of dollars more in big prizes. You can win them all by entering this contest, folks, and at the same time, you'll be doing your part to fight juvenile delinquency.
It's really a worthwhile project, folks, so remember to tune in Saturday morning.
That's over ABC Saturday morning, the Abbott and Costello Kid Show. You can hear it over most of these same ABC stations.
See you Saturday.
See you next Wednesday night, too.
Good night, folks.
Good night, folks. Good night, everybody in Patterson.
Wednesday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Vanda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. This is Michael Roy saying goodbye until this same time next Wednesday. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
Accident Show, starring Bob Hope and his guest star, Hedda Hopper.
Happy anniversary, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
If you're Whitney cleaning or a springtime cleaning, throw away your brush and soap coat. Here's Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Spring Cleaning Hope telling you to use Pepsodent, and while you're making your house spick and span, you won't hear a bridge click in your pan. Or, this is Bob Spring Cleaning Hope telling you to use Pepsodent because a brush in the hand is better than a vacuum in the puss. Isn't that a wonderful joke? What a joke. I told that joke to Jimmy Roosevelt last week. Now he has to have a nurse steady. Well, this is the time of the year we all start our own spring cleaning now that Morgenthau's through with us. But you should see me doing my spring house cleaning this week. We sure worked hard cleaning the living room. First I rolled the rug back, then I mowed the grass. Found another rug all year long, you know. All year long, we kept sweeping the dirt under the living room rug. In fact, the rug was so high, to get on it, you had to be the thief of Baghdad. I saw the picture. Yes, sir. Where were you? But I want to tell you, at our house, the dust was so thick I had to probe for the furniture. There was so much dust around the house, the termites were running around yelling Gesundheit to each other. And our Oriental rug needed cleaning. In fact, the gopher had been living in it so long he had slanted eyes. But we're not worried about the rugs much because we have a good vacuum cleaner, that Santa need on a stick. But we did clean. Today, first thing in the morning, I decided to go up and clean the attic. When I got up there, I came across a bunch of old Esquires in one corner. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, I'm going to clean the attic. But I really know how to clean house. I took the Venetian blinds down and put them in the electric washer and turned on the switch. Anybody want to buy 38,000 toothpicks? And I hadn't changed the water in the goldfish bowl for 2 years, so I put some clean, fresh water in it. The goldfish swam to the top, took a breath of fresh air, and said, "Gosh, that was a long blackout." And I got a few surprises, too. I opened one closet door, and I saw a man with a long white beard. I said, "What are you doing in there?" He said, "I'm the exterminator." He pointed to a horse in one corner and said, "I came in here 20 years ago to kill that mouse." Nice joke. I know, I rolled that joke on the White House lawn yesterday. I did, yes, I did. But my house is really clean now. My paint started to fade a little, so I repainted the house with Pepsodent. Now I've got the only house in America whose bay window smiles at you. May not be funny, but it's a plug. I got you there. But everybody's cleaning, no kidding. One workman spent 2 days cleaning the windows of Hetty Lamar's house until she told me she'd call the police. And I had an accident while I was cleaning my house. I poured some glue on the piano stool by mistake. My uncle sat down on it yesterday. So far, he's played I Hear a Rhapsody 3,000 times.
Say, Bob, there's something I'd like to speak to you about.
Why, certainly, William. What is it?
Well, you know, Bob, I've been on your radio program for 3 years now. And in all that time, we've never had a fight about money.
That's right, Bill.
In fact, you've never even mentioned it.
Wait a minute, William. I don't want you giving the audience the impression that I'm cheap. Just to show you that my heart's in the right place, take this $1,000 bill.
Oh, gee, thanks, Bob.
And here's another $1,000 bill.
Thanks.
And another $1,000 bill.
Thanks. Boy, will you be in a spot when television comes in.
All right, so they're only $1 bills. Does a little number make so much difference?
Well, yes, Bob, a great deal of difference. For instance, numbers are mighty important when you're buying toothbrushes. The number 50 is the one to remember. For the new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush gives you more for your money. It's the only toothbrush that gives you twice the usual number of tufts in a small, compact head. Now, it's just simple arithmetic. Double the number of tufts means double the cleansing power. And double the cleansing power means brighter, more sparkling teeth quicker than ever before.
Well, just take a tip from me, ladies and gentlemen, and get one of those marvelous new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrushes right away. There's a free gift waiting for you if you buy a new Pepsodent toothbrush now. For just a few days more, Pepsodent is offering you a free 25-cent size of Pepsodent toothpaste or tooth powder, whichever you prefer, with the purchase of every 50 Tough toothbrush at the regular price of 50 cents. But you'll have to act quickly to get this valuable free gift. After a few days, the offer will be withdrawn. So go to your store, tell your salesman you want a Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush, then choose your free gift, either Pepsodent toothpaste or Pepsodent tooth powder in the 25-cent size. All you pay is the regular price of 50 cents for the toothbrush. Now, get yours right away while there's still time.
By a stream so clear and cool, a boy would sit and fish and dream when he should have been in school. He couldn't read or write a word, but happiness he found
in a little song he heard.
Here's how it would sound.
Hut-set roastin' on the rill-a-row and the bro-la-bro, let's do it. Hut-set roastin' on the rill-a-row and the bro, let's do it.
that roastin' on the railroad and the brawlers do it. Hot that roastin' on the railroad and the brawlers do it.
Now the Ralston is the sweetest town, the railroad is the stream. The brawler is the boy and girl, the hot tub is their dream.
Hot that roastin' on the railroad and the brawlers do it. Hot that roastin' on the railroad and the brawlers do it.
We have heard that all the Swedish guys sing this song to all their sweetie pies.
Hot that roastin' on the railroad and the brawlers do it. Hot that roastin' on the railroad and the brawlers do it. Hot that roastin' on the railroad and the brawlers do it. Hot that roastin' on the railroad and the brawlers do it.
Though the words may sound a little bit silly, they're really not. That Swedish for love stuff, hot sod is red hot.
Hot that roastin' on the railroad and the brawlers do it. Hot that roastin' on the railroad and the brawlers do it.
Hot sod roastin', hot sod roastin'.
Yes, sir. That was our 6 hits and a miss in the orchestra in Hut Sut Song. The 6 hits and a miss are now 6 hits and a misses. In a little while, this program will have 6 hits and misses and a few quiz kids. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Pauline and Jerry did it, Las Vegas. Where are we? Let's get into it. And now it is my pleasure to present one of Hollywood's best-known personalities, screen actress, newspaper columnist, radio commentator, and wearer of Hollywood's dizziest hats, Miss Hedda Hopper, ladies and gentlemen. There you are, Hed.
Thank you, Bob. I love that introduction, wearer of Hollywood's dizziest hats. Of course, my hat is a little tricky, isn't it?
I'll say, I could hardly wait for 7 o'clock to see the cuckoo come out.
Why, Bob, it's my new Easter bonnet.
Really? Does that thing lay an egg? I wish you wouldn't bring that competition around. Did you see me? Oh, it's all right. Now, just let him. Did you see me in the Easter parade Sunday morning, Hedda?
Yes, and I really don't think you know how to dress, Bob.
Don't know how, why? Didn't I look formal?
Well, for one thing, you're not supposed to wear a top hat with bare feet.
Since when? Oh, it clashes, eh? Well, if you'd taken a good look at me, Hedda, you'd have seen I was wearing top hat, cutaway coat, and striped pants.
Striped pants? Yeah, that was a good idea, drawing black lines in your long underwear.
Why, Hedda, I thought my outfit was a real production. I gave a lot of thought and study to it.
Yes, it was an elaborate suit, Bob, but didn't you overdo it a little bit?
Overdo it?
I mean, having that midget trot along behind you carrying the extra pair of pants.
Well, I gave that midget those pants. He cuts the pockets out and uses them for pillowcases. Hedda, I suppose... That's a long line for nothing. I suppose... What am I doing in there? Hedda, I suppose you spent a whole week figuring out your Easter outfit.
Well, not exactly, Bob. I was busy with my own radio program.
Oh, yes, Hedda Hopper's Hollywood.
Yes, I broadcast for Sun-Kissed Oranges and Lemons.
Well, I broadcast for Pepsodent toothpaste.
You know, Bob, we're nothing but a couple of squirts.
Yeah, well... Look, I wonder if Pepsodent toothpaste and Sun-Kissed Oranges have anything in common.
Well, sure they have. To get the best out of them, you have to squeeze them both.
I know a couple of girls like that. Look, I suppose you want to put in a plug for your product, Hedda.
No, Bob. I only want to tell the folks how marvelous Sun-Kissed Oranges are. They're luscious, juicy, big, delectable, and the best California can grow.
All finished?
Yes.
Okay, Florida, tune back in. Are we bragging as though they were ever in? Isn't that marvelous?
Say, Bob, what do you do when you're not busy with radio and pictures?
Well, I like to take a trip to Catalina, lie out on the beach, and admire the pretty girls in their bathing suits.
And Edward G. Robinson thinks he's the sea wolf. And while we're on the subject, I've heard a lot about you and Bill Goodwin standing on the corner of Vine Street.
You hear that, Bill?
Yes, I did, Bob.
And let me tell you something. Only kids would stand on corners and whistle at girls. Only kids would try to flirt with girls. And only kids would try to kiss girls.
Well, meet the men of Boys Town.
That did it, William. That did it.
Well, if you boys can't get girls, before I was a Hollywood columnist, I was an advice to the lovelorn editor. Maybe I can give you some advice.
No, that wouldn't help, Hedda. I once went to a lovelorn editor. That was quite a while ago when I was still a shy and bashful boy before I started to use Pepsodent.
Pepsodent. Pepsodent, Pepsodent. All that ever comes out of you is Pepsodent.
Well, shoot the stopper to me, Hopper.
What did you go to see the lovelorn editor about, Bob? I suppose it was your first love affair.
Yes, it was a sensational affair, Hedda. She was 16 and I was 18.
What made you fall in love with her?
Oh, I guess it was the way she handled a pool cue. But we came to the parting of the ways.
What broke up your romance?
Well, her mother didn't like me. She used to see me hanging around the runway in burlesque theaters. It made her nervous when she was dancing. So the next day there I was, Hedda, at the door of the Advice to the Lovelorn editor.
Come in.
Say, is this the Advice to the Lovelorn?
Goodbye, Miss Hopper.
Goodbye, Mr. Barrymore.
This is it. Say, are you the Advice to the Lovelorn editor?
Why, yes. Here, let me take your hat and turtle.
Oh, thanks.
Say, you're a country boy, aren't you?
Yes, I'm from the country. How'd you know?
Well, never mind. I'll open the window. You're about the most bashful boy I've ever seen. Say, do you always suck your thumb?
Yep, can't quite reach my big toe anymore.
Well, tell me, what's your problem?
Well, I broke up with my girl, Lulabelle. I ain't been able to sleep ever since. I'm always thinking about her.
Well, perhaps I can help you. Why don't you describe Lulabelle to me?
Well, her face ain't much to look at, but her figure, gee, it's awful. We used to have a lot of fun together, but then I began to suspect she was going with another fella.
Well, what made you think that?
Well, every time I walk into the parlor, she's sitting there necking with him. Gee, I don't understand it. I don't understand why Lulabelle don't love me.
Well, perhaps her family objected. What do her folks think of you?
Well, her mother's away in an army camp.
Her mother's in an army camp?
Yeah, she always insisted on wearing the pants in the family, and this time she got drafted.
Well, perhaps you're not romantic enough. Tell me, when the lights are low and there's soft music playing and you two are all alone in the room and all is still, what do you do?
I eat peanuts.
Why?
Well, I ain't the type to sit around and do nothing.
When did you realize that Lulabelle was beginning to slip away from you?
Oh, just the other day. I was holding her in my arms, looking tenderly into her eyes, and then she puckered up her little lips.
Yes, yes?
What a time to blow a spitball.
Well, don't worry about her. You can get plenty of girls. You know, you're kind of cute. Here, let me fix your necktie for you.
Oh, gee whiz, standing this close to a woman, it gives me goose pimples all over.
On you, it's an improvement. I sure muffed
you got
that
some
line.
of that fuzz on your tongue there, you know. That dropped down from that hat. Where are we? Where are we?
You'd think it was a bird's nest.
Can I send that on the road? Go ahead.
Come on, handsome. Sit down here beside me.
Oh, gosh. Do you think it's safe?
Well, certainly. I won't bite you.
Go ahead. I like it.
Now, let me give you a few pointers. Next time you hold Lulabelle in your arms, run your fingers through her hair like I'm running mine through yours.
Oh, shucks. Don't run your fingers through my hair. It keeps reminding me of something.
Well, what's that?
I got to do my spring plowing.
Oh, come on. How about a kiss?
A kiss? What's that?
Don't you know what a kiss is? Well, what does your mother do when your father comes from work and she sees him?
Oh, slugging.
Oh, no. I'll show you what a kiss is. There. How did you like that?
Did we get across Sunset Boulevard all right? Thank you, Hedda Hopper. Hedda will be back with us in a few minutes, folks. Take it.
For sentimental me, for romantic you, dreaming dreams is all that we can do. We hang around all day and ponder, while both of us grow fonder. The Lord knows where we're wandering to. I sit and sigh, you sigh and sit upon my knee. We laugh and cry, never disagree. A million kisses we'll make theft of, until there's nothing left of poor romantic you and sentimental me. Sit upon my knee. We laugh and cry and never disagree. A million kisses we'll make theft of, until there's nothing left of poor romantic you and sentimental me.
That's Skinny Ennis, ladies and gentlemen. Skinny Ennis and Sentimental Me. Say, Skinny, congratulations. I hear you're packing them in at the Wilshire Bowl.
Well, thank you, Bob. You know I'm following Phil Harris over there.
That's a switch. Someone following Phil Harris. But, you know, when I was there the other night, you were dancing with that fat girlfriend of yours, Skin.
Hey, didn't we look swell, Bob?
Yeah, she certainly made a handsome-looking couple.
Well, Bob, I had a lot of trouble dancing. I was wearing a suit made out of that kangaroo cloth.
Well, what's the matter with kangaroo cloth?
Nothing, but every time I take a step, it's 2 jumps ahead of me.
Well, I heard Art Baker saying that same thing. He said Pepsodent tooth powder was 2 jumps ahead of the halfway tooth powders.
Well, that's it, Bob. A young lady asked me about that today.
Mr. Baker, what do you mean when you mention halfway tooth powder? Don't most tooth powders clean teeth pretty well?
Yes, they do. Yes, there are a lot of pretty good tooth powders. A lot of them will do some of the things that Pepsodent does, but there isn't a single leading brand that'll give you all the advantages to the high degree of effectiveness that you can get from Pepsodent tooth powder.
Is that because of irium?
Well, in part, yes. Irium is important because it's a super cleansing agent, not excelled by any that you can name. But cleansing is only half the job. Teeth have to be polished. They have to be buffed to make them lustrous and sparkling and brilliant. And unless a tooth powder makes teeth gleam, it's doing only half a job.
Well, don't other tooth powders polish too?
Well, not the way Pepsodent does. Pepsodent is the outstanding champion in this department because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains composite metaphosphate, the remarkably safe, effective polishing ingredient. Pepsodent developed it, Pepsodent patented it. And it's so effective that several independent testing laboratories have all reached the same basic conclusion, namely, Pepsodent tooth powder has the power to produce 32% greater luster on teeth than the next best leading tooth powder, actually twice as bright as the average of all other brands. Now, that's why Pepsodent can do things no ordinary tooth powder will do. That's why your teeth will feel smoother and look brighter, at least 32% brighter than ever before.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. No more halfway tooth powders for me. From now on, I'm saying Pepsodent tooth powder, please.
Lazy little daisy at the gate beside a garden wall.
And now, Bob Hope presents his version of Lazy Little Daisy. As our scene opens, we find Bob and yours truly running the new Bob Hope Ladies Dress and Hat Shoppy.
Oh, say, Bill.
Yes, Bob?
Well, here I am running my own women's dress shop. This will show Paramount I can handle the skirts.
Say, you know, Bob, this store is all right, but you ought to get some more dresses made out of tweed.
Made out of what?
Tweed. Tweed. Tweed.
How are you in wild animal calls? I'd like to call my agent. Where are we?
Hey. What's that going by the front door so fast?
That's Mrs. Roosevelt going to Jimmy's wedding. She's back already. Woo!
Say, Bob, you know the wax dummy in front of the store? Well, Hetty Lamar just walked by it.
Hetty Lamar just walked by the wax dummy?
Yeah.
Well, what do you know? Candles. Say, I meant to ask you, Bill, what about the hats I designed this morning? How are they selling?
Oh, fine, Bob. This afternoon, Humphrey Bogart got his first look at the hat we made for his wife.
I wonder how long he'll stay up in the hills this time. Hello, Hope's Dress and Hat Shop, Hollywood Patterns exclusively.
Hello, Chief. This is your assistant, Professor Colonna. Expert buyer, salesman, designer, and cutter. Also telephone slugs, 3 for a nickel.
Never mind that, Professor. Are you selling any dresses?
Yes, boss. I am now measuring Venus de Milo for a dress.
Venus de Milo?
Yes. How can her old man let her run around like that? Now, stand still a minute, Venus, while I take your measurements. Length, 52. Waist, 18. Arms. Come, get them out of your pockets, kid.
Don't you know Venus has no arms?
No arms? Very interesting. Very interesting. Come here, Veen.
Oh, take that.
We learn something new every day, don't we?
Say, Bob, excuse me, but that construction company called before, and they said that their order was a mistake. They wanted to buy some girders, not girdles.
Well, gosh, Bill, how did they find out their mistake?
Well, every time the wind blows, the 10th story does a two-way stretch. You know, Bob, I've been thinking we should have a big sale.
All right, hand me the matches. Howard, hand them to me.
Not again. We're still smoking from yesterday. Well, I meant to tell you, Bob, the truck just brought in a new shipment of lingerie, and there seems to be a piece missing.
One piece missing? How could that be?
Well, I don't know, but that's the first time I ever saw a truck driver wearing lace panties.
Bill, those weren't lace panties. The union makes them sit on a doily. Hello?
Hello, Hope. This is Colonna, the big buyer, seller, exchanger. Also room for rent in rear. No children. Now, listen, boss, I'm down here at the silk factory getting some silk. Tell me, Hope, when silkworms spin a cocoon, they're supposed to spin it around themselves, aren't they?
That's right. Silkworms always spin their cocoons around themselves.
See, fellas? Now let me out of here.
Professor Colonna, you can't make me believe you're in a cocoon. I just saw you going out to the park.
Well, that's right, Hope. I'm out here at the park getting some furs. There's a little animal running around in the bushes.
Well, grab it, Colonna. It's a chipmunk.
Oh, no, Hope. I think it's a skunk.
No, it isn't. Grab it. It's a chipmunk.
Okay. Here, pussy. Wow!
What's the matter, Colonna?
If that's a chipmunk, it's got a wonderful defense program.
Colonna, this is the last straw.
Oh, well, you use it. I'll drink from the bottle.
Say, Bill.
Yeah?
Tell me, how's business doing here?
Bob, I'm a little worried. That queer contraption over there. Is that a lady's hat or a malted milk machine?
Where? Oh, I don't know. I'll see. I wonder what happens if I touch this. It's a hat. Must be one of Hopper's. Say, Bill, business ought to pick up in this dress shop since we hired those 2 new models to show off our dresses. Look, here they are over there. Let's eavesdrop something on them.
Say, Brenda. What is it, Cobina?
This is wonderful, us getting jobs here as models.
Yeah. Gee, I hope my figure's all right for modeling. Cobina, honestly now, do you think I'm getting middle-aged spread?
Spread? I'd say it was more of a migration.
Cobina, turn around. Let me look at you. Oh, you got a shape like Landis.
Carol Landis?
No, Judge.
Oh, yeah, I've got a nice shape. Now, really, don't you think I have an hourglass figure?
Yeah, but it's about 45 minutes late.
Listen, Smarty, you can't talk to me that way. My face has been on many a cover.
Magazine or manhole?
Listen, Brenda, I didn't like that crack. You've been acting awful snooty since the Gophers voted you Miss Buckteeth of 1941.
Oh, last night I dreamed that Clark Gable was chasing me all night. Oh, what a nightmare.
Clark Gable's chasing you, and you call that a nightmare?
Sure, he couldn't catch me.
Say, I was out with a fellow last night who appreciated me. And he admired my figure. Oh, gee, you should have heard the way he admired my figure. And then he popped the question.
He popped the question?
Yeah. But why should I fight Joe Louis?
Oh, let's tend to business, Kobe. Do you like my new garters?
Yeah, I love your new garters. And they sure hold your knees up.
I'm laughing. What a smart day.
Well, what do you expect me to make up on the spur of the moment? After all, I'm not George Bernard Shaw. Well?
Let me see your driver's license.
Pretend like you're working here. Here comes the boss.
Oh, hello, girls.
Oh, hello, Bobsy. We were just modeling some of your new dresses. Don't I look attractive in this dress? Ooh, I bet I'll attract men like flies.
Yes, but you'll attract twice as many flies. Yes, you will. Say, come on, let's get the store in order. I'm expecting Hedda Hopper. I'll call my assistant. Oh, Kelowna?
Honey.
Loose eyeballs. Stop acting foolish. Kelowna, you get under my skin.
Why should I? I've got nothing to hide.
Here comes Hedda now.
Hello, Bob. Nice shop you have here.
Oh, Hedda, this is Brendan Cabina, the only two of their kind in the world.
Really? I thought Adam had 4 sons.
Well, getting on with the introductions. Professor Kelowna, this is Hedda Hopper.
Come again?
This is Hedda Hopper. Hopper. Jitterbug, eh? Be nice to her, Professor. Miss Hopper is syndicated.
Must have been a neat job. The scar doesn't show.
Say, Hedda, tell me, what do you think you can do for Brendan Cabina? They want to attract men. Can you improve their looks?
Well, Bob, looks don't matter so much when it comes to attracting a man. It's the approach that counts. Do you girls approach a man with savoir-faire?
No, we sneak up behind him with chloroform.
No, what Hedda means is that when you meet a man, you should play hard to get.
That's right. Now, here comes a man through that doorway. I want you to act with dignity and charm. Now, walk toward him casually. 1, 2, 3, go! See? I beat you again!
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back at the same time. And with us as our guest will be Lola Lane, the same gang and
Bob Hope.
Thank you, Bill Goodman. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
This is Bill Goodman speaking, receptionist. It's the National Broadcasting Company.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. The life of a young woman is in danger. Anonymous letters and phone calls threaten her with murder. The notes bear the mark of a fanatic. Your job, stop them.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
Buy a pack of Fatimas.
You'll find they now cost the same.
Light a Fatima. Your first puff will tell you...
Oh, that's different.
Yes, what a difference.
In Fatima, the difference is quality. You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
Try comparing Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, But your first puff will tell you.
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, March 8th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Steed. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 6:45 p.m. when we got to Greenwich Street. Number 318.
Yes, gentlemen? Police officers. Like to see Dr. Small, please. I'm Reverend Small. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Here, let me take your hats, officers. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, thanks. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Sergeant Romero.
How do you do? I'm glad to know you. How do you do, sir? Hope we didn't interrupt your dinner? Oh, no. The organist, Brother Reber, and I were just running over a few hymns for the service tonight. Would you come this way, please, into the parlor?
All right.
As I mentioned on the telephone, I'm not much of a detective, but I think something should be done about this matter as soon as possible.
Well, we'd like to get a few more particulars first, Reverend. When did you first find out about these threatening letters?
Sister Dorothy Wilson. I think I told you about her. She came here to the rectory and showed them to me. She told me she's been getting them for the last 4 days, and phone calls, too.
Mm-hmm. How long have you known this Dorothy Wilson? Is she one of your regular parishioners?
Well, she first joined my congregation about a month ago. She's been in regular attendance at our services ever since.
Is that the church next door, joining the rectory here?
Yes, that's right, Sergeant. Second Reformed Church at the Holy Book. I founded it here about 3 years ago, and I've been pastor ever since. Have you ever had this trouble before? I mean, threats against the people who join your church? No, never any trouble at all.
I wonder if you have those notes that Miss Wilson's been receiving, Reverend?
Yes, right here on my desk. Let me see, Yes, here are the 5 Sister Wilson got. And here are the 2 that I received.
Wonder if I could look at them.
Yes, surely. Here you are.
Thank you.
Oh, would you excuse me for a moment? It's about time for Brother Reber to get over to the church. I'd better tell him. Certainly, Reverend. Didn't mean to hold you up. No, not at all. I'll be back in just a moment.
All right.
What do they look like, Joe?
Yeah, let's see. Postmarks here are March 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th. Come from different places around town, according to the postmark. There's Long Beach, a couple from Azusa, Glendale here. No return address on any of them. This notebook paper looks like to me this one. Isn't it to you?
Yeah.
And there's this other one here. Looks like some kind of wrapping paper. The writing's not too bad. Let's see. According to the postmark, this is the first one they got, I guess.
Let me see. Dorothy Wilson, you are a sinner and you have led a sinful life. Yet you have the nerve to come into our church and make believe you're a Christian. Spelling sure is bad.
Yeah.
I have been coming to our church for a long time, and it is an outrage to have you praying in our temple. If you don't get out and stay out, I'm going to make sure you're taken care of for good. Look outside.
Sister in the Lord.
Must be some kind of a fanatic. We better run all these through the crime lab.
Yeah. This one, maybe it's typewritten. Well, here, you read it. It's dated March 6th.
Yeah, take this as a warning. Bring your sinful body to our church again, and your blood will run in the aisles. A life can be taken when God demands it. It could be yours. Sorry for the interruption, officers. A few things I had to remind Brother Reber of. Have you seen all the letters?
Well, we're just checking them over, Reverend.
It's certainly a terrible thing for our church. I hope we can keep the matter as quiet as possible.
Yes, sir. I noticed 2 different signatures on these notes. Now, half of them are signed a sister in the Lord.
Yes.
And the other half are signed it's Brother D.R. Griswold.
Yes, that's right.
The first letter I got was from this Brother Griswold. His are the typewritten ones.
You know anyone in your congregation with that name, Reverend? D.R. Griswold?
No, I checked over my list of regular parishioners twice. If there is such a man, I don't know of him.
Well, we can run that name through R&I anyway, huh, Ben?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any suspicions at all, Reverend?
What do you mean, Sergeant?
Well, I mean, can you think of anybody in your congregation who might possibly resent this Miss Wilson's joining your church, maybe?
Well, no, I haven't had an opportunity to think it over in that light, but I can't imagine anybody in our group writing letters like this.
What's her background, Reverend? Do you know much about her?
No, she's a quiet girl. She's very religious. Works as a stenographer at an office downtown. Helps support her mother.
Will she be at church tonight?
Yes, she's here already, helping to set up the chairs for the service. Why, would you like to talk to her?
Yes, if we could.
All right, let's go over to the church. There's still half an hour before services begin.
We're fine. I'll have to take these letters along with us, Reverend. We want our handwriting man to check them over?
Yes, by all means. That manila envelope on the desk, you can put them in there if you like.
Thank you. This one here?
Yes.
Okay.
This way, officers.
How many members do you have in your church, Reverend Small?
162 regulars. Another 100 or so on the fringe. They attend only occasionally.
You mentioned that this Miss Wilson's had threatening phone calls, too.
Yes, that's what she told me this afternoon.
Man's voice or a woman?
Well, Sister Wilson said both. The phone calls usually follow each letter. They identify themselves the same way, Brother Griswold and the sister in the Lord.
Have you received any calls from them?
No, I've been half expecting them, but I haven't had any yet. Here, shall we go in?
Please.
Here we are. Our seating arrangement's still temporary. We hope to have pews installed next year.
Uh-huh. Nice church.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, there's Sister Wilson. She's helping set up the chairs. If you'd like to wait in the choir's dressing room, I'll bring her in there to you.
All right. Thank you, Reverend. Let's go, Ben.
This one, Joe?
Yeah, this is it.
Ought to open a few windows in here. It's musty.
Yeah. What time do you say the services start?
7:30. It's 5 minutes past 7 now.
Officers?
Yes, sir.
Officers, this is Sister Dorothy Wilson. Sister Wilson, Sergeant Friday.
How do you do, ma'am?
Hello.
And Sergeant Ramirez.
That's Romero.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sergeant Romero, Sister Wilson.
Hello.
Glad to know you.
I guess you want to speak with Sister Wilson alone, do you?
Well, we'd like to have you stay if you would, Reverend. Wonder if there's someplace where we could sit down.
Yes, certainly. Right over here in the anteroom.
Fine. Yeah, this will be fine.
Now, Sister Wilson, there's no need to be afraid. These officers are here to help you and to protect you. See that nothing happens.
Yes, Brother Small.
Hold fast in the faith of the Lord, and you shall not fear.
Yes, I will. You want me to tell you all about it, Sergeant, how it started?
Well, if you please. Say, is it all right to smoke in here?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
You want a chair for a second?
No, thank you.
No, thanks.
Ben?
Not right now.
Okay, I'll leave it back there if you want. We've already looked over the letters that you received. The Reverend here told us that you got the first one last Friday.
Yes, that's right. I've gotten one each day since then. Phone calls, too.
Did you recognize the voices making the calls?
No, I didn't know them at all. The woman's voice was very rough. Sounded like she might be old.
Mm-hmm.
She said some terrible things about me and Brother Small. She called both of us terrible names. Awful.
The same with the man who called?
Oh, yes, sometimes he's even worse. None of the things they say are true, Sergeant. Not one word.
Well, I'd like you to think carefully before you answer this, Miss Wilson. Is there anyone at all that you know in your neighborhood, here at church or at your work, who might be doing this? Maybe somebody that you knew a few years ago, some acquaintance?
Ever since it's happened, I've been trying to think of someone. I don't think I've ever met anybody who'd do this kind of thing.
Well, how about a former boyfriend or a girlfriend who might be jealous of you for some reason?
No. I did have quite a few boyfriends, just casual dates, nothing serious. They were always taking me out, dancing and out to parties. We went everywhere, but I was never interested in any of them.
Well, were any of them upset when you stopped going out with them?
A few of them were angry when I wouldn't marry them, but I don't think any of them would write those kind of letters. Do you think the whole thing might be some kind of a joke someone's playing?
It's a pretty grim joke to go this far. You live by yourself, Miss Wilson?
No, with my mother, but I don't want her to know anything about this.
Well, I think it'd be wiser if you told her.
No, she mustn't know. Mother's been ill lately, and if she found out, it might upset her an awful lot. She's not well at all.
Help yourself to some of the water there, gentlemen. Miss Wilson, like a drink?
Yes, please, I would.
All right.
Thank you.
There you are. Anybody else? Reverend?
Yes, please.
Ben?
Nothing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yourself. How about some of the church members, Miss Wilson? Have any of them been at all unfriendly to you since you started coming here?
No, I don't think so. A few are pretty hard to get to know. They're shy, I guess. But none of them have been uncharitable.
Then you don't think the threats are coming from anyone in the church?
Well, if they are, I don't know who the person is. The way they say all those rotten things about me. They call me a sinner and a bad woman. Well, I guess I'm a sinner, like all of us are, but I'm not a bad woman. I'm going to church because I want to be born again of the light. But I've never killed anyone, and I've never been a bad woman. You believe me, don't you, Everett?
Yes, of course I do. Now, don't get yourself all upset, Sister Wilson.
You think that's why they want to murder me, because I'm a sinner? You think that's why?
Please, Sister Wilson, try and get your mind off of it.
If they want to kill me because I'm a sinner, then why don't they want to kill all the sinners?
Well, we're going to have a lot of homicides if they try. "10 p.m. Together with Sergeants Raines and Bechtel, we tailed Dorothy Wilson to her home. She parked her car at the rear and went inside. A stakeout was placed on her house. The next morning, we took the threatening letters which the Wilson girl had received and asked Don Meyer in handwriting to check them over. During the next 5 days, we checked thoroughly into the background of Dorothy Wilson. We talked to her relatives, her employers, all her friends, past and present. We had no good reason to suspect any of them. We checked out the people at the church, and they were clear. Both Reverend Small and the Wilson girl continued to receive more threatening letters. Some of the language and the accusations were pretty foul. Still, no outward attempts were made on the life of the Wilson girl. A week after we started on the case, we tallied up our findings. They seemed to make sense. We talked it over with Raines in the squad room.
Don Myers checking those letters and a sample of the Wilson girl's handwriting, isn't he? What's he got to say? The letters written in longhand are signed to Sister and the Lord, and the typewritten letters are signed Brother D.R. Griswold. Yeah, I know that. Don says all the letters were written by the same person. How's he figure?
Well, similarities in phrasing, same mistakes in spelling, typewritten and longhand both. Signatures on the Griswold letters match the handwriting in the other letters.
No, they were only dealing with one suspect.
And Don Meyer seems pretty sure of it, yeah.
Well, how does the Wilson girl's handwriting check out?
He's working on that.
Where does that leave us? You've been on stakeouts at the Wilson girl's home a few nights. Haven't you noticed anything peculiar about the setup? How do you mean? Something that didn't fit? Something that didn't quite jive? No, I don't think so. Well, just that business about her car, I thought that was a little out of line.
Yeah, it struck us the same way.
Girl always seemed frightened enough about the situation when she's around us, but when she thinks she's alone, it looks to me like she takes it a little differently. Yeah. Every night when she drives home, she parks her car in that dark garage. Must be at least 50, 75 yards from her house.
Yeah.
I've never seen her look particularly nervous and taking that long walk to the front door.
I'm sure the normal reaction for a frightened woman would be to park the car right in front of the house and then hurry inside.
How about all those friends of hers you guys checked out, anything there?
Well, we've been staked out at her house, to church, and to work. You know that. There's not a thing. Checked with some of her ex-boyfriends, too.
Nothing there?
Well, the Wilson girl told us that some of the boys had proposed to her. We couldn't find one who'd admit it. They all said she was a nice girl, but they didn't propose marriage.
Those threatening phone calls are another thing. Both the pastor of the church and Dorothy Wilson got letters, but only the girl received a phone call. Yeah. Well, logically, if the Reverend got the letters the same time as the girl, he should have been getting phone calls, too. He hasn't received the one. Well, it could be accidental. Whoever wants to kill the girl might figure the Reverend would recognize his voice.
Well, it's possible, but you remember that story that the Wilson girl gave us about her mother. Remember that? She didn't want her to know about the letters because her mother was sick. Well, we checked with her mother's doctor, and Mrs. Wilson hasn't been sick in 5 years.
Yeah, how about that? What do you figure?
I think the girl's a fake. Everything we knew about the case of Dorothy Wilson, everything we'd learned through questioning and observation seemed to point to one definite conclusion. Dorothy Wilson, for one reason or another, was writing the threatening letters to herself. As for the warnings that she got over the telephone, we only had her word for it. We took our findings to Captain Steed and laid out the case for him. He directed us to stay on it for a few more days until we could find enough evidence and testimony to prove out our theory. The following day, Dorothy Wilson received a letter more threatening than any of the previous ones. Reverend Small also received a copy of the same letter. Again, Don Meyer's opinion was that they were written by the same person.
Rain? What's doing?
I don't know.
Boys got any new theories?
What do you mean?
On the Dorothy Wilson case. Do we need one?
Well, I don't think your old one's going to hold up. Why? What's the matter?
She's at Georgia Street.
Yeah.
Somebody tried to kill her.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. Oh, no.
Ah, that's different.
Yes, what a difference.
There's a difference you can hear, there's a difference you can see, but the difference in Fatima is quality.
Yes, friends, when you compare long cigarettes, you'll find that in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos, the finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality even to the appearance of the bright, clean yellow package, carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
As soon as we got the report that Dorothy Wilson had been attacked by an unknown assailant, we drove to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital where she was being treated. Anderson and Bechtel from Homicide were standing by. We talked to the doctor, who told us that the victim had no serious injuries. She had 2 slight bruises on her upper arms and a slight bruise on her forehead. She complained of a headache. While the doctor made out his report, we questioned the Wilson girl. She told us that she'd gone to the Church of the Holy Book at 6 o'clock that night after work. She told us that she wanted to pray before the start of the regular service at 8:15 p.m. We asked her exactly when and where the attack occurred.
About 6:30, I felt a little tired. I told the officers on duty at the church I thought I'd get a little rest before services started, and then I went into the ladies' dressing room and laid down. That's what happened. It was terrible.
Did you see the person who tried to hurt you?
No. I was lying down with my eyes closed, and he must have come up from behind. Put his hands around my throat and started to press tight. It was awful, just awful.
What happened then, Miss Wilson?
Well, I fought as hard as I could. I kicked and scratched him, and I guess I hurt him because he let go of my throat for a minute. After that, he pulled me down on the floor. I remembered that. And then he put his hands around this part of my head like this.
Mm-hmm. The other officers told us that one of the choir members, Mr. Sherman, found you unconscious in the choir room. Is that right?
Yes. Whoever it was who wanted to kill me, they put a gag in my mouth and blindfolded me, and then tied my wrists together with tape. That's how Mr. Sherman found me.
How long do you figure you were unconscious then?
I don't know. It was about 6:35 when I laid down in the dressing room. Mr. Sherman said he found me there at 20 minutes past 7.
And then you were out about 45 minutes, is that it?
I suppose so. I don't remember anything.
Well, what makes you think the person who attacked you wanted to kill you, Miss Wilson?
That's what they said in the letters, isn't it? They want to kill me for coming to church?
Now, your purse and everything that was in it was scattered all over the dressing room floor. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. My money and everything scattered all over. I guess they wanted to rob me, too.
$52 in cash. Is that what you had with you?
That's right, a $50 bill and some change. I don't know why they didn't take it. Maybe something frightened them off.
It's possible.
The officers found some other articles scattered around the dressing room. A roll of tape, a metal box that the tape came in, and a half a dozen razor blades. Did you notice any of these in the dressing room before you were attacked?
No, none of them. I never saw them before. Those razor blades, officer, what do you think they wanted to do with them?
There's no use thinking about that now. It's all over.
I knew I'd be protected. I felt the spirit. I knew the holy light would protect me.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you find whoever did it, officer?
Well, this is just a hunch, Miss Wilson.
Yes.
I think we already have.
Before we left Georgia Street, we talked to the doctor in charge and got a release for the patient. Dorothy Wilson agreed to drive back with us to the office to make out a crime report. On the way, she seemed to lose most of her nervousness. She was relaxed, and she talked quite a bit.
Religion's a great comfort to me, Sergeant. I think it's a great comfort to anybody, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe I'm different from most girls, but I get an awful lot out of my church. It's like Brother Small says, you have to be born again as a holy light if you really want to live. Don't you think so?
That's right.
I don't know what I'd do if it wasn't for my religion. No, I used to have a lot of boyfriends. Of course, I don't care for any of them anymore, but when I was younger, they were always taking me out all the time.
That's so?
Yes, I had a good time when I was younger, going out to dinner, dancing, parties. Fellas were taking me out all the time. Of course, that was when I was younger.
You're not much over 25 now, are you, Miss
I'll be
Wilson?
27 in August. That's pretty old for an unmarried girl, but I'm not worried. You get interested in more important things when you get older, isn't that right?
Oh, yes, that's right.
I remember when I was in junior college, how boy crazy I was. I remember that junior prom I went to. It seems such a long time ago.
Yeah.
I had the most beautiful white dress, Sergeant, with sequins. And the skirt was all white and that gathered in here at the waist and it flared out real full.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the dance with one of the big football players. He looked so nice in his blue suit. His name was Stanley.
Mm-hmm.
I knew him for a long time. He's one of the fellows who asked me to marry him. I guess I was too particular. I just couldn't see any of them.
Would you mind if I laid out a few facts for you, Miss Wilson?
Oh, not at all, Sergeant. Go ahead, please.
Now, I'm not trying to embarrass you in any way, but since we've been on this case, we've checked with just about all the friends that you've had in the past few years, and that includes your boyfriends, of course.
Oh?
None of the fellows that you've mentioned say they've ever proposed marriage to you. Say they've been out with you once or twice, but that's all.
Oh, well, you probably didn't talk to the right fellows. You probably got the names mixed.
No, ma'am, we didn't. We talked to the right people.
Well, I can't understand that.
Neither can we, Miss Wilson.
Well, what difference does it make anyway? I wasn't interested in them. I wouldn't have married them anyway. Going out and dancing and parties, that's all they were interested in.
What reason did you have for lying to us?
Parking in a car, necking with girls, trying to take advantage of them. That's all those fellows wanted. Some of the silly girls they married.
Well, I don't...
You discover a lot more important things when you get older, Sergeant.
No, I don't think that's the point. Why did you lie to us about it?
I don't know, really. Maybe I didn't have a reason. I just didn't remember right, I guess.
Well, you're sure you remember right about what happened tonight?
What do you mean? It just happened. Of course I'm sure about it. Someone tried to kill me.
Might as well park on Spring Street, Ben. Pretty clear this time of night.
Yeah, okay.
Sergeant, I wish you'd tell me what you're getting at. What are you thinking?
Well, there's still a few things that we're not too sure of, Miss Wilson. We'd like to clear them up.
What aren't you too sure of? I told you everything I knew. I was lying down in the dressing room and somebody tried to kill me. I told you all about it.
Well, you told us you were unconscious about 45 minutes.
Well, yeah, 40 or 45.
No, we talked to the doctor at Georgia Street, and from the way you described the attack, it would have been just about impossible for anybody to make you unconscious that long by pressing his hands against your head.
Well, but he hit me on the head, too. You can see the bruise here.
Well, yes, ma'am, I know, but that's very slight. The doctor says that couldn't have done it either. Just a minute, I'll get the door here. Get you out, Miss Wilson.
What else aren't you sure of?
Well, your wrists were taped individually. Now, if somebody wanted to restrain you, they probably would have taped them together, wouldn't they?
Well, I don't know what they would have done. All I know is they wanted to kill me. They said so in those letters.
We're not too sure of those letters either, Miss Wilson.
What? What aren't you sure of?
Where they're coming from and who's sending them. We do know they were all written with the same person.
Well, how do you know that? They're signed by two different people.
Our handwriting man checked them over. He says they're written with the same person.
You might as well have it straight, Miss Wilson.
Well, if we're going to talk, can't we do it inside someplace? Please, I'm tired.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
I'll see if Leighton's fingerprints is finished with that stuff.
Yeah, I'll bring it along if they are. We'll be in the interrogation room.
Yeah, all right.
This way, Miss Wilson.
A man I know used to be on the police force. Nice fellow. We used to go out all the time together.
Oh, that's so. What's his name?
Well, that's funny. I don't remember. He's an awfully nice fellow, though. We used to go dancing every week.
Mm-hmm. Here we are. Go right ahead. I started questioning Dorothy Wilson, but she wanted to talk about everything except what concerned the case. Dean Bergman and Leighton fingerprints had already checked each article that was found at the supposed scene of the crime. The Wilson girls' prints were all over them.
Did you write those threatening letters to yourself, Miss Wilson?
I don't understand. Why do you ask me something like that?
Did you write the letters to yourself?
You know that's not a fair question, Sergeant.
I don't know what you consider fair, but we'd like to know, did you write the letters?
Do you know what it is to pray, Sergeant? I mean, really pray.
What's that got to do with it?
I've been praying all my life. I've been praying hard. Ever since I was a little girl.
We'd like to have you answer our question, Miss Wilson.
I think you'll understand. This is the answer, Sergeant. I can feel the Holy Spirit in my heart. I know you'll understand.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been praying for an awfully long time, Sergeant. When I was a little girl, 6 years old, I was praying. Night and day I said my prayers, but there never seemed to be any answer. I never could understand it because I only prayed for one thing. I didn't think it was too much to ask.
What was that?
I wanted people to know me, Sergeant.
Hmm?
I wanted people to know me and like me, that's all, but it never seemed to happen, even when I was a little girl.
Don't think I quite follow you, miss.
You've got to understand me. Nobody else does. From the time I was a little girl, 6, nobody ever seemed to care if I was around or not. I always tried to make friends, tried to make people like me. I tried very hard, but nobody seemed to care. Nobody even noticed me. Nobody ever noticed me.
You mean that's why you wrote those threatening letters to yourself, so that you'd be noticed?
I wanted somebody to care about me, that's all. I wanted them to know who I was. Dorothy Wilson. I wanted to walk down the street and have people nod and have them say, that's Dorothy Wilson, and there goes Dorothy Wilson. Just for somebody to care, that's all, Sergeant. Just for somebody to care.
Well, then the whole thing's purely your imagination. You wrote the letters to yourself, and you pretended somebody attacked you. And all the rest.
God told me to do it, Sergeant. He told me to make myself noticed. To stand up and make people know me. I'm sorry for it now, but it didn't hurt anyone, did it?
Well, ma'am, you had an awful lot of people working for nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was so nice while it lasted. People looking after me, caring about where I went, what happened to me. It's the first time anybody ever really noticed me.
It was that important to you?
People knew who I was. Dorothy Wilson. They all noticed me. I feel better now that it's over. Oh, there's one thing I've got to tell you, Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember driving here in the car I told you about that junior prom I went to?
Mm-hmm.
That time I had a beautiful white net dress with a full skirt, the beautiful new white dress.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am, I remember. What about it?
Well, it was really pink organdy, an old dress. I knew you'd find out. That's why I had to tell you.
Yeah.
I didn't want you to think I was a liar.
The story you've just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
In a moment, the results of the trial. Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Dragnet's mail this week has included cards from some of you listeners saying that your dealer is out of Fatimas. Thank you. We've done something about that. Now, if any more of you find a dealer fresh out of Fatimas, send me his name and address, and we'll do something about that, too. Write me, Jack Webb, Post Office Box 951, Hollywood. And, Mr. Dealer, don't wait a day. Step up your orders for Fatima. Get in on this ever-increasing demand for the quality long cigarette.
By her own admission, Dorothy Wilson was guilty of filing a false crime report, a misdemeanor. She was released into the custody of her mother. You have just heard Dragnet, the series of authentic cases transcribed from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police, W.H. Parker.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. What do you eat? Meat to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Beautiful night, huh? Yeah, hardly feel like moving. Yes. Wasn't it delightful today? Yeah. Yeah, old Sal sure felt great. Yeah, he says the sun helps us arthritis. Today I seen a robin. And this morning, Duffy, I seen the first geranium peeping out from behind the ear of the junk man's horse. That reminds me, Duffy, I got to get some new clothes. Well, the trees is garbed in new leaves, the flowers is garbed in new petals. Everything has new garbage except me. Huh? What? Duffy, on $15 a week, I couldn't even make one end meet. Certainly, when I tell people what I make, they laugh at me. I should be glad I'm bringing happiness into the world, huh? Now, look, Duffy, I'm warning you. There's an old proverb that says you can lead a camel to water, but if you try to make him drink through a straw, you break his neck. Well, this is the last time you're going to make a camel's back out of me. I trust you. Good day, sir. That Duffy, that cheap miser, that dirty Simon McCree. That done great. Eddie, you know something?
What?
I'm a dope. I ought to go to a doctor and have me head examined.
Well, why'd you do that? The doctor won't find nothing.
I'm not kidding. I'm a dope. A 14-carat sterling silver grade A prime rib on the half-shell dope.
I ain't arguing.
What a sucker I've been. Letting that Duffy work me 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, taking his abuse, letting him treat me like dirt. And for what? A lousy $15 a week.
Oh, why don't you go work some other place?
Well, I would, but I hate the thought of starting at the bottom again. Believe me, I'm through being a sucker. From now on, I'm getting tough.
Oh, tough, huh?
Yep, from now on, it's going to be a complete transfer from Moses. Yes, sir. If you ain't tough, people push you around like a petunia. Even your friend. Good old Arch, he'll do anything for you. Hey, Arch, can you let me have 5 till Tuesday? Hey, Arch, can you let me have 5 till Friday?
Yeah, you lose a lot of nickels that way.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna push me around no more, Eddie. Duffy no nobody. From now on, you're talking to a revolting man. Hello? So it's you, huh? Now listen, Duffy, from now on, I ain't worrying no more about yours truly. From now on, I'm worrying about my own truly. Now look, Duffy, here it is straight from the shoulder. Duffy, either you either or else. What? Now, wait a minute, Duffy. Duffy, you just can't go firing people without malice aforethought. Well, Duffy, let's talk this over. You see, when I said that about the raise, I was kind of kidding, and you... Hello? Hello? Well, I guess I told him.
Oh, you're a hard man, Mr. Arthur.
Yeah. You know, for the first time in years, his voice started shaking when he called me a bum. Got his number. From now on, I handle everybody the same way. Nobody pushes me around no more.
Hi, Arch.
What do you want, Finnegan?
I just got a letter here. Will you do me a favor and read it for me?
Why don't you read it yourself?
Arch, you know that question always embarrasses me.
Oh, so because you can't read, I gotta read it for you. Let's let Archie do all the dirty work. He's a sweet guy. Let's leave him read everybody.
Hey, Arch, what's the matter? What did I do?
Listen, Finnegan, you might as well know it. I have developed a new attitude towards the human race.
What's that got to do with me?
Your point is well taken. But I can't make no exceptions. I'm through being took advantage of without getting nothing out of it for myself.
But, Arch, I just wanted just to read a letter.
Just read a letter, huh? Did it ever occur to you, my good Finnegan, that it cost money for me to be learned the education to which I read this letter by? Do you know how much it cost me, old man, to keep me in school?
How much?
Add it up for yourself. 10 busted windows, 2 stuffed up sinks, a new set of teeth for the principal. Education costs money, and I think I'm entitled to cash in on my knowledge.
Well, Arch, I'm willing to be fair. How much do you want for reading the letter?
After all, would you walk into Einstein and say, Professor Einstein, could I please have a free relativity?
Okay, Arch, okay, I'll pay you. How much you think it's worth?
Well, I don't think it would be overcharging you if I said a quarter.
Mr. Archer, now, I know you're going to turn tough, but you ain't actually going to charge me.
Why not? Should he have free access to me brains? What is this, information, please?
Sounds more like it pays to be ignorant. Charging a man a quarter to read a letter.
Oh, that ain't high, Eddie. Gee, the gas company charges $3 a month just to have a guy read a little meter. Here's your quarter, Rod.
Well, thank you, sir. Now, hand me the letter, if you please.
Here you are, Rod.
Hey, it's from London. Sedgwick and Sedgwick, barristers, London, England.
Oh, it's what's barristers?
Barristers? Finnegan, please don't ask obvious questions. Let's see. Dear sir, as legal counsel... By the way, barristers means lawyers. As legal counsel for your uncle, Byron Finnegan, of Kimberley, South Africa... Finnegan, you got an uncle in South Africa.
Yeah, my father did have a brother that disappeared, but how would he get to Africa?
Well, if he looked anything like your father, probably Frank Buck took him. To continue, we regret to inform you that your Uncle Byron passed away 2 months ago.
What a fine relative. 2 months ago, and he didn't even let me know.
Well, maybe he was too dead to phone. Anyway, to continue, as you know, your uncle spent most of his life in the diamond field. And in his last will and testament, you have been named as the sole... Finnegan, here's your quarterback. I was only kidding. Let's see. In his last will and testament, you have been named as the sole heir to your uncle's estate, which consists of his highly prized gems from the diamond country, which will arrive in New York very shortly. Holy cat, gems from the diamond country. Finnegan, your uncle has left you all of his diamonds. Daddy, did you hear? Finnegan is a millionaire.
Congratulations, Mr. Finnegan.
Yeah, Finnegan, congratulations.
Oh, boy, a millionaire. Well, fellas, there's only one thing I can say.
What?
It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Gee whiz, $1 million worth of diamonds. My uncle sure must have opened a lot of oysters.
Look, Finnegan, you eccentric millionaire. Do you realize what this means? Miss Duffy, Finnegan has become a millionaire.
A millionaire? Oh, don't be silly. How could he afford it?
It happens that he heredited it.
Oh, you mean it's true? Oh. Well, Clifton, I'm really very happy for you. I suppose now you'll pick out some nice girl and get married?
Well,
He will not. He's going to have some fun first. A yacht. He can have a yacht, a mansion.
Archie, a millionaire's mansion can be pretty lonely without a wife.
Yeah, but a yacht can be pretty lonely crowded with one. Oh, no.
Archie, you keep your big mouth out.
I should have done that.
Why don't you, Well, you do it. Now, why don't you speak for yourself, Clifton?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like a wife?
Well, goodbye.
You see, he wants to be a playboy. Look, Miss Duffy, the guy's got $1 million. The world is a garden of beautiful dames. Even graze a little.
Okay, let him be a playboy. Let him run around with chorus girls. But in a year, I'll mark your words if he'll have a nickel left.
And what is your solution, Mrs. Anthony?
Well, if he married some nice, decent girl like,
You?
Why not? If he married me, nobody could take his money away from him.
Why not?
Because it would be in my name. Besides, Finnegan should get married anyway.
Why should he?
Because every single man should be married. It should be a law.
Okay, Miss Duffy. Should be a law. Now write your congressman a letter and ask him to marry you. Now, please, if you will excuse me.
Hey, I'll see.
Oh, I see you're busy.
Oh, come here, Mr. Ward. I'm anxious to be interrupted. Miss Duffy, this is Perry Ward. He's taking Jack Bailey's place.
How do you do?
Likewise, I'm sure.
I wonder where my good old pal Finnegan is, Eddie.
He stepped out for a minute. Good old pal.
And why the guffoon?
Hey, you was gonna be so tough. You treated Finnegan like dirt till you found out it was pay dirt.
Listen, Eddie, I'm still plenty tough, but you want me to be tough with a sweet guy like Finnegan?
It couldn't be that you was planning to appropriate some of that million.
Appropriate?
Yeah, F-T-E-A-L, appropriate.
You don't even know how to spell. Now look, Eddie. Finnegan is a friend of mine, and I think it is only proper and fitting that I should help him with his investments. I think it would be nice if we found some business-like deal we could go into together. His money, my brains.
Sounds business-like. Assets, liabilities. Well, what you going to invest in?
Well, I ain't decided yet. Oh, wait, here's our little millionaire back now. Finnegan, how does it feel to be rich?
Well, I don't know if I like it, Arch. Already people are starting to overcharge me.
Yeah?
Yeah. When I was poor, I always used to pay a nickel for lollipops. Now they started to charge me 3 for a dime.
Making an all-day sucker out of you, huh?
Well, good evening, boys. Say, Archie, is it true what they're saying about Finnegan?
Yep, that's right, Officer Clancy. Finnegan's a millionaire.
Well, rid me of measles and call me Dick Tracy.
Yep. He's filthy with lucre.
Yeah. Looks like I'm going to have more money than brains.
That you had when you was broke. But I'm glad to hear about your good luck, Finnegan. Have you told your dear parents yet?
No, I'm going to surprise them when the diamonds come. Hey, Arch, when do you think I'll get them?
Be patient, Finnegan. They're coming all the way from South Africa. You know, that's way down on the hem of the spear.
Exactly where is it, South Africa, Arch?
Well, you know where North Africa is?
No.
Do you know where Asia is?
No.
You know where Europe is?
No.
Well, you know where Schimmelbacher's Bakery is?
Oh, of course.
Well, it's around 10,000 miles from there.
Now, Archie. Archie, let me explain it to the lad. You have to be patient and understanding. Now, Clifton, me boy.
Yeah, Clancy.
Now, listen carefully.
Yes.
Do you know where Ireland is?
Ireland? No.
Stupid idiot.
Hello? Who's this? Finnegan's mother? Oh, hello, Mrs. Finnegan. Yeah, he's here. Well, you better give me the message. The telephone scares him. Huh? What? Okay. Finnegan, the diamonds, they're here.
Oh,
I just got a card that there's a package for you at the post office.
Oh, boy, I'll go right down and get it, Arch.
Now, wait, Finnegan. You won't make it. The post office closes in 10 minutes. Wait a minute. Sergeant Maloney's next door and left his pool room and his squad car's parked outside. I could borrow it.
But what if the sergeant comes out?
Oh, he won't. He's arresting a bookie, and he always stays to place a few bets.
Well, go on, Arch.
Finnegan, come back here. Only cops can ride in that car.
Oh.
Well, there he goes. Boy, it's lucky he was here. Well, Finnegan, in a couple of minutes, we're finally going to see them gems from the diamond country. Boy, I can hardly wait.
Well. Good evening. Good evening, gentlemen.
Oh, it's you again, huh, Sir Heathcliff?
None other. Well, Archie, as the man said when he sold the beds at the Galahad, isn't this a beautiful spring night?
Look, Sir Heathcliff, but I'm sorry, but tonight I haven't quite got the patience to think up a charming way to tell you that joke stinks. I suppose you came for your dough as per your contract we are stuck with?
That's right. 1 week's salary. $10.
There you are.
Would you like me to do my act tonight?
No, thank you very much.
Yeah, but it seems silly for me not to entertain as long as you're paying me the money.
Well, frankly, we like to think of it as hush money. We'll see you next week, huh?
Right-ho. Oh, I say, Mr. Finnegan, may I offer you my congratulations? I understand you've inherited $1 million.
Yeah, I have.
That's wonderful.
Well, every little bit helps.
Yes, well, it does.
Yeah.
Now, I was just thinking, as a diamond millionaire, you will be mixing with the aristocracy. Perhaps I could serve you in the capacity of a social counselor.
Now, just a second, Sir Heathcliff, but I happen to be looking after the said same.
You? A social counselor? Oh, preposterous.
Oh, yeah? Preposterous is as preposterous does. You happen to be talking to a man to whom so correct social procedure comes as easy as shooting pool.
Archie, what do you know of the social graces? How would you manage the hundreds of little niceties?
That's easy. Dames is my meat.
Or what would you do if, by some chance, Mr. Finnegan were presented at court?
Oh, I'd bail him out.
I mean the courtesan James. Could you tell him how to address the king?
Certainly, Your Majesty.
And the queen?
Your Majesty.
And the same greeting for both.
No, to the queen you tip your hat. Now, Sir Heathcliff, there is one thing I would like to ask you.
What?
What does a high-class Englishman say when he leaves a place?
Why, he bows and says, "Gentlemen, I bid you good day."
And good day to you, Sir Heathcliff. Now blow. Imagine, Finnegan, the crew that did it to you, that guy. Trying to chisel in on you when he knows I seen you first.
Hey, all right, shouldn't Clancy be back with the diamonds?
Not yet, Finnegan. Say, Eddie, look, how about getting Mr. Finnegan something to eat while we're waiting?
Okay.
Just something light. You know, these millionaires got delicate stomachs. What would you like, CF?
Well, how about a hamburger?
I don't know if you want to eat our hamburger.
Why not?
Well, you're a millionaire, and someday you'll have horses of your own.
Horse? I must say your help is getting rather impertinent.
Don't worry, Finnegan. Maybe someday you'll have a restaurant of your own and... Wait a minute. A restaurant of your own.
Well, what's on your mind, Arch?
Leave me coagulate a minute. Certainly. With your dough, we could open up a joint that'd run that cheap Duffy right out of business. What do you say, Finnegan?
Sounds good, old man, but could you give me a day or two to mull it over?
By all means, CF, mull it in your head. But don't delay too long. This deal may slip through your fingers.
True, but a man in my position has to be cautious. So I didn't become a millionaire overnight by rushing into wildcat schemes.
Well, naturally, CF, I don't expect you to take a poke at a pig. So, I'll tell you what. I'll go into the back room and draw up a preliminary prospectus of the project and present it for your perusal.
Oh, well, that's perfect. In the meantime, I'll be at that table playing tic-tac-toe.
Okay, see you later.
Say, Eddie, Mr. Finnegan's really in his glory.
That man is really jumping.
Seems like a nice fella. Hope all that money doesn't go to his head.
Well, if it does, it'll be pioneering. $1 million.
Eddie, you're not envying him, are you? Why, money isn't everything.
Oh, no?
No, $1 million couldn't stop you from getting a cold.
Well, I wouldn't mind going around sneezing if I had 12 butlers staying till midnight.
What are you doing, Clifton?
Playing a little tic-tac-toe.
See, you're clever. Did your diamonds come yet?
No, I can't understand what's keeping Clancy the cop.
Well, let's hope he gets here soon.
Yeah.
Gee, Clifton, I've been wanting to be alone with you all evening.
Huh?
Alone, do you hear? Alone.
Okay, I can take a hint. I'll go.
Clifton, why do you act so distant? Afraid?
Oh, no.
Oh, you do love me. Clifton, look.
What?
The third finger of my left hand. Don't you think it looks a little bare?
Yeah. A what would go nice there?
Finnegan, you're cute.
Yeah.
You know, you have possibilities. Now that I look at you close, you know something? Your face has features.
Miss Duffy, are you being sincere?
Why, Clifton, whatever do you mean?
Darling, it's very funny that last week when I didn't have no money, I also didn't have no features.
Oh, you silly boy. As if I cared about your money. It's not your money I want. It's you. Do you understand, Finnegan? You.
Duffy, what's going on here?
I just can't help it. I love him.
He may be your lovebird, but he's my pigeon. Now, please, back to the cash register. You better watch out, Finnegan. This is the kind of stuff that can ruin you.
Son Arch, I'm a ruined man.
Why?
I like it.
I know, but the Primrose life don't mix with business, Finnegan. Now, I got the plans here for the restaurant. And what a layout, see? In front, we'll have a big sign with our names on it. Archie's in.
Yeah, Archie's in. Where's mine then?
It's there. The INN is right out of the middle of Finnegan.
Oh! Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, now here's the floor plan. You see, the place will be shaped like a round rectangle. And the inside will really be modern. Photo-eugenic eye cells on the doors, chromium cuspidors, at each table, of course, an individual flip gun. And right here in the entrance is the big piece of resistance, see? My own idea. 2 shiny wheelbarrows, a new and humane way of ejaculating drunks. A blue one, of course, for the men, and a pink one for the dames.
Oh, boy, what class.
Yep, that's it, Finnegan, class. And on the floor, there will be a thick plush carpet covered with a half an inch of genuine teakwood sawdust. Indirect lights, concealed mouse holes.
Oh, you don't have to tell me no more, Arch. I'm sold. It's your day.
Shake on it, CF?
Shake, partner.
Hello? Hello, Duffy, you skunk. Huh? Well, I'm leaving you. Finnegan and me is opening our own restaurant. Duffy, it will avail you nothing to hurl epitaphs. I'm quitting you, and that's final. What?
Hey, Arch. Hey, Clancy's here.
Huh?
Clancy's here with the diamond.
He is? Hold the phone, Duffy, you crumb.
Well, Finnegan, here's your diamond.
Oh, boy.
Quick, Finnegan, open the package. Oh, no, it couldn't be.
Hey, it's your book.
Gems from the Diamond Country. A collection of poems by Byron Finnegan.
Oh.
Finnegan, it looks like you're wiped out.
Oh, Arch. Easy come, easy go.
Hey, Mr. Arch and Mr. Duffy still on the phone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hello, Duffy. April Fool. I ain't quitting. Yeah, that was just an April Fool's joke. Well, me watch is slow. Now, look, Duffy, please. Please, Duffy, give me one more chance. Duffy, please. I promise I'll never leave you again. Oh, please, will you? You will? Oh, gee, Duffy, thanks. Thanks very much, Mr. Duffy.
What happened?
I'm back to work. Eddie, you see what I mean? You gotta be tough or you get pushed around.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
Did you have too many Easter eggs today? Dreaming about that vacation you can't take yet? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape. You are groping your way slowly through the dark hold of a ship at sea, moving carefully, step by step, searching intently for something you dread to find, because you know that this ship carries a cargo of death. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight, at your request, we bring back one of our most popular escape stories. We escaped to a harbor front in Venezuela, and a grim voyage which started from there, as told by Martin Storm in his gripping tale, A Shipment of Mute Fate.
I stopped on the wharf at La Guaira, looked up the gangplank toward the liner 10K, standing there quietly at her moorings. The day was warm under a bright tropic sun. The harbor beyond the ship lay drowsy and silent. But all at once, in the midst of those peaceful surroundings, a cold chill gripped me, and I shivered with sudden dread. Dread of the thing I was doing and was about to do. Too much had happened to turn back now. I'd gone too far to stop. I set the box down on the edge of the wharf, placed it carefully so as to be in plain sight, and within gunshot of the captain's bridge. I knew what I was going to do, but I couldn't forget that a certain pair of beady eyes were watching every move I made. Eyes that never blinked and never closed, just watched and waited. I turned and started up the gangplank.
It startled me, sir. Why, it's Mr. Warner.
Hello, Mother Willis. How's the best-looking stewardess on the 7C?
Well, I'm fine, Mr. Warner. I guess I'd better run along now. Get on with my trouble.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That's a fine greeting after 2 months.
It's just that I'm so busy.
I don't believe a word of it. Sailing day's tomorrow. You're simply avoiding me, that's all.
Oh, no, really, I'm not.
And on the trip down from New York, you said I was your favorite passenger.
But I'm only...
Here. What's that you're carrying in your apron?
Oh, it's nothing. Just supplies.
Supplies? Let's have a look.
No, please.
It's a cat.
It's Clara, Mr. Warner. Mr. Bowman said I had to leave her ashore, and I just couldn't.
Who's Mr. Bowman?
The new second mate. Clara's been aboard with me for 2 years, and I just can't leave her here in a foreign country, especially with her condition so delicate and all.
Yes, I see. Well, I hope you get away with it.
You won't tell anyone.
Not a soul. As a matter of fact, if things don't work out right, we may both end up smuggling. Well, happy to have you aboard on the trip down 2 months ago, Christopher, and I'm very glad you're coming along with us on the run back to New York. Well, thanks, Captain Wood. There is one thing, though. I'm having a little trouble with the customs men here, and I wondered
I can't do it, Christopher. I just cabled your father this morning. Told him I'd have done it for you if I possibly could. He sent a request from New York, you know.
Yeah, I thought he would. I wired him from upriver last week.
I hated to refuse, but it's absolutely out of the question.
Captain Wood, I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Responsibility to the passengers, son. We'll have women and children aboard. On a liner, the safety of the passengers comes ahead of anything else.
But with proper precautions...
Something might happen.
What?
I don't know what, but something might.
Carried worse things.
There isn't anything worse. Any skipper afloat will bear me out. No, Christopher, I simply can't take the chance. That's final.
Final. Wasn't final if I could do anything about it. I hadn't come down here to spend 2 months in that stinking backcountry and then be stopped on the edge of the wharf. 2 months of it. Heat, rain, insects, malaria. I'd gone clear in past the headwaters of the Orinoco. Traveled through country where every step along the jungle trail might be the last. Sanchez!
Si, Senor Warner.
Better start looking for a place to camp. Be dark in a little while.
Si, senor. Very soon we'll turn to red. Camp on rocks by water. This very bad country.
This very bad country. We've been staying here for 10 days now. Very bad country.
Si, Senor Warner. This very bad country.
Yes, skip it. For all the luck we've had so far, it might as well be Central Park.
Central Park? I don't understand.
Never mind. Yeah, what's the matter? Quiet now. Sanchez, what's wrong?
They're in the past. See, Bushmaster.
Bushmaster. The deadliest snake in the world. Bushmaster. His Latin name was Lachesis muta. Mute face. It lay there in the center of the path, a 10-foot length of silent death, coiled loosely in an undulant loop, ready to strike violently at the least movement. Here was the one snake that would go after any animal that walked, or any man. It lay there and watched it, not moving, not afraid, ready for anything. Its splotch of its color stood out like some horrible, gaudy floor mat lying there on the brown background of the jungle, waiting for someone to step on it. Here was what I'd come 2,000 miles for, a bushmaster. The natives captured the snake, and Sanchez brought it to me in a rubber bag. He was shaking so hard I thought for a moment the thing had struck him.
One thing you make sure, Senor Warner. Not turn him loose in Venezuela. Because he know I the one who catch him. And he know where I live.
All right, Sanchez, I'll keep an eye on it.
He also know you pay me to catch him. All the time he watch and wait. He'll no forget that, Senor Warner. Because he no forget. Not ever.
Well, after going through all that trouble and danger and laying out $1,500, I wasn't going to let a pig-headed ship captain stop me at the last minute. At least not as long as the cables were still in operation between La Guaira and New York. Good morning, Captain Wood. The boy at the hotel said you wanted to see me.
That's right, Christopher. Sit down.
Thanks.
Seems you weren't willing to let matters stand the way we left him yesterday.
I'm sorry to go to your head, Captain Wood, but I had to. The museum sent me a long way to get that snake. I'm not going to be stopped by red tape. This will be the only live bushmaster ever brought to the United States.
Yes, if I had my way. But... Orders are orders. Got a cable from the head office this morning. All right, Christopher, suppose we talk about precautions.
I'll handle it any way you say.
You've got to have a stronger box. That crate's too flimsy.
Well, it's stronger than it looks. A wire screen on top and hold a wildcat. But anyway, I bought a heavy sea chest this morning. We'll put the crate inside of it.
Sounds all right. Is that lock on it?
Yeah, heavy padlock. It's fixed so the lid can be propped open a crack without unlocking. Snake's got there.
In dirty weather, that lid has to stay shut. I'll take no chances.
Fair enough.
We'll keep the thing in my inside cabin where I sleep. Can't have it in the baggage room. And nobody on board is to know about it.
Whatever you say, Captain. We won't have any trouble after all. It's only an animal that doesn't have any magical powers.
I saw a bushmaster in the zoo at Caracas once. They had it in a glass cage with double walls. Never moved. Just lay there and looked at you as long as you were inside. Enough to give a man the creeps.
I didn't know they had a bushmaster at the Caracas Zoo.
They don't now. They found the glass broken one morning and the snake gone, the night watchman dead. They never learned exactly what happened.
Well, the watchman must have broken the glass by accident some way.
The way they figured it, the glass was broken from the inside. We sailed in 4 hours.
Into the Caribbean with perfect weather and a sea as smooth as an inland lake. The barometer dropped a little on the third day, but cleared up overnight, left nothing worse than a heavy swell. But in spite of the calm seas and pleasant weather, I found myself feeling more and more often an ominous foreboding. I was developing an almost unnatural fear of that snake. Stay clear of the passengers pretty much. Got the habit of dropping into Captain Wood's quarters several times a day. Kept the heavy box underneath his berth. Approach it quietly and shine my flashlight through the open crack. Never once could I catch that 12-foot devil asleep, or even excited. He'd be lying there half-coiled, his head raised a little, staring out of those beady black eyes, waiting. It'd still be like that when I turned away to leave. Maybe that's what bothered me. That horrible and constant watchful waiting. In the name of heaven was he waiting for?
Hello there, Mr. Warner.
Oh, how are you, Mother Willis?
My, but you and the captain spend an awful lot of time around this cabin. I'm beginning to think the two of you must have some guilty secret.
No, nothing like that, Mother Willis. I don't know about Captain Wood, but I certainly don't have any guilty secrets. Well, she's running quite a swell out there, Mr. Bowman.
It's a little heavy, all right, Mr. Warner. Just a storm passed through to the west of us yesterday when the glass dropped.
You think it missed us then, huh?
Yeah, that's what the mate figures. Sure stirred up some water, though.
This will put half the passengers in their bunks. They'll keep Mother Willis so busy. Hey, look at the size of that wave.
Huh? Great Jehoshaphat, we're going to take it on the port bow. Hang on.
That was a freak if there ever was one. Not another wave that size in sight.
Oh, you see them like that sometimes, even in a calm sea. Oh, you got to get below, Mr. Warner. That water probably did some real damage in the officer's deck.
Yeah, what did you say?
The wheel companionway was open on the port side. The bridge cabins must have taken a pretty bad smashing up. They're right below the... Something wrong, Mr. Warner?
No, nothing at all, Mr. Bowman. At least I hope not. I didn't stop to find Captain Wood. Of course, I knew it was only one chance in 1,000, but the chances against that freak wave were 1 in 1,000, too. I stumbled down the companionway and along the passage to the captain's cabin.
Oh, come in, Mr. Warner.
Mother Willis.
My, isn't this cabin a mess? Trying to get some of these things out to dry.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to... Where's that box that was under the captain's bunk?
Oh, that? Well, I just threw it out on the deck.
What?
Well, there's a desk over there slid into it. It was all smashed.
But the small box inside of it, what happened to it?
Oh, they were both splintered, Mr. Warner. Broke wide open.
No.
Oh, Mr. Warner, you're white as a sheet.
Mother Willis, go find Captain Wood. Tell him to come down here immediately.
Well, of course, Mr. Warner. I'll go tell him right away. I can finish up here later.
I pulled open the top drawer of the bureau inside. Took out the captain's flashlight and loaded pistol. Mother Willis had left the mop standing by the door. I put my foot on the head of it and snapped off the handle. Every move I made turned into slow motion. I could hear my own heartbeat. Slowly, I started to search the cabin. Sodden heaps of clothing and furnishings were scattered around on the wet black floor. I punched at them one at a time, holding the gun cocked, flashlight pointing along the stick. Nothing. I worked around the room, throwing the light into the dark corners, back of the desk, under the bunk. Wherever I turned, I could feel those cold, unblinking eyes at my back, watching, waiting. Using the stick, I pushed open the closet door and threw the light inside. Carefully, I poked at the boxes and junk on the floor. Snake was not in the closet. Inch by inch, I covered the entire cabin. And only then a horrible realization began to dawn on me. Captain Wood.
Mother Willis just told me. Well, Christopher, it's happened.
That's right, it's happened.
I see you found the gun. We better start searching the cabin here.
Captain Wood, I just finished searching it.
Oh, then. Women, kids, and that thing loose on board. 1,000 places for it to hide. Heaven help us, Christopher. Anybody now, gentlemen. I didn't call you in here to pass judgment. The thing's done, and that's that.
Well, you're right there, Captain.
What we have got to do is to make up our minds how we're going to handle it. And it'd be easier if we didn't have to tell the passengers and crew. I've seen panics aboard liners before. Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Bowman. But I don't quite see how we can avoid it.
They got a right to know. As long as that snake's loose, everybody on board's in the same danger, and they all ought to know about it.
Captain Wood, that thing is 12 feet long. It can't simply crawl into a crack. Why don't we make a quick search of the whole ship before we spread any alarm?
I've thought of that, Christopher. As far as I can see, the only place it couldn't be is in the boilers or on top of the galley stove.
Well, it might have crawled overboard.
We can't count on that. We've got to assume it's on the ship somewhere.
Yeah, and that could be anywhere. In a coil of rope, on a deck chair.
Fire bucket or in a pile of clothes. Yes, or under some woman's berth or a baby's crib.
You've already said it. Bushmaster could be anywhere. We've got to do something. We've got to do it fast.
All right. I think the best idea is to follow Mr. Warner's suggestion and make a quick search first. You agree to that?
Right.
And if we don't find it, we'll have to warn the passengers.
We've got to find it. Alone in the dim baggage room, I went through the same movements as I had earlier in the captain's cabin. Gun in one hand, flashlight in the other, poking into every dark corner, behind every trunk and box. Since the baggage room was empty, I could keep the gun cocked and ready. The rest of those poor devils were having to do the same thing, barehanded. All over the ship, the search went on.
Here now, Stuart, what on earth are you doing rummaging through my cabin?
Just checking up, ma'am.
Well, I'm quite sure there's nothing in here that has to be checked.
Sorry, ma'am. Captain's orders. It'll only take a few minutes.
Well, I never heard of such thing. A passenger simply doesn't have any privacy at all. I've traveled on a lot of different lines, but
Sorry, sir. I wonder if you mind moving over to the other rail. I'd like to look through these lockers.
Sure, go ahead. What's the matter? You lost something?
No, just looking things over.
Oh, there's nothing in there but life preservers.
Yeah, that's right.
You must be getting ready to sink the boat. Gonna collect the insurance, huh? Gonna send us all to the bottom, huh?
But not one of us could find that deadly shape, coiled in some dark corner or outstretched along a window seat. Not one of us caught a glimpse of that horrid head with its beady, black, watchful eyes. The thing lay waiting out there somewhere along the decks, shaded in the gathering dusk. But where? We didn't know. It was nearly dark when we met together again in the chart room.
Well, gentlemen, there's no other way around it. We'll risk all the time we can. We've got to warn the passengers.
How we do it, Captain? Just call them all together in the lounge?
No, if we did anything like that, we'd be asking for a panic.
We'll get one, whether we ask for it or not.
We pick a few men and go through the cabin decks. Get them individually, inside the cabins. Watch for any that act like they might cause trouble. We'll keep an eye on them. Handle the crew the same way.
Right, sir.
As soon as you're finished, arm all the deck officers and start searching again. Our only chance of preventing a riot is to find that damnable snake.
The slow nightmare that followed grew worse by the hour. None of us slept. All the ship's officers not on duty kept on with that endless search. Passengers locked themselves in their cabins or huddled together in the lounges, knowing all the time that no spot on board could be called safe. Fear was a heavy fog in the lungs of all of us, and every light on the vessel burned throughout the night. Morning came, brought no relief. Terror and tension mounted by the hour.
There now, Mrs. Crane. Stop getting yourself all worked up and go back to your cabin.
Oh.
The horrid thing's probably crawled overboard
Oh,
anyway.
you're just saying that. You're paid to say that. You don't know. Nobody knows.
Now, everything's going to be all right.
If only we could do something. If all of us could only get off the ship, they could fumigate it. Yes, that's it. We've got to get off the ship. We've got to get away.
Wait. Mr. Bowman, he's going to jump.
Hold it on, lady. Nice work, Mr. Bowman. Get her down to her cabin. And whatever you do, don't turn her loose.
You never know when it might strike you. You can't put on a coat or move a chair without risking your life. Something's got to be done. It might be right here in this lounge.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Duff. Better quiet down and take it easy.
Take it easy? You're a great officer. Why don't you do something about it? That thing might be crawling around here right under our feet somewhere.
I said, shut up. They're trying to start a panic.
I got a right to talk. I don't want to die. Nobody's going to tell me what.
The second night passed. Morning came round again. A gray and rainy day that dragged past. And then night came down again. Third night of the terror. Again, every light burned. The whole ship seethed in the throes of incipient panic. Faced by a horror they'd never met on the sea before, crew and officers alike were on the verge of revolt. Passengers sat huddled in a trance-like stupor, ready to scream at the slightest unknown sound. 7 bells, I made my way forward to the chart room, found Captain Wood bent over his desk.
Oh, hello, Christopher. Come on in. Sit down.
It's got to be somewhere, Captain Wood. It's got to be.
I don't know. You could search the ship for 6 months and never touch all the places aboard. If we can only hold out for 2 more days, we'll be in.
What's the Home Office say?
Use the latest wireless from them. Keep quiet and keep coming. What else can we do? How is it on the deck?
Pretty bad. Anything could happen.
Yes, that's why I took the guns away from the men. 1 pistol shot and we'd have a riot on our hands.
Whole thing's my fault, Captain Wood. That's what I can't forget.
Take it easy.
Now, if there was only some way I could pay for it myself alone.
No.
I know how you feel. But it's no more your fault than mine, or the man who asked you to bring that snake back alive. Nobody planned this. You'd better try to get a little sleep, boy. Mr. Bowman made some coffee down in the steward's galley a while ago. Why don't you go on down and get yourself a cup? Then rest for a couple of hours. Huh?
Rest? I can't rest.
Christopher. Not going to help anything if you stumble through a hatch half asleep and break your neck, is it? You go and get some coffee. One way or another, we've got to hold out for 2 more days.
Light was on the steward's galley. Coffee pot was standing on the stove. Still warm, so I didn't bother to heat it. Poured out a cup, carried it over and set it on the porcelain tabletop in the center of the room. Started to light a cigarette. The door of the pan cupboard beneath the sink was standing slightly ajar. I happened to glance toward it. I dropped the cigarette, moved slowly backward. I'd found the Bushmaster. As I moved, the snake slid out of the cupboard in a single sinuous glide, drew back into a loose coil on the galley floor, never taking his eyes off me. I moved slowly back, waiting any moment for that deadly, slithering strike. How had he known it was me? He'd stayed quiet when Bowman was here. How had he picked the first time in 5 days that I was without a gun? My hands touched the bulkhead behind me, and I stopped. Only then I realized the terror of what I'd done. The call button and the door were on the far side of the room. I'd backed into a dead end. I stared at the snake in fascination, expecting any moment the ripping flash of those poison fangs. The horrid coil tightened a little, then was still again. 10 million years of evolution to produce this moment. Homo sapiens versus Lachesis muta. A man against mute fate. And all the odds were on fate. I knew then that I was going to die. Feel the sweat run down between the painted walls and the palms of my hands pressing against it. My skin crawled and twitched, and the pit of my stomach was as cold as ice. There was no sound but the rush of blood in my ears. The snake shifted again, drawing into a tighter coil, always tighter. Why didn't the devil get it over with? Then, just for an instant, his head veered away. Something moved over by the stove. I didn't dare turn to look at it. Slowly, it moved out into my line of vision. It was a cat. That scrawny cat Clara that Mother Willis had sneaked aboard in LaGuardia. Its back was arched and every hair stood on it. It moved stiff-legged now, walking in a half circle around the snake. The Bushmaster moved slowly and kept watching the cat. He tightened. He was going to strike at any second. He struck and missed. The cat was barely out of reach. Now she was walking back and forth again. She was asking to die. Missed again. By a fraction of an inch. He was striking now without even going to a full coil. Missed. Again and again, always missing by the barest margin. Each time the cat danced barely out of reach, and each time she countered with one precise pat of a dainty paw, bracing her skinny frame on 3 stiff legs. And then suddenly I realized what she was doing. The Bushmaster was tired. The one strike was just an instant slow, but in that split second, sharp claws raked across the evil head and ripped out both the lidless eyes. The cat had deliberately blinded the snake. He didn't bother to coil now, but slid after her in a fury, striking wildly and rapidly, always missing. And every strike was a little slower than the last one, until finally... The snake's neck stretched out at the end of a strike. The cat made one leap and sank her razor-sharp teeth just back of the ugly head. Sank her until they crunched bone. Tooth and claw, she clung as the monster snake flailed and lashed on the floor, striving to get those hideous coils around her, trying to break her hold, to shake off the claw and certain paralyzing death that gradually crept over him and at last stilled his struggles forever. I took a deep breath. The first in minutes. The cat lay on her side on the floor, panting, resting from the fight just over. she had a right to rest. That mangy, brave, beautiful alley cat. It just saved my life. And maybe others as well. But as I turned toward the stove, I suddenly became very humble. And I knew all at once what a small thing a human being really is. I and others aboard were still alive only by the merest accident. There were 3 reasons why that cat had fought and killed the world's deadliest snake. And those 3 reasons came tottering out from under the stove on shaky little legs. 3 kittens with their eyes bright with wonder and their tails stiff as pokers. Up on the decks, hundreds of passengers were waiting for the news that the days and nights of terror were ended. They could wait a little longer. I pulled open the doors of the cabinet, found a can of milk. Then I dropped down on my knees on the floor of the galley.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and tonight brought to you A Shipment of Mute Fate by Martin Storm, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, featuring Harry Bartell as Chris Warner, Barry Kroger as Captain Wood, and Peggy Weber as Mother Willis, with Don Diamond, Sarah Selby, and Frank Gersto. Special effects by David Light. The musical score was conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week,
you are hanging by your fingertip on the sheer face of an ice cliff, suspended 2,000 feet above instant death, with your strength running out, and with no chance for escape.
next week, escape with C.E. Montague's exciting story, Action. Good night, then, until the same time next week, when CBS again offers you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now let's see what Fibber, Magee, and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills and his orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen, realizing the tremendous interest you all have in the election returns tonight, NBC has arranged to bring you the latest results at intervals during our program.
And now Billy Mills and his orchestra open the show with So You're the One. When you walk on wax, you save your floors. You've heard me say this before, but I like to repeat it because it illustrates so clearly the protection offered by genuine Johnson's Wax. The reason why this famous floor wax saves work and saves money throughout the year. When you apply a coat of Johnson's Wax to your floors, you're protecting them with a tough, invisible wax shield. A shield that guards the finish against scratches, scars, and dirt. Of course, that's only half the Johnson Wax story, because floors that are regularly Johnson Wax become more beautiful with every application. They have that rich, mellow glow so much desired by better housekeepers. Add to this the 100 extra uses for genuine Johnson's wax, for furniture, woodwork, leather goods, and you understand why it is in so many homes everywhere. You can buy genuine Johnson's wax in the familiar paste or liquid form, and in the new cream wax, especially formulated for furniture and woodwork. Buy some tomorrow. Well, the Good Government Club of Wistful Vista has offered $250 to the election officials who bring out the voters in their precincts 100%. And here, presiding at the polling place, which also happens to be their home at 79 Wistful Vista, we find those two eager officials, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Well, now remember, Magee,
What?
as long as we're election officials, we've got to be absolutely nonpartisan.
Okay, but who are we going to be nonpartisan again?
Excuse me, please, President Cupie. I'd like to vote.
Why, hello, Mr. DePopulis.
Your name, please, Nick.
Nicholas Agatakis Prometheus G. DePopulis.
Oh, what's the G stand for?
Junior.
Then you got the same name as your old man.
Oh, no. Papa's name is being Nicholas Agatakis Prometheus C. DePopulis.
Oh, what's the C for?
Senior.
Okay, let it go. Here's your ballot, Nick. Mark it in the other room, then fold it and put it in this little box right here.
Ugly duckling, kidder. But if I'd only known it was this much trouble to elect the President of the United States, it's certainly worth it, isn't it?
Imagine giving a dumbbell like him the vote, Molly.
Well, the first time you voted, you weren't so smart either, dearie.
Why, what did I do?
You took a ruler and a pair of scissors with you.
What?
You said as long as you were going to split your ticket, you wanted it to look neat.
That was before I knew how... I'll get it.
Okay.
Hello? Yes. 13th Precinct, polling place. Judge Magee speaking. No, we ain't allowed to give out any information. No, we don't know how the voting is going for any candidate. No. Oh, well, you'll just have to wait for the morning press, I guess. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Gallup.
Was that George Gallup?
No, Charlie, a fellow I used to know in the circus.
Oh.
He used to play the cantaloupe in the parade.
No, you don't mean cantaloupe. You mean he played the calamity.
Molly, a calamity is something bad.
Well, I never heard one played good.
One what?
One of those steam pianos, those antelopes.
That's right, if they hate antelopes. Antelopes are kind of dear.
I don't care how much they cost. I don't like it. And for your information, dearie, a cantaloupe is a mushmelon.
Of course it's a mushmelon. I know that.
Well, how could anyone play a mushmelon in a circus?
Charlie did. He bored holes into it and played it like a sweet potato. It was a little drippy, but it had rhythm. Never forget one time we played Mishawaka, Indiana, and Charlie couldn't find a cantaloupe for love nor money. Had to use a persimmon. Yeah, he played the parade all right, but his face was so puckered up he couldn't get near nobody for 3 weeks. Everybody thought he was going to kiss him. Well, so the following week we were...
Huh? You know what you can get me for Christmas?
No, what?
A big, beautifully colored, handsomely framed Rand McNally map of that dream world you live in. Now, let's get back to work, dear.
Okay. How many more votes do we need to get 100% turnout?
About 22.
22?
Yeah.
Hey, that's pretty good. Only
Right.
22 more, huh? Well, looks like we might win that $250, Molly. Gee, wouldn't that be great?
Mm-hmm.
Wonder how the election's coming on in other parts of the country.
Well, search me.
Shall I turn on the radio?
Well, I was going to turn it on myself, and then I got worried.
What was you worried about?
Well, that radio of ours is so old, I was afraid we'd get returns from the Coolidge campaign.
Well, let's try it. I'll get the NBC newsroom in New York. Quiet in the polling place, please. We're going to get some election returns.
Here are the last-minute election returns. Roosevelt has taken an early lead in the presidential election on the basis of incomplete returns which have now come in from the South, the East, and a part of the Midwest. The NBC Election Totalizer Board here in New York now shows these figures. Roosevelt, 2,605,000. Wilkie, 2,037,000. This represents approximately 9% of the total votes cast today. Roosevelt is holding a narrow lead in the important states of Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania, and Illinois, and also in Connecticut. Returns from New York, which represents 47 electoral votes, are just beginning to come in. And here are bulletins from various states as they're coming into the NBC newsroom. New York, the first election district reporting tonight of 804 in Bronx County, home of Democratic National Chairman Edward Flynn. Tonight gave Wilkie 420 to 400 for Roosevelt. Rome, New York. Roosevelt defeated Wilkie 7,345 to 6,563 in the city of Rome in an unofficial tabulation of votes in the first upstate city reported, complete in today's election. Cleveland, Ohio. The Cleveland Plain dealer, which supported Wendell Wilkie, predicted tonight that President Roosevelt would carry Ohio by 150,000 votes. Here is a bulletin. Washington at 9:30 p.m. With returns far from complete, Roosevelt was leading in states having a total electoral vote of 277, as follows. Alabama, Arkansas, Connecticut, Florida, Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, North Dakota, New Hampshire, New Mexico, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, and West Virginia. Wilkie was leading in states with an aggregate electoral vote of 179, as follows. Arizona, Colorado, Delaware, Kansas, Maine, Michigan, Missouri, Nebraska, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Vermont, Wisconsin. Keep tuned in to this station for further election returns.
Now we return you to Fibber, Magee, and Molly as Billy Mills and his orchestra play Bojangles of Harlem.
We going to turn in 100% vote in this precinct?
I believe we are, Magee. Oh, there's only a few more.
Hey, Mr. Magee, how old you got to be to vote?
21, Flanagan.
Gee, that's great. I'll bring my son over right away.
But, Mr. Flanagan, I thought your son was only 16.
He is, but he's heard so many campaign speeches, he's aged 5 years.
It's wonderful what radio has done for politics, isn't it, dear?
Yeah, it is. Used to be a speaker had to get up on a stump to talk. Now they stand in front of a mic and get themselves out on a limb.
How do you do, Mr. McGee? And Mr. McGee. Does one do one's voting in here?
Yes, one does, Mrs. Uppington. Will one step up to the desk, please?
Raise your right hand, Duffy.
Oh, must I be sworn in?
No, but that dress is so tight, I just wondered if you could do it. Okay, let it down. Now then, a few questions, Duffy, please. Your name?
Uppington. Mrs. Abigail Uppington.
Resident?
Stucco.
Go on, your house is brick.
I thought so, too, until I paid for it.
Huh?
Then I realized I got stucco. Oh, how I got stucco. Oh, nice.
That's a very old joke, Mrs. Uppington.
It's a very old house.
Duffy, you're hotter than the short order kitchen tonight, you know what? You ought to save that material. Indefinitely.
I intend to, Mr. McGee. You know, I expect to write someday.
Oh, and you'll love it, too, Duffy. I remember when I learned to write. The teacher says to me...
Please, Mr. McGee. Enough of this. My ballot, please.
Just a moment, Mrs. Uppington. Your age, please.
I am 50... let us just say over 21.
Oh, now, Uppy, not you.
Yes, really I am, Mr. McGee.
That's the way I did that.
No, I realize I have the face of a young girl.
Well, you'd better give it back to her. You're getting it all wrinkled.
Well, really, now, my ballot, please, and where do I vote?
Oh, here you are, Uppy, and just go through that door there, Uppy. You'll find the...
No, not that door. No.
Hey, Molly.
Yes?
After election, remind me to straighten out that closet.
Did you see Mrs. Uppington get out of there? Lovely footwork.
Yeah, she's a little lightweight still.
Hey, what on earth is that? Look, somebody's making a speech out there.
Oh, he can't do that. He's electioneering within 100 feet of a polling place. I'll put a stop to that. Come on, Molly.
Say, my friends, the Johnson self-polishing glow coat, the people's choice, should be elected to office. And not only to the office, but to the home. Because it saves hours of housework and is so easy to use. Glow coat requires no rubbing and no buffing. And gives new luster and beauty to your kitchen linoleum. That is why I say, vote for Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, regardless of party. And if you must have a party, be sure and use glow coat, because all good parties wind up in the kitchen.
I think I'm going to start carrying smelling salts with me, Molly.
What for?
Someday Wilcox is going to forget that tricky stuff and simply say, folks, now I'm going to talk about Johnson's glow coat. And when he does that, I'll think.
Never mind that, McGee. If we want to win that prize, we better get some of these voters in here.
Yeah.
Why don't you call some of them up?
Hey, that's a great idea, Molly. Give me the phone, thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, huh? Who? Your sister. Chopped off her what?
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. What happened?
Mert's sister was singing the old Oaken Bucket at the radio station, and they chopped off 8 bars off her chorus. What say, Mert? Oh, our line is out of order, huh? Okay, Mert. Thanks anyway. Can you imagine that?
Well, there's still time for the rest of the vote.
Oh, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Give me a ballot.
Well, okay, old-timer. Here you are. A few questions first, though. Here's where we find out how old this fellow, what his really name is, Molly.
Yes. Name, please.
Okay, old-timer. Come on. What's your name?
Couldn't Tame ask me again? I'll tell you the same.
For goodness sake, don't be so sorry, Mr. Old-Timer. If you don't answer the questions, you can't vote, you know.
Oh, but darn it, daughter. Why have I got to give you all this information?
To make your vote legal, old-timer.
How do you know what's legal, Johnny?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I've been in politics since I was knee-high to a ward heeler, old-timer. Committeeman, alderman, mayor. Why, when I was prosecuting attorney, lawyers from all over the country used to say my pleas to the jury were the prettiest they ever heard. Pretty Please Magee, I was known as. Pretty Please Magee, proclaimed by press and public the peerless prosecutor of pilfering pickpockets, political parasites, and perfidious persons performing petty peccadillos, putting prison pajamas on poker players preying on poor punks with peculiar pasteboards and purloining property with prestidigitation, pleading with passion and pathos for poor people in pretty pickles, a peppy personality with a capital P, but here's more returns from NBC.
Incomplete election returns are now available from 40 of the 48 states. And on a basis of these incomplete returns, President Roosevelt is leading Wendell Willkie in both the popular and the indicated electoral vote. States having 277 electoral votes are leaning toward Roosevelt. Willkie is holding a lead in states with an aggregate electoral vote of 179. The NBC election chart now shows 2,820,909 for Roosevelt, 2,229,322 for Willkie, with 10% of the total returns in. These are accurate figures based on news services. Manchester, New Hampshire. A neck-and-neck battle for New Hampshire's 4 electoral votes developed tonight as early returns trickled in from scattered communities in the Granite State, which 4 years ago staged the tightest finish in the nation in that presidential race. Returns from 53 of the state's 294 precincts gave President Roosevelt 9,564 votes to 9,312 for Wendell Willkie. Pittsburgh. President Roosevelt held an unofficial lead of 35,968 votes in Pennsylvania tonight, with 332 of the state's 8,100 precincts reported. The vote: Roosevelt 149,460, Willkie 113,492. New York. The first 5 election districts to report from New York County tonight gave Roosevelt 2,080, Willkie 441. Albany, New York. 9 districts out of 212 in Albany County give Roosevelt 3,141, Willkie 975. Minneapolis. Wendell L. Willkie led President Roosevelt in the first returns from Minnesota. The Republican nominee getting 250 votes to Mr. Roosevelt's 170 in 1 precinct out of 3,696. Des Moines, Iowa. The first 3 precincts to report in Iowa in the presidential race gave Wendell Willkie 1,102 votes to 762 for President Roosevelt. The returns were from Grundy County, which had a Democratic majority in 1936. Keep tuned to this station.
Now we return you to Fibber, McGee, and Malley as the King's Men sing You Can't Tell a Man by His Hat.
Oh, once upon a time before the world had gone informal, things were normal and a girl could figure out by a man's fedora or his top hat or his Panama exactly what that man was all about.
Bankers were conservative in black or brown or blue or gray.
Actors were extravagant in green
or something distingué.
You could always recognize a carry straight from poolroom guys, but now just look what's happened to the scene. Low brows and high hats and high brows and no hats. So what is this world coming to? Zulus in earlaps and crooks in police caps. The day of discretion is through.
There was a time when you could tell a cowboy by his 10-gallon lid.
But every dude has got a headpiece now, boy, just like Billy the Kid. Now meanies wear beanies and Bing wears an old thing like something dragged in by the cat.
That distinguished beaver may be Jolson's mammy, or next year's version of Uncle Sammy.
You can't tell a man by his hat. Escorts and sailors and people in trailers are all wearing toppers and spats.
That man in the pink beret may be none other than Wallace Beery, or Whistler's mother.
You can't tell a man by his hat. Can't tell a man, can't tell a man, can't tell a man by the style of his
Well, okay there, Bud. Just fold your ballot and slip it into the ballot box there. That's all.
You mean this great big box right here, Mr. McGee?
Now, that's the one.
Thank you, sir.
You too, madam.
Oh, I'm so thrilled, really.
Huh?
It's the first time I ever voted, and I'm such an admirer of the man I voted for. I put some extra X's on the bottom of my ballot. Kisses, you know.
Well, looks like we're going to win that prize, Molly. 3 more people come in to vote, and we can close the book. Have that
there. Good day, my dear. Good day to you, big face. Give me a ballot, please.
Okay, here you are, Boomer.
And be careful how you mark it.
Yeah.
Certainly will, my dear. Can't betray the confidence of the people who bought my vote. Now, let's see. Where I put those instructions. Instructions. Had them here just a moment ago. Here's a deck of marked cards. Going to play a little rummy tonight, if he shows up. Letter from my dear old father from Vinegar, South Dakota. Says he takes his morning constitutional by walking 50 times around the jail. Yes. Round and round the vinegar jug pop goes. The weasel. Oh, yes, a couple of badly made counterfeit silver dollars. Caused me a great deal of embarrassment. Got a letter from the government telling me I'd have to get the lead out. And a check for short beer. Well, imagine that. No instructions.
Well, you'll just have to mark your ballot without them, Mr. Boomer. Right in the other room there.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. Hope there's no objection to my voting twice in each square. Never could resist a chance for a double cross.
That guy's been on so many police blotters, he writes his name backward.
Well, I'm glad he came in to vote anyway. Only 2 more and we've won $250.
Only 2 more, Molly.
I'll bet we're the only precinct in the United States that voted 100%.
I lived in one once that voted 425%. It was a wet neighborhood, and we had a bunch of floaters.
Hi, McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Come right in.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Gildersleeve. Glad to see you. What'd you come in here for?
To vote.
Fine. Here's a ballot.
Here's a pencil.
Just take it in the next room.
Now, wait a minute. Don't rush me.
Well, shucks, Gildy, you got to vote.
Who says I got to vote? I'm an American citizen, McGee.
Huh?
Nobody can make me vote.
Well, then what'd you come in here for?
To vote.
Good.
Here's a ballot.
Oh, no, you don't. You can't rush me into this.
Rush you into this. Now, look, Gildy, as one American to another, I appeal to your patriotism. I appeal to your...
Don't you wave the flag at me either, McGee. My forefathers were in this country long before yours.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, it is. My mother had 12 sisters in the DAR.
Well, I knew you had aunts, Gildersleeve, but I didn't know what they were in.
You're a hard man, McGee. Just for that, I won't vote.
Oh, dear. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Mr. Gildersleeve, not voting.
Well.
Why, your wife was the first one in when we opened up this morning.
What? She was?
Yes.
You bet she was.
Why, she's voting for a different candidate than I am.
Huh?
She can't do this to me. Give me a ballot.
Here.
Give me a pencil.
Here.
President of the X, Congressman X, Judge Municipal X.
Here. Take it in the other room and mark it.
All marked in the box. I'll show Madam Gildersleeve. Well, many happy returns, folks.
Many happy returns. Of all the corny...
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. Look.
Huh?
Look what time it is. We have to close the polls in exactly 2 minutes.
Oh, but we can't. There's still one voter that ain't come in.
Nevertheless, we'll have to close. We've got to keep it legal, you know.
Oh, but he can't do that to us. He's cheating us out of $250. Oh, come on, Bud. Whoever you are. That ratted luck. If he don't show up within 2 minutes, we're...
Say.
Good evening to the both of you.
And a very good evening to you, sir. Hurry, McGee.
Here you are, Bud. We'll just skip the questions. You only got a minute to make out your ballot.
Me what?
Your ballot. Don't stand there and argue. Hurry up. The voting booth is in the other room. We'll check your registration afterwards.
I'm not here to vote, McCushler.
Huh?
I'm from the city hall. Commentator ballot box.
Oh, dear.
The pawns are closed. Good night to you.
Well, I didn't want a new green automobile with red upholstery and the top goes up and down when you press the button anyway. Oh, Magee, darling, don't take it to heart so.
I can't help it, Molly.
Oh, now, just because some stupid, short-sighted, irresponsible, un-American rapscallion forgot to vote.
Please, Molly, don't talk like that. He ain't really a bad guy.
What? You know who it was?
Yes.
Who?
Me.
You know, there are a lot of us who have a small talent for one thing or another, painting or music or even amateur theatricals. We might occasionally do something that seems brilliant, but the next effort might be very ordinary. And that marks the main difference between talent and genius. For with the artist who has genius, every effort is brilliant and surefire. It's that way in business, too. Some products are here today, gone tomorrow, whereas others are so consistent in quality and service that they become accepted as household standards. The many products of S.C. Johnson & Son Incorporated, makers of Johnson's Wax, are surely in this category. For more than 50 years, they have been giving unfailing satisfaction. When you think of polishes, think of genuine Johnson's Wax in the familiar paste or liquid form for floors, and the new cream wax for furniture, or Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat for linoleum, Johnson's Shine Up Silver Polish, and Johnson's Car New for your car.
Let's go to the Bijou Theater, Magee. Huh? They're giving election returns during the show.
Oh, just like us, huh?
Exactly. That's why I wanted to go.
What you mean? What's there?
Election returns and no time for comedy.
Oh. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Attention car owners. What product does two things at once? It's Johnson's Car New, the sensational new auto polish that both cleans and wax polishes your car in one easy operation. It used to take hard work and cost real money to do those two jobs, but with Car New, you can do them in half the time. Car New is a liquid that dries to a white powder. Wipe this powder off, and you'll say with car owners everywhere, your car looks like new when you use Car New. Buy a can tomorrow. Get your car ready for winter. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. Last week, Flash Gordon, the invisible avenging shadow, jumped from the palace window and escaped. Azura, the witch queen, ordered him shot the next time his voice was heard. Back at the herdsman's cottage, Zarkov persuaded Dale that it was useless to follow Flash into the enemy territory, and the two settled down to wait for his return. At the palace, the wizard Tall hit upon the brilliant idea of cutting off Flash's supply of magic invisibility, thus forcing him to appear again. Then he set out at the head of a company of soldiers to locate and capture Zarkov. While this was going on, Flash discovered the cell in which they had placed Khan, the Hawkman. Still invisible, Flash snatched a flame rifle from an unsuspecting guard, and with it melted the lock on the cell door and freed his friend Khan. Just as they were about to make their escape, Khan saw Flash Gordon's hands appearing. At that moment, the witch queen Azura arrived with a company of soldiers. While Khan held them off with the flame rifle, Flash seized Azura and dragged her struggling and screaming down the corridor. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The big full-page Comic Weekly, each page printed in full colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Now we continue the story.
At last, Azura, I have you in my power.
Let go of me, Flash Gordon. How dare you lay hands on me in this manner?
You've caused me all the trouble you're going to, Azura. Come along. Down this way.
Let me go. Stop. Where are you taking me?
I'm going to take you where Zarkov and Dale are in hiding.
Oh.
Then maybe I can handle Tall and those soldiers of yours. With you out of the way, they may listen to reason.
My soldiers will fight to the last man to save me and the Blue Magic Land.
We'll have a good chance to see how true that is. Come along.
No.
We've no time to lose.
Don't you dare take me up in your arms. You.
And only a little while ago you were begging me to.
But then I thought you loved me.
Well, don't flatter yourself. This doesn't mean anything to me. I'm only trying to get us away quicker. They've seen us.
They've seen me, you mean? And I must look funny, hanging on to nothing, apparently suspended in midair. Put me down this minute.
Not until we get out of here.
Please, Flash, darling.
I'm warning you, Azora, that doesn't have any effect on me.
Oh, if I could see your face, I'd slap it.
The soldiers are in hot pursuit. If I didn't have you, I'd be able to escape them quicker.
Good. Then why don't you let me go and escape?
I've risked everything just for this moment, having you my prisoner. I won't let you go now.
Do not be a fool, Flash Gordon. My men will catch up to us. They will free me, and they will kill you.
Oh, no, they won't. They won't be able to see me.
That is no longer true. Your hands are plainly visible.
My hands?
No matter which way you run now, my men can trace you.
I'd forgotten about my hands.
Let me down, Flash, while you still have a chance to escape.
I can only find a place to hide.
You won't be able to around here.
Then we'll drop off this wall. Steady. Here we go.
Oh!
We made it. We're outside the palace grounds. With their guns and equipment, it'll take those soldiers a few seconds longer than it took us to get to the ground. That's all the start I need.
Where are you heading?
Toward those hills yonder. I can lose the soldiers once we get among the hills.
No, you must not go that way.
I see an iron door over there.
No.
Looks like we're way out for it. Here we are. Come on, Azora. Through this iron door.
No, Flash, no. See the sign? It says death to all who enter here.
I could put up another one just now reading death to all who do not enter here. Those soldiers will be right along. In you go. Quickly, Azora.
No, Flash. This is the pit of peril.
I don't care what it is. Get through that door.
Back in the forest, Dr. Zarkov and Dale continue to pile up a supply of firewood.
Watch out, Dale. Here she goes.
My, what a big crash that was.
It is a pretty big fellow.
Aren't you tired, Dr. Zarkov? I should think you would be. I'm tired just picking up the branches and chips.
I am sorry, Dale. I should have been more considerate. Myself, I am a strong man. But you are a girl unused to hard work. We can rest a while.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Zarkov. What are you doing to the invisible ray machine?
Hiding it in the branches of this tree I have just cut down. I think it better be kept out of sight.
Why don't you put it in the cottage?
Somebody would be sure to look in there, Dale. But they would not bother with a big tree lying on its side.
Oh, you're a very clever man, Dr. Zarkov.
Not clever, just cautious.
Suppose somebody should come around. Where would you hide us?
There is a little loft up over the door. If we should see any of Azura's searching party coming, or should we be taken by surprise, climb up in there. The cottage is so bare, they would never bother to search it carefully.
The loft above the door. I'll remember that.
Now, I will put this machine among the branches and camouflage it. An old war trick.
Dr. Zarkov, I know you think I'm being silly, but I can't help worrying about Flash. Why doesn't he come back?
I must at all times tell the truth, Dale. I do not know.
Oh.
Although I have not said anything, I too have been wondering why he has not returned by now.
There is only one answer. Flash has been captured.
Well, either that or else he has been besieged someplace and cannot get to us.
Then we must go to him.
I have considered that, Dale. But if we leave here and Flash manages to return, how will we get together? He will not know where we have gone.
We can leave him a note.
No. Flash will probably want another electrical treatment.
Oh, I never thought of that.
There must be someone here to give it to him.
I can give it to him. Dr. Zarkov, you go and see what's happened to Flash. I'll stay here in case he returns.
Are you sure
that I can give him the electrical charge?
Yes.
Of course I can. Just tell me the reading of the dial. I've seen you do it twice now.
You will not be afraid here alone?
What is there to be afraid of? We've plenty of wood for a fire, and I won't leave the cottage while you're gone.
Very well. If you're sure
I'm very sure. Oh, please go and see what's happened to Flash.
I will. The reading of the dial is 1250.
1250. I'll remember.
Here, you take my ray pistol. I will take the axe with me.
All right.
I saw a horse wandering on a hill over there the other day. I will catch it and ride to the palace. Remember, stay close to the cottage.
I will. Good luck, Dr. Zarkov. And tell Flash I love him.
I will. Goodbye, Dale.
Goodbye.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Meanwhile, back at the palace, Khan vanquishes the soldiers with his flame rifle.
We surrender.
So you realize what you're up against, do you? Good. Throw down those guns. From now on, you'll take your orders from me. You understand?
We understand, yes, Captain.
Now then, where is General Tao? I want to talk to him.
Tall is not here. He's away.
Away, is he? Where?
Searching for the scientist and the girl.
For Zarkov and Princess Dale, eh? Well, he's going to have a long search. When he comes back, empty-handed, tell him I want to see him.
Yes, Captain.
Woe unto us. Woe unto the land of blue magic men.
Who's that?
Latsup, Captain.
What's the matter, Latsup?
The Queen. Queen Azura. Woe unto us.
Well, speak. What has happened to her?
The shadow.
The shadow got her?
Yes.
Good.
And he dragged her into the pit of peril.
The pit of peril?
Yes. We pursued the Queen in the shadow to the door which says, "Death to all who enter here." The two went through the door. It clanged shut in our faces.
What lies behind that door, Latsup?
It is the pit of the death dwarfs. The Queen is lost, and the shadow will be killed too.
I hope not. Listen, soldiers. Until it is proved otherwise, I am in charge here. I rule in the name of King Flash the First. Do you understand? Flash Gordon is a mighty man. He does not fear death, nor does death overtake him, as you have found out. So I shall not give up hope, as you have. While there is life, there is hope for Flash Gordon. Take me to this iron door.
While this is happening, Dale Arden bravely watches for the return of her sweetheart. As she stands looking over the horizon, she sees a troop of Azura's soldiers riding into the valley, straight toward the cottage. Remembering Zarkov's instructions, Dale goes into the cottage and climbs up to the loft over the door and shuts the door after her. Into the clearing in which the cottage stands, the horses gallop, and at a signal from their leader, General Tall, they dismount.
Tall! Men, we haven't seen any traces of that Earth wizard yet, but he must be around somewhere. This place looks as though it had been recently occupied. Search it.
General, this wood has been freshly cut, General Tall.
This big tree has been freshly chopped down, General.
Then this must be in the hiding place of the Earth Wizard. Search the grounds. I'll look in the cottage. There is no one in here, and the place is barely furnished. They must have seen us coming and cleared out.
No signs of anyone around, General. But there is every indication of a hasty departure.
And he can't be far off. After him, men. And to make sure he doesn't come back here, we'll burn this cottage to the ground. You, give me that torch. I'll see that it's done myself.
Meanwhile, Flash and Azura are making their way through the pit of peril.
Let us go back, Flash. Do not go any further.
Nothing's happened to us so far, Azura. Why are you so frightened?
I drove the warrior dwarfs down into these tunnels and pits. I execute prisoners by throwing them to the dwarfs.
Well, aren't you their queen? They won't hurt you.
They hate me. I'm the cause of their banishment. They vowed vengeance if they ever caught me.
Well, they haven't caught you yet. Come along.
Oh, Flash.
What is it?
I can see your head now. You are becoming visible again.
I'm sorry to hear that. My remaining invisible is our best bet.
Oh, Flash, take me back. I'm not appealing to you as a queen. I am asking you as a woman who is frightened for her life. Take me back to my own people. I will do anything you say. Anything.
Oh, no, Azura. I know your trick. You turned me over to Tall and his torturers.
No. I swear I will see that you are not harmed. I will make you king. I will obey you forever. I will grant your every desire, fulfill your every wish. Oh, Flash, on my bended knees, I beg of you, take me out of here. Take me back.
Listen. Too late, Azura. Here come the dwarfs. Go and meet them.
They will capture me.
Let them.
Flash, you're not going to let them capture me. They will kill me.
No, they won't. I shall be near you.
Next Sunday, you will find these adventures graphically portrayed in full-color action pictures in the Comic Weekly, which is distributed with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Meet all the characters face to face, and thus gain the added thrill of knowing them by sight as well as by voice. These remarkable people should be seen as well as heard. Flash Gordon, Dale Arden, and Dr. Zarkov are from the Earth, but Azura, Tal, Khan, and many other characters are from the planet Mongol, where our story takes place. You will also see many old favorite characters, including Toots and Casper, Barney Google, and the Katzenjammer Kids. So be sure to get the Comic Weekly each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And next week at the same time, we'll be back on this station with another chapter in the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
Mr. Allen, Mr. Allen.
It isn't Evelyn and her magic violin, Kitty.
The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guest Gregory Randolph, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And if you ever want to have me paid, my name is Kenny Delmar. Tonight we bring you the Man of the Year for 1929, a bad year. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Everybody from Missouri is coming to Washington. Covered wagons are leaving Kansas City on the half hour.
Well, who's left in Missouri, Fred?
Well, nobody, Kenny. Next year, Missouri isn't going to bother electing a governor. They're just going to hire a caretaker to walk through the state with a lantern one night a week, I hear. Our friends in Allen's Alley will be nickeled to death in theaters tonight.
Have you a question?
Wait a minute. Let me read that again. Our friends will be nickeled to death. No, it's the line. I thought it was my reading. Well, Portland. We'd be better off just showing up with some blank paper here. And so our question tonight is, how do you feel about Mayor LaGuardia's return to private life?
Shall we go?
As the man said when he saw the lighted cigarette on the floor, let's step on it. Gosh, Portland, it's good to be back in Allen's Alley. Well, let's see what Titus Moody is up to tonight.
Howdy, Bob.
Say, Mr. Moody, you look shorter tonight.
First time I ever wore a union suit and stockings.
Well, what makes you look shorter?
Just trying to keep up my stockings.
Your stockings?
Yeah. This little door hangs down on the back of the union suit.
Well, I
know. And when I button that door onto my stockings,
yes,
it pulls me down 6 inches.
Yes, it'll do it every time. Well, Mr. Moody, what do you think about Mayor LaGuardia leaving office?
Why, he's been a good mayor, what there is of him.
Well, what kind of work do you think he should go in for?
He'd be a good man on the farm, Bub.
Well, how do you mean?
He's the only man I know that can milk a cow standing up.
Tell me, Mr. Moody, do you think the mayor is sorry to go?
Oh, I know just how he feels, Bud.
You do, huh?
Yeah, I used to be mayor in my town.
You were the mayor?
Yeah, but I wasn't no LaGuardia.
You mean,
After working around the farm for 30 years,
Yes?
I didn't smell like no little flower. Go on, now.
It's too bad Mr. Moody isn't sheriff. He could pinch himself and see if he's awake. Well, let's see what happens at this next house.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about Mayor LaGuardia retiring from City Hall?
I'm writing about Mayor LaGuardia's farewell poem.
A farewell poem. How does your ode to the mayor go?
I'm reciting it.
Fine.
The time is coming, Fiorello, to saying goodbye to you. For 12 long years in office, progress was your goal. But there is yet a housing shortage, and the subways fell in the hole. On your radio program Sunday, you were in a fighting mood, cracking down on gamblers and bookies, shouting patience with fortitude. You explained to us the OPA, told us bargains to get by Magee, gave recipes for pasta fazool. You also read Dick Tracy. To City Hall you are leaving. To you our hats we doff. Goodbye, dear Mayor LaGuardia. Good luck and mazel tov.
And as the sun slowly sinks behind our beloved mayor, we say adieu to City Hall and turn to the 5 DeMarco sisters. The girls, accompanied by Maestro Al Goodman and the Sanitation Department Symphony, sing Let It Snow.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful, and since there's no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. With having no signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping, sound like a good way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally say goodnight, how I hate going out in the storm, but if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and the dear will still goodbye. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I hate going out in the sun. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Oh, the fire is dying, and my dear will still goodbye. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. I don't care, let it snow, let it snow.
Maestro Al Goodman and his Spanish Farmer Fusiliers have just played a few sweet bars of symphony. And now, say, Portland,
Yes?
have you an aspirin?
An aspirin?
Something's wrong with my stomach.
If you button your coat, nobody'll notice it.
Now, wait. Never mind that Eddie Cantor comedy. I am in agony.
What's wrong?
Well, tomorrow night, I am going on information, please, with Gregory Ratoff. You know, the big director at 20th Century Fox? And yesterday, Mr. Ratoff gave me 2 passes for the Roxy Theater to see the new 20th Century Fox picture, Leave It to Heaven. It was wonderful. Technicolor and
How did you get sick?
Well, after I left the Roxy, Mr. Ratoff invited me to meet him for a Russian dinner at a little restaurant in the village called the Shashlik Shanty. Well, I went down to the Shashlik Shanty. As I walked in the door, the Gypsy Orchestra was just finishing a number. They had a noisy clientele at the shanty. Well, as I As I looked around, I heard a voice saying,
Waiter, I want this dinner should be colossal, terrific, sensational. Anything else, sir? Yes. Also, the food should be fit to eat.
Gregory Ratoff. Say, you look excited, Gregory.
I am just ordering the dinner.
And how I'm looking forward to it, Gregory.
Fred, have you ever eaten a Russian meal?
Plenty of food, huh?
A Russian banquet is like a 6-day bicycle race, only with stomachs.
Oh, yeah. Well, what happened?
Well, before the dinner starts, we drink a toast to the chef.
Fine.
Then we are drinking a toast to each individual guest.
I see.
Next, a toast to all of the friends of the guests who are not there at the banquet.
That's a nice gesture.
Then we drink a toast to the friends of the friends who are not there.
Say, this sounds like a testimonial dinner to W.C. Field. How many more toasts are there?
Well, we drink a toast to all of the toasts we have drunk. And then the banquet begins.
You start with the food, eh?
Yeah. First, you are getting the zakutka. In English, this is hors d'oeuvre.
Caviar?
Caviar is for the waiter.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the guests are having pickled mushrooms, pickled smelt, pickled cabbage, pickled herring, pickled pancakes, pickled eggs, and pickled kumquats.
Pickled kumquats, huh? Well, after all those toasts, the guests must be pickled, too. Tell me, what comes next?
All kind of soup.
What kind?
Borscht.
Boy?
You see, borscht is a deep soup with sour cream.
I see. Well, what is that smetana with sour cream?
That is sour cream with, on the top, more sour cream.
Well, fine. Tell me, do you have fish with a Russian dinner?
First, they are serving you 2 big cucumbers. This must be. It's a tradition.
You have to have 2 big cucumbers, eh? Why?
Well, for fish, you are getting on the plate a live sturgeon.
A live sturgeon?
Yeah. You are beating the sturgeon to death with the 2 cucumbers.
This is some dinner.
Well, for the next course, the meat, you are standing up.
You're standing up? Well, what is the meat course?
Baked polar bear in the jacket.
Polar bear in the jacket, huh? And you say you have to stand?
Well, the bear is served reading up on his hind legs with kidney juice.
Well, don't tell me that each diner gets an individual polar bear.
Oh, no. It is 4 people to a bear.
Oh, 4 people to a bear.
Yeah, you start with the bear feet and you're reaching up as far as you can reach.
A short guest is out of luck, then.
Well, it's better to be tall. You're reaching farther up on the bear.
Well, what comes with the bear, Gregory?
Oh, all kinds of side dishes, wheel omelets, boiled potatoes with raspberry jam, raw eggplant, walrus on casserole, penguin gratin, pot roast stuffed with meatballs, and back with cake, with plenty of corn syrup.
This ends the meal?
Oh, no. After this, you're heading to dessert.
Oh, dessert? Well, what is dessert?
A lot of pumpernickel floating lazily in a heaping bowl of honey.
Yum, yum.
Well, on the top of the pumpernickel is a big gob of whipped cream.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, this you are washing down with a piping hot glass of tea.
Say, a Russian dinner must be wonderful, Gregory. What are we having here at the Shashlik Shanty tonight?
Ham and eggs.
Ham and eggs?
Ah, that Russian food ruins my stomach. I'm always taking Alka-Seltzer.
Oh, really? How do people in Russia know about Alka-Seltzer?
Lend-Lease.
Oh, Lend-Lease. Well, you and I are going to be on Information Police tomorrow night. Greg, I wonder what questions they'll ask us.
Who knows? I hope it is something about Russia and the Big Three.
Well, Russia is certainly progressing. They're copying American mass production methods, automobiles, iceboxes.
Russia is behind the times in only one thing, the radio.
You mean they have no radio programs over there like ours?
When I go to Russia, I would like to take some American programs with me.
Say, that's a great idea. American radio should be a novelty in Russia.
Say, how about the Smiling Irishman? Do you think the Smiling Irishman would suffer in the translation?
Suffer in the translation? Well, in Russia, you might have to call him the snickering Siberian, the chuckling Caucasian, or the jolly Georgian. But here's a commercial, Gregory. Let's see how the smiling Irishman would sound in Moscow.
Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья и товарищи, мамочка моя дорогая. Это ваш старый друг и приятель. Если вам нужны деньги, привозите вас в Шевроле. Всегда помните, что у вас всегда Юскар. И от меня вы всегда получите топ-прайсов. Не забывайте, что я переехал в новое место, куда вы можете приехать на вашем автомобиле. 271 Литвинов Бульвар in the back. Не забывайте вашего старого друга, Дальнатин Литвак, Толя Литвак.
Tell me, what other type program do you think they might like in Russia?
News commentators. You know, the Russians are crazy about the gossip.
Well, for gossip, there's only one guy. Now, here's how he might sound in Russia. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Soviet Russia and all the autonomous republics. This is your Moscow correspondent, Waldovich Winchelkovich. Let's go to press. Moscow, Russia. What assistant district manager of what tractor combine is making a fool of himself over that little blonde steel puddler from Kharkov? They were seen necking near the Dnieper hydroelectric dam Friday night. More power to them. It's a blasted event for the Sergei Menshevik. He is the former Miss Collective Farms for 1937. He is the crossword puzzle editor and financial advisor of Pravda. And Orchid's plant superintendent S. Stanovsky. He is responsible for this month's sensational 30% rise in the production of balalaika picks. This is the same Stanovsky who only last year won the Shostakovich Award for his outstanding work on trombone valves. And now to answer the mail as the time allows. Nikolai Petrovich, 327 Potemkin Plaza, Smolensk. So are you, comrade. Well, that's all for tonight, Tavarachi. This is Mrs. Winchelkovich's boy, Waldovich, saying, be proud you are a Russian. Because when you are a Russian, you are a Russian. Well, that should keep Moscow up to date, Gregory.
You know, I wonder if that was the same little steel puddler from Kharkov who went to the Dnieper Dam with me in 1912. Oh, no, it couldn't be. Should be 85 years old now.
Oh, man. Well, Gregory, can you think of any other American programs the Russian folks would go for?
Yes, Fred. Serial.
Serial? You really think they like serial programs over there?
With all that suffering and tragedy, they will go crazy for the serial, Fred.
Really?
A true Russian is never so happy as when he's unhappy.
Well, all right, Gregory. Now, here is how a Russian serial might sound. And now we present Just Plain Misha.
When we left Just Plain Misha yesterday, he was in a sorry plight. He had 24 hours to decide whether he should marry Masha Kosovkin, the poor little gypsy girl who saved his life when his threshing machine bundled him into a bale of hay. Or marry wealthy Sonia Grumskin, daughter of Commissar Grumskin. Life with Masha will be poverty, black bread and skimmed milk. Life with Sonia will be luxury, seltzer water, anchovies, and rich food. It is hard to choose. Today we find Just Plain Misha at the door of Master Kosovkin's hut. Misha knocks. Masha opens the door.
Misha!
Masha!
Come in, Misha.
Спасибо, Masha.
The family is all here waiting, Misha.
Waiting for what, Masha?
The inevitable. In Russia, what else is there to wait for?
Yeah, only the inevitable.
Ничего, Misha.
Ничего, Masha. Who is mourning, Masha?
Grandpa Boris, the old one. His leg is in the fire.
Why doesn't he move?
Why doesn't he move? Why should he move? He lives here. True, Misha.
True, Masha. Grandpa Boris is mourning again.
His other leg is in the fire.
He is cremating himself.
At least he is warm. Leave him.
You have plenty of trouble, Master.
Trouble, mister. There is no food. The mice are eating each other.
A man just looked out of the oven.
It is Uncle Igor. We are having him for dinner. Everything is trouble, mister.
I have more trouble for you, Master.
More trouble, mister?
Yes, Master. Our wedding is off. I am going to marry Sonia.
Well, life is a pill, you swallow it. Drink a glass tea, mister.
I am drinking, Master.
Now you are having trouble, mister.
Trouble, Master?
The tea is poison, mister.
A black year on you, Master.
You are angry, mister.
Serving me poison tea I could overlook.
Da, mister.
But this is Rosa. When you serve tea without lemon, you should drop dead.
I will.
They did. Goodbye, Bublitsky, and I'll miss you, Master.
Well, those cereals would be great in Russia, Gregory. People would be killing themselves off. You'd have a new family on the air every other day. Well, I guess that takes care of most of your problems, Greg, old boy.
Just one more thing, Fred.
Another program?
Jingles. I would like to introduce some of these singing jingles to Russia.
All right. When jingles hit the Moscow network, you'll hear something like this. Vodka Cola is a new drink that is good for the proletariat. For only a ruble you get a lot. Vodka Cola hits the spot. Ruble, 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 ruble.
Fred Allen will be back again next week. And now we take you to the Cafe Zanzibar for the music of Duke Ellington.
Lose that old legato. We're not playing now. Makes the restless idle.
You heard the joyous Carol singing that one. That was Riff Staccato. Now Duke Ellington's vocalist Albert Fibber to the microphone with Johnny Hodges in the alto saxophone background. Every hour on the hour. Another dream comes true. Every second that you hear me, the thrill is still the same. For the first time I see you, before I knew your name. We don't have to be together for me to feel your touch. Just the thought of you can make me want you so much. Every second, every minute, you're in my heart and there. Every hour of the hour, I fall in love vocalist was Albert Hitler. Now, if this next one is not a novelty tune, this title certainly is. Here comes Harlem Air Shaft.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Cut? Sure. I'll cut. Well, Brewer? Hit me. That's enough. You beat 19? 20 will do it. Yeah, you're lucky today, Brewer. Against a dealer like you, Vince, that ain't luck so much. What do you mean by that? Well, I figure maybe you've been letting me win. And then later on, things sort of change, and you'll get all this back, and I'll keep plunging till you got all mine, too. Brewer, I've killed men for that kind of talk. What kind of men? You're in Dodge now, Mr. Gambler. You ain't gonna kill nobody. Less'n he's drunk and I'm sober. I'll be back this evening, Vint, and I'm bringing a friend, Jack Salter, with me. The game's open. Bring anybody you like. Salter won't be gambling. He'll just sit here and watch you deal. Got any objections? Why should I? You shouldn't, if you like living. See you later.
Sit down, Vin.
Yeah.
You look worried.
I am. That fella Brewer just walked out of here with a lot of my money. He's coming back tonight to play some more.
And what are you worried about?
Sure, I was setting him up, Nan. Let him win a little and then take everything he's got.
But he's bringing a friend back with him to help watch me deal.
You mean he's on to you?
Yeah,
Who's the friend?
Jack Salter. You know him?
A little. And I've heard he's quite a gunman.
Oh. Man, you gotta help me.
Help you how?
Brewer's got $500 of my money now. And if he hits a streak of luck, it could be more. With both of them watching me, I don't dare deal cards my way.
Well, what can I do, Vince? You're a gambler. I'm not.
There are ways of getting that money back without gambling.
How?
You just get him off alone somewhere, and I'll take care of the rest.
Oh, no, Vince, please.
Ma'am, this is our money, yours and mine. It's part of the money we're running away on. If I lose this, we'll be a long time getting to St. Louis.
No, but...
You want to go on working in a saloon the rest of your life? Supporting your child and that worthless husband of yours? Or do you want to go with me? Back east. And be free. And have a decent home.
You know I do, Vince.
All right. And if Brewer's lucky and goes on winning, you got to play sweet to him. Get him outside in the alley, alone. You can do it, man, easy. It's for us, you know.
I'm afraid. I'll do it, Vince. You know I will.
That's a girl.
I'm good, Vint.
18.
I got 20. This winning all the time gets tiresome. Think I'll quit.
Whenever you like. You got about 700 of his money now, Brewer.
Oh, that much, Salter, huh? Well, we'll have another little game sometime, Vint. What do you say?
Any time, Brewer. Give me your chips. I'll cash them.
Sure. Now spread the word you're an honest dealer, Vint. Real honest.
He sure is. I'm going now, Brewer. There's a little girl at the Longhorn been waiting to dance with me.
See you later, Salter.
Sure. So long, Vint. It's been a pleasure.
Goodbye. Here's your money.
Thanks.
Well, buy you a drink, Brewer?
Oh, no, it's decent of you, Vint, but I'm the winner. I'll buy you one.
All right. Mike, bring us a bottle of Irish.
Great.
Don't worry about tonight, Vint. I'll give you a chance to win it back. Maybe tomorrow.
A gambler like me's bound to lose now and then, Brewer.
Especially when he runs into my kind of luck, huh?
I hope you gentlemen don't mind if I brought you a bottle of Jameson's. Mike's busy.
Well, now, of course we don't. Sit down, man. Have one with us.
Oh, thanks. I was sort of hoping you might ask me.
You're honest anyway. I like that.
How'd you make out at 21?
Ask him.
He won $730.
Oh.
Here. Let's drink up. Mud in your eye.
Thanks for the drink, Brewer. I think I'll quit for the night.
Let me know when you want another game, Vint.
Good night.
Man?
Yeah?
Aren't you and Vint,
Oh, we both work here. Anything else is just the usual gossip.
Oh. You're pretty. Have another drink, man?
No, thanks. I'm sorry, but I have to go home.
Oh, you can't do that. You just got here. Besides, it's early yet.
I always go home early. You can walk with me, though, if you like.
Walk with you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure. Fine. Let's go.
All right. I'll take the bottle back.
Here's some money. Give it to Mike.
Wait for me at the back door, huh?
Back door?
Oh, it's quicker to where I live that way.
Oh, okay. Well, hurry up, man.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Dark out here. I hope you know the way.
Of course I do. I walk it every night.
Oh, what?
Oh, my ankle.
Oh, here. I've got you.
I twisted it.
Oh. No way, I'll carry you. Easy now. There, now, just take it easy. I'll get you home now. Tell me where you are.
Right down this alley, Mr. Dillon, so they said. Yeah, I see some people back there. This is. Hold that light over here, will you, mister?
Yeah.
Thank you. Why, it's Charlie Brewer.
Yeah.
He's dead. Somebody clubbed him, all right. Who are you, miss?
I'm Nat Miller. I work at the Elephorganza.
What were you doing out back here?
Well, he wanted to take a walk, and we got out here, and then somebody jumped us.
Are you hurt?
Well, they knocked me out, but I'm all right now.
They? How many were there?
I don't know. I got hit. And when I came to, I saw him like that. And I screamed.
Well, that's what's on there.
Well, that's all I know, Marshal. I didn't see anybody at all.
Chester?
Yes, sir?
Take her over to Doc's.
No. I'm all right. I want to go home. I'm all right.
Are you sure?
Yeah, sure. Don't bother about me, Marshal. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay, Nan. Chester, go find a piece of canvas. We'll take Brewer over to Doc's.
Yes, sir.
Is Matt back yet, Chester?
He's coming across Front Street right now, Doc.
Well, it's not often a man gets killed around here without being shot.
Clubs don't make any noise, Doc.
It's murder. Just plain murder, that's what it is.
You all through, Doc?
I'm all through, Matt. We'll bury him in the morning.
Doc, did Brewer have any money on him?
A couple of dollars and change, Matt. I wrapped it up with the rest of his effects.
Yeah. He won a lot of money from Vint James tonight.
Then he was robbed. That girl, Nan Miller.
She helped rob him, maybe. You think a woman could have clubbed him that hard, Doc?
Oh, no, I don't. My goodness, no.
Well, I don't think so either. But I think she got him out in the alley so Vint could club him. As soon as Vint got away, she set up a holler.
But, Matt, just because Vint lost some money...
They say Vint and Nan are friends, Doc. Good friends.
You don't say. Well, what do you know?
You going to arrest him, Mr. Dillon?
There's no real evidence, Chester. He'd just go free again.
Marshal?
Yeah.
I want to talk to you.
Now, you're Jack Salter, aren't you?
I am. And I'm a friend, or was, to Charlie Brewer.
I see.
You don't see nothing, Marshal.
Oh, what do you mean?
That gambler, Vint, he murdered Brewer.
Can you prove it?
I don't have to prove it.
Well, the law says you do, Salter.
I ain't interested in what the law says, Marshal.
I am.
Look, Marshal, Charlie Brewer won over $700 off Vint tonight.
That much?
I was there, watching Vint so's he'd deal honest.
Oh?
I don't even have to ask you if you found that money on Brewer.
No, it was gone.
And why haven't you arrested Vint?
Wouldn't do any good, Salter. There's no legal proof he did it.
I told you I ain't interested in all that.
So?
So I'll kill Vint myself if I have to.
That's what I thought.
I'm warning you, Marshal. I'll give you till tomorrow night. And if he isn't in jail by then, I'm going out and I'm going to shoot him down.
That's murder, too, Salter, and if you try it, I'll throw you in jail.
We'll see about that, Marshal. After I kill Vint.
Don't do it, Salter.
Tomorrow night, Marshal. And you know I'll do it.
This table all right, Kitty?
Fine, Mac. It's as quiet as any. Sure you don't want a drink?
Not tonight, Kitty.
What's on your mind, Mac?
Nan Miller.
Oh. I heard about her being with Brewer when he got killed. She wasn't hurt, though, they said.
No, she's fine.
Guess they didn't hit her very hard, then.
Knocked her out. So she said, anyway.
I take it you don't believe her.
No, Kitty, I don't. Tell me about her and Vint James, huh?
Well, Vint gambles at the Alphaganza map, and she works over there, too. I hardly know him at all.
You know more than that about him.
Oh, there's a lot of gossip, if you're interested in that.
Tell me what you think's true.
They're in love.
What else?
For some men, that's enough, Matt.
Kitty, I'm not interested in romance. I'm after a murderer.
Sure. That's about all I know, Matt. They're in love, and I'm sure Nan wasn't stepping out on Vint with Charlie Brewer. I'd swear to that.
No, I don't think she was either.
From what I hear, she and Vint are serious enough to get married, if they could.
Well, why couldn't they?
Well, Matt, don't you know? Nan's already married.
What?
Sure. She's been married for years.
Well, where's her husband? Does he know about all this?
I don't think he'd care if he did. They say he spends all his time in that little saloon at the edge of town. What's it called? El Dorado?
He spends his time and her money, is that it?
Men.
Now, Kitty.
He wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for their kid.
They have a child?
A 6-year-old girl. Vicky, I think she's called. Nan hired some old woman to take care of her most of the time.
A little girl, huh? And you think Nan and Vint would get married if they could?
I don't know, Matt, but they act like it. So I hear, anyway.
Yeah. I think I got an idea, Kitty.
What?
Well, I'll tell you later if it works. But it has to do with men. Tell me, do you think Vint's a good man?
I don't think any man's any good. Not till you put him to the test, anyway.
Well, that's exactly what I'm going to gamble on. And I don't think Vint will test out very well.
I don't know what you're talking about, but why not?
He's a crooked dealer, for one thing. I'll see you later, Kitty. I'm going to have a talk with Vint.
Who is it?
Marshal Dillon.
What do you want?
Open up the door.
It's late, Marshal.
Is it?
I was about to go to bed.
This won't take long.
Well, okay, Marshal.
What do you want?
I want you to leave town, Vint.
What?
Get out of Dodge by tomorrow evening.
Well, what for? Why?
I always run crooked gamblers out.
But, Marshal, I don't deal crooked, and nobody can prove I do.
Yeah. You come from St. Louis, don't you, Vint?
Yeah. Why?
There's a train east at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Be on it. You understand?
All right, Marshal. I'll go.
I know you will. Good night.
Good night, Marshal.
Oh, Vint, you're early.
I said I'd be here at 4, Nan. I rented the wagon there to carry your trunk to the depot.
Well, come on in. I'm not quite ready yet.
Well, the Santa Fe leaves at 5. You haven't got much time.
Vint, I'm so excited.
It's like I told you this morning, Nan. We're mighty lucky getting out this easy.
Yeah, of course we are. But let's don't talk about all that now. Let's just think about the future.
Wait till you see St. Louis. It's a real town with real buildings. Not a lot of ramshackle old rookeries like Dodge.
Oh, I can hardly wait, Vint. And to see it all with you. I just can't believe it's really going to happen.
Well, it won't happen if you don't hurry up and finish packing.
Oh, I'm almost ready. Come along, you take Vicky's things out now. I packed them first.
Vicky's things?
Yeah, she's playing out back. I'd have never done a thing with that child in here. I just hope she isn't getting dirty. She's all dressed up for the train.
Vicky?
Of course. Why are you looking like that?
You're planning to take Vicky?
Vint, what do you mean?
You never mentioned taking Vicky along.
Well, you didn't think I'd leave her here.
We never talked about it.
Talked about it? She's my child, Vint. Of course I'll take her.
No, I don't want a child along.
Vint.
Nan, look. We can't be bothered with a kid. We're going to see things, do things, you and me. Well, Vicky's better off here anyway.
Better off here? With a drunkard for a father and no mother at all? Are you crazy?
Well, give her to somebody.
Give her to... She's my child, Vint. Don't you understand?
Sure, but I don't want her with us, Nan. I can't stand kids.
Oh, no,
Go on.
Can't.
Get packed. We're going to be late.
Vint, I won't leave Vicky.
What?
I won't leave her.
You mean that?
Yes.
All right, then stay with her. I'm going.
Oh, no, Vint, you can't. You can't leave me now, Vint,
yes,
no.
I can. I can do anything.
Vint, no, please.
Goodbye, Nan.
You're really going, aren't you?
Of course I am.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Dragnet to the depot. Once again, please. We'll just come out of the music into the ad-libs on the train. Real easy, not heavy, but they're there. Okay, once again.
Here he comes now, Mr. Dillon, just in time.
Yeah. He's alone, too.
What do you mean he's alone?
Chester.
What?
You go tell the engineer not to pull that train out of Dodge until I give him the word, huh?
What?
Go on, hurry up, tell him.
Yes, sir.
Well, Marshal, I'm leaving. Are you satisfied?
Not quite, Vint.
Oh?
And here comes a man who isn't satisfied at all about your leaving.
Who? Where?
Right over there. See? Jack Salter. You remember him.
Salter? Well, what's he doing here?
Well, he'll probably tell us.
I seen him driving around in that wagon with his bags all dressed up. You can let him go, aren't you, Marshal? Can let him ride that train right out of Dodge.
What are you talking about, Salter?
Shut up. I'll take care of you later, Vince.
Later?
Yeah. I just got a sudden idea to go to St. Louis, too, Marshal.
I see.
What's this all about?
Salter here wants to kill you, Vint.
Kill me?
Yeah. He says you murdered a friend of his. Brewer.
Well, that's a lie. Don't you call me a liar.
All right, hold it, Salter. I'll handle this, not you.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. What is it, Chester?
This lady here wants to talk to you.
Nan. It's Nan.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
I'm coming with you, Marshal. Well, so am I, by heaven.
You, wanted to see me, Nan?
Yes, Marshal, I do. I got something to tell you about Vince and me.
Wait, Nan. Don't.
Why not, Vince?
Look, there's time. I'll go over to the house and get Vicky right now. We'll take her. Of course we will. I was just joking.
Were you, Vince?
Well, you know I was, Nan. Come on. You come with me. We'll go get her.
No. I don't trust you, Vince. You're no good. No good at all.
Nan, listen.
Shut up, Vince. Let her talk. All right, go ahead, Nan.
Vince killed Brewer last night, Marshal. Look out, he's got a gun!
You got in the way, Marshal. I'd have shot him.
He almost shot Nan. You jumped him just in time, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. All right, Chester, pick up his gun. And bring him to jail when he comes to.
Yes, sir.
Well, Salter, you satisfied?
I'm satisfied, Marshal.
Vince no good, Marshal. He's no good at all.
I was counting on you to find that out, man. All right, come along.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey.
Harley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty, and Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
America's favorite miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
J-E-L-L. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with You on My Mind from the picture Here Comes Carter. Each one of us has a favorite dessert, But once in a while, some particular dessert becomes everybody's favorite. And that's the way it is with Jell-O. Jell-O is first in favor because it's first in flavor. 6 delicious flavors that come from fresh, ripe fruit. Jell-O brings you added true fruit goodness, and that's why it's the fastest-selling gelatin dessert in the entire world today. But remember that Jell-O and only Jell-O brings you that swell, extra-rich fruit taste. So whenever you want a dessert that looks good, tastes better, and costs very little, serve Jell-O. Only be sure you get the real thing. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
That was the last number of the 6th program in the new Jell-O series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I hope you all enjoyed our version of Girls' Dormitory. Come on, Mary, I'll take you home.
I just got here.
Oh, good night, folks.
Hey, Jack, what's the idea? You're still on last week's show.
Oh, I know, Don, but we were so rushed last Sunday that we didn't have time to finish the program, and I never like to leave things undone. You know.
Well, Jack, when shall I start tonight's show?
Right now, go ahead.
Okay, let's go.
Jell-O.
The Jell-O program starring you-know-who with Whozus and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with whatchamacallit from the motion picture of the same name. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the man who got up on the wrong side of the program, Jack Benny.
Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny, who just said goodnight and hopes nobody took him seriously. Say, Don, wouldn't it be awful if people heard me say that and thought that the program was really over?
Oh, Jack, I don't think people pay any attention to anything you say.
Well, that makes me feel better, yeah.
Say, Jack.
But no kidding, Don. Didn't we have fun last week with our schoolroom play?
Oh, we sure did.
Yes.
Say, Jack.
You know, Don, it brought back a lot of memories, and it makes you wonder what became of your old schoolmates.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Say, Jack.
You know, it's good to remember your old friends once in a while and hark back to childhood days.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I got to get in here someplace.
Yep, it's fun reminiscing. And you know, Don, I bet a lot of my old school pals in Waukegan, Illinois, are sitting around Stub Wilbur's garage listening to this program right now.
We sure are, Jack.
Thanks, fella. You see, Don? And you know, Don, when I went to school, we used to have a lot of winter sports in Waukegan. Say, I'll never forget an old pal of mine, Joe Hickey. Many's the time Hickey and I played hooky just to play hockey.
You're a little hokey there, Jack.
It's true, though. It's true.
Oh, I'll bet those were the happy days.
They sure were. And, oh, Don, that little schoolhouse. I can just see that little red schoolhouse nestled in the hills among those sturdy oak trees. What a dump. You know, I happen to have a picture of it here with me. Come here a minute, Don. Take a look at this.
Oh, boy, what a quaint old building.
Isn't it picturesque?
Yes, and look at that old-fashioned pump out in front.
That's me, and my nose isn't that long. But gee, when I think of the hardships I went through to get an education, well, I remember one cold winter morning when I was just a kid. I had to walk through 10 miles of snow to return a book I borrowed.
That was Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, it was? Well, anyway, I did something with that book I borrowed.
You probably kept it.
Well, I haven't finished it yet.
Say, Jack, I remember once when I had to walk through 10 miles of snow right here in Hollywood.
Why, Mary, it never snows here in Hollywood.
It's a fine time to tell me.
Go away, will you?
Tell me, Jack, when you were a schoolboy, what were your favorite subjects?
Well, Don, you may not appreciate this, but when I went to school, I excelled in spelling. I was very good at it, really.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Phil.
As long as I'm standing around here like a big dope, why don't you ask me about my school days?
I was coming to that, Phil. You went to school in Alabama, didn't you?
Yeah, and what hardships I went through.
Oh.
Why, I remember one bitter cold morning I had to walk through 10 miles of cotton to get to school.
That's very funny.
I didn't like it.
Neither did I.
Oh, Jack, did Kenny Baker ever go to school?
Kenny? Why, of course he did.
His teacher must have been Gracie Allen.
That's no way to talk about Kenny, especially when he isn't here yet. And that reminds me, I don't know whether you fellas know it or not, but tonight is Kenny's first anniversary on this program.
It is?
Yes, and I'm sure he doesn't know anything about it, so when he comes in, let's all give him a real welcome. I got a present for him, too.
What'd you get him, Jack?
I'm not going to tell you. It's a surprise.
Oh, come on, tell us.
No, I had to walk through 10 miles of bargain basements to get it. Hey, Don. Hey, Mary, where's Don?
Oh, he's over there in the corner sulking.
Sulking? What for? Don, come here a minute.
I won't.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Well, gee, you asked everybody else about their school days, and you didn't ask me, that's what.
Why, Don, I didn't ignore you purposely. Come on, tell us about your school days.
Well, I had plenty of hardships, too, believe me.
Ah.
Well, I remember one bitter cold morning I had to eat through 10 miles of Jell-O to get to school.
Now, Don, that never happened. You just made it up, kid.
I know, but it was clever, wasn't it?
I didn't like it.
Well, the sponsor did. Play, Phil. 10 miles. That was Phil Harris and his orchestra playing with The Ice Swing, a brand new number and should be a hit. I liked it. Didn't you like it, Phil?
I wasn't listening.
Oh. Yeah, I wish Kenny would get here. Will he be surprised? I bet he doesn't know it's his anniversary.
I bet he doesn't know it's his birthday.
Why, it isn't his birthday.
I bet he doesn't even know that.
He does, too.
Jack, come on, tell us. What'd you get Kenny for a present?
Oh, you'll find out soon enough. It's something he can wear.
Oh, Jack, here comes Kenny now.
Now, remember, fellas, this is a surprise, and we don't want to tip him off.
Gee, I can just see how his face is when it'll be red when he finds out all about it, won't you?
What kind of a line was that? Don, just read the script. You know, what I wrote. Quiet. Here comes Kenny. Hello, Kenny.
Hi,
Kenny.
Hi, fellas. Hello, Mary.
Mary, why don't you answer him?
I'm not going to give away the surprise.
Kenny, come here a minute. Now think, Kenny. Do you know what day this is?
Sure, it's my first anniversary.
Well. Oh, then you knew it. Yes, Kenny, it's your first anniversary.
First anniversary of what?
I knew he started out too good.
Yeah. Look, Kenny, you've been on the Jell-O show exactly 1 year today. But to us, you're still the baby of our program.
Baby?
Yeah? Mary, what are you laughing at?
Now I know what you bought for him.
It's nothing of the kind. He's too old.
I am not.
Well, anyway, Kenny, I want to congratulate you. You've been a great asset to our program, and I hope you'll be with us for a long time. Come on, fellas, let's all give Kenny a big cheer.
Hooray!
Wait for us, Kenny. Now, all together, boys.
Hooray!
Come on, Kenny, say something.
Well, I don't know what to say, fellas.
Oh, come on, don't be bashful. Hey, Phil, give him that box to stand on.
And turn it around so they can all see the big red letters on it.
Yes. All right, Kenny, you read that line all right, Don. All right, Kenny, let's have it. Nice speech. Attention, everybody.
Well, fellow people,
Hmm.
I am very happy to be here today, and I think that this, my first anniversary, is even better than my second one, and many more to come, which is certainly some stuff.
What's he talking about?
I don't know.
It doesn't seem like I've been on this program a whole year, but I guess that's because we broke it up into half hours.
Attaboy, Kenny.
And furthermore, I wish to state that success hasn't gone to my head like it did to my good friend, Jack Benny.
Thanks, Kenny. Thanks.
Oh, don't mention it.
No.
And to show my appreciation for the present I hope to receive, I will sing a beautiful number entitled Talking Through My Heart from Jack's last picture, The Big Broadcast.
My latest picture, not my last.
Knock wood.
Ouch.
Continue, Kenny.
P.S. I dedicate this song to my girl, Lena, who is sitting right here in the first row. Say something, Lena.
Gee, her speech was better than Kenny's.
Mary. Well, go ahead and sing, Kenny, and when you get through, I've got a little surprise for you.
Is it a present?
Yeah, but you got to sing first. Say, Phil, do you know Kenny's number?
Yeah, it's Granite 3414.
Oh.
If I answer, hang up.
Yeah. Isn't this a silly way to make a living? Sing, Kenny. I hope Norman got my wire.
I confess my store of information is not complete in many ways. In school, I never was rated a star. I'm a dud at clever conversation. I'm always hunting for a phrase to say how perfectly lovely you are. When I talk of this and that, I'll admit I may be talking through my hat. But when I say I love you, I'm talking through my heart. Though it often isn't right, I agree with people just to be polite. But when I say I love you, I'm talking through my heart. I might say more than I do, but the words refuse to come. Yet the fact that I'm in love with you, only you, shows I'm not so dumb. Something magic in your eye makes it hard for me to speak. speak above a But when I say I love you and want you to say you love me, I'm talking through my heart to you.
Well, Kenny, very good. That was Talking Through My Heart from the big broadcast sung by Kenny Baker. And, Kenny, you sang that as if you were really stuck on Lena.
Do I get my present now?
Yes, but it's a surprise. Now, first, I want you to close your eyes. Come on, Kenny, close your eyes.
Both of them?
Yes. Now, I'll give you a little hint as to what the present is. They come in pairs. They're made of metal. They have ball-bearing wheels. And you wear them on your shoes. Now, what are they?
Spats.
No, Kenny, look, Kenny, you go around on them, and they have straps.
Oh, a streetcar.
Isn't that awful?
Say, Jack.
What?
Why don't you try it with his eyes open?
Now, wait, he can't be that bad. Look, I'll try it once more. Now, Kenny, listen carefully. Every child has them.
Measles?
No. Roller skates! Roller skates! By Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now for our Western drama, Buck Benny Rides Again. The scene is the borrow, but don't pay back O Rancho. Curtain. Music. Nice acting, Don. It was Don Wilson, folks, just an old cow ham.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and bow-legged.
Looks like you spent a little time on a horse yourself. Is your pappy in?
No, he's out of branding the cattle. Where you been, Buck?
I've been buck home for a couple of weeks. And I just got buck.
Welcome, Buck, back.
Well, I reckon we're going far enough on that dollar.
Here comes Pappy now. I said Pappy, not Puppy.
Well, here I come anyway.
Hello, Sam. Daisy tells me you've been out branding the cattle.
Yep, but I had to stop.
How come?
Ran out of brandy.
You know, Sam, there's been a lot of rustling going around here lately, and that's what I'm here to see you about, as long as the brandy's all going.
Yes, I know. I'm expecting the sheriff here any minute.
Must be him now. Come in.
Pardon me, I'm Officer Murphy, and I cover this beat. Are you Jack Benny?
Yes, but I can't talk to you now, officer. We're right in the middle of our sketch.
Sketch or no sketch, you listen to me. Does a lad by the name of Kenny Baker work here?
Yes, why?
Well, he was skating down Hollywood Boulevard and knocked over Tony's push cart with all his fruit on it, causing a lot of damage.
He did?
Yeah. Come in here, you two.
Why, Kenny?
I didn't mean to do it. Popra mia, my vissuto to my business. That's going to make the rest of my push cart. I couldn't help it. My banana, she's a flyer this way. My coconut, she's a flyer that way. My wife, she's a flyer this way.
Now, don't get excited.
Who's getting excited? I'm going to have this guy put in the jail.
Take your skates with you, Kenny.
Shut up for you. Gee, I'm scared.
Sit down, Kenny. I'll handle this.
All of my fruit is a squash. My banana is a squash. Everything is a squash. What am I going to sell?
Squash.
Shut up for you.
Well, what do you want?
I want money for damages. I must see my lawyer.
You don't need a lawyer. We can settle this.
Wait a minute. Don't settle Hannity.
Now what?
Hello, is this Jick Barney?
Oh, you again. Are you this man's lawyer?
You said it, Poopsie. Are your hands clean?
Yes.
Then here's my card.
Same guy. Pat C. Flick. What's the C for?
Catoinis.
Now, listen here, Flick. I didn't bump into your client's push cart. You can't do anything to me.
Oh, no? Who bought the roller skate?
I did. So what?
So this. I'll have you in court as soon as my witnesses arrive from New York.
New York? The accident happened in California.
Wait till you hear my witnesses.
You and your fake witnesses. You can't intimidate me.
I can, pal. Well, listen to this. Hello again. This is Jick Barney talking.
I said intimidate, not imitate.
Never mind that. How was I?
Lousy.
Shut up, are you?
Quiet, Bambino. Now, look here, you can't blame me for this accident. I wasn't anywhere near the place.
This guy, he's a craze.
Pipe down, solo mio. I'll handle this. Listen to me, Buck Benny. Everything you said is irrelevant. And irrelevant never forget. Are you going to settle or yes?
Well, if that's the case, what's the total damage?
Well, the push cart will have to be repainted. That'll cost you $1,000.
Repainted? $1,000 for painting a push cart?
Who's going to do it, Michelangelo?
Mary, is there anything else?
Don't forget my wife. She's got the damage too.
What's the matter with her?
Why did the push cart she'd fall on top of her and knock out the 4 teeth. And now she cannot talk.
All right, how much for that?
Well, for that I allow you $5.
Now, wait a minute. We're wasting a lot of time. How much cash will it take to settle this thing right now?
$500.
No, $600.
Go on, take 5.
No, $600.
All right, $600.
I'll give you $25.
Okay.
Well, thank heaven that's over. Here's your 25. Get out of here.
Well, Tony, 50-50. Here's your 5. Come on.
I think that a kid like that had to cause me all this trouble. Now, listen here, Kenny. I hate to do this, but I've got to give you a good talking to. Don, carry on while I speak to Kenny, and talk a little louder than usual.
Okay, Jack.
Now, come here, Kenny.
Jell-O is the largest selling
Kenny.
gelatin dessert in the
You've been on this
world.
program a
It's
year now. You've
economical
been a
and
pretty
easy
good
to
boy.
make, and every
Well, what
day
happened
millions
up here
of people
tonight
eat
is
it.
kinda hard to
So be sure and insist on genuine Jell-O, which comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
And not only that, you spoiled our sketch and practically ruined the entire show. Now, aren't you a little bit ashamed of yourself, Kenny?
No.
Well, play, Phil.
Everybody likes chocolate. Everybody likes pudding. And the perfect combination of both is found in Jell-O chocolate pudding. It's a new product with the grandest homemade flavor you've ever tasted. Smoother, creamier, more chocolatey. That's what everybody will say of Jell-O chocolate pudding. And it's amazingly easy and inexpensive to make. Here's all you do. Simply mix the contents of one package of Jell-O chocolate pudding with some milk in the top of your double boiler, letting it cook until the mixture is thick and satin smooth. It takes only about 10 minutes altogether. Then, after it's cooled, serve Jell-O chocolate pudding in sherbet glasses. You'll have a rich, delicious dessert that will win cheers from everyone who's lucky enough to be on hand. And remember, Jell-O chocolate pudding sells for the same low price as Jell-O, and one package will make enough for 6 luscious servings. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate pudding, and if he hasn't put it in stock yet, be sure he orders it for you.
Number of the 7th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Say, Mary, did you hear me when I bawled out Kenny?
Yes, and I think he deserved it, too.
I think so.
Well, so long, Jack.
So long. Why, Mary, where'd you get Kenny's skates? Good night, folks.
From the picture of the same name. This program has come to you from the NBC studios in Hollywood. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony, Incorporated.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Grace Moore and Basil Rathbun in Enter Madame.
Lux presents Hollywood. This program, ladies and gentlemen, is the means our sponsors take of showing their appreciation of your loyalty to Lux Flakes. Every time you purchase a box of Lux Flakes, you're playing an active part in making this program possible. Tonight, you've brought to our microphone Grace Moore, Basil Rathbun, Sherwin Lynn, and William Frawley. Apart from the play, you'll hear Lyle Saxon, celebrated novelist and historian, and Jean Ellis, the 11-year-old singer, protege of Grace Moore. This evening, our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, is in New Orleans in connection with the world premiere of his new film, The Buccaneer. We'll hear from him, too, a little later, but during his brief absence from Hollywood, we're happy and proud to bring you as guest producer a man whom you all know and love, a man of many different abilities, but whom you know best for his remarkable performances in Diamond Jim Brady and Come and Get It, one of the greatest personalities in the motion picture industry. I introduce to you now, ladies and gentlemen, our guest producer for tonight, that splendid and amiable gentleman, Mr. Edward Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Ruick, and good evening, everyone. I'm very happy to be here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll try to make Mr. DeMille glad he asked me to pinch hit for him. My position at the moment reminds me of what happened once many, many years ago back in New York. A youngster, broken without a job, I was in the embarrassing position of having an appointment to see Maxine Elliott, but lacking a nice suit of clothes in which to present myself. There was nothing terribly amiss with my suit except
for a patch in the trousers, which I installed myself. Anyway, I went, and by carefully maneuvering myself, succeeded in keeping the glaring patch out of the range of Miss Elliott's lovely eyes by the simple process of sitting down. Well, I got the part. In my excitement, I forgot all caution, and as I bounded from the chair to shake her hand, the miserable patch caught on a nail. There was a sound of ripping cloth, followed by at least 3 or 4 years of absolute silence. But Miss Elliott seemed completely unaware of the disaster. She said goodbye, and I presume I answered her. I really don't know. In the lobby of her theater, her manager overtook me. I knew what he was going to say. Miss Elliott had changed her mind. The job was gone. Instead, he placed a $100 bill in my hand. Miss Elliott begs you not to be offended, he told me. She wants you to take this money and get yourself a new suit of clothes. If this experience brought tears to my eyes then, well, I can smile at it now. Now, the point of that story is that I wasn't entirely prepared for my interview with Miss Elliott, and tonight I can't help but feel a little unprepared for so major an undertaking as conducting the Lux Radio Theater. My only hope is that your kindness of heart will equal Miss Elliott's. An introduction for Miss Moore and Mr. Rathbun is like an overcoat in California, hardly necessary. Miss Moore's new film, I'll Take Romance, has just been released by Columbia Studios, and following our broadcast, she leaves for the Metropolitan Opera House in New York. She sings there next Saturday in La Boheme, and tonight is heard as Lisa della Robbia. You'll hear Basil Rathbun in a new type of role. We break tradition and cast him not as a villain, but as Gerald Fitzgerald, our hero and leading man. Basil comes to us from the set of The Adventures of Robin Hood, the forthcoming Warner Brothers film. Many of you, I'm sure, saw our play, written by Gilda Varese and Dolly Byrne, either on the stage or, as produced by Paramount, on the screen. Our cast also includes William Frawley as Farnham and Sharon Lynn as Flora. And now the curtain goes up on the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Enter Madame, starring Grace Moore and Basil Rathbun. The Covent Garden Opera House in London. It's the third act of Martha, and Lisa della Robbia, the beautiful and world-famous soprano, leads the chorus to a thrilling climax. In a box just off the stage is young Gerald Fitzgerald. He leans forward, his hands clenched, his eyes intent on the beautiful singer. His companion, a well-dressed young woman, is a bit jealous of his devoted attention.
So nice of you to bring me, Gerald.
Huh? Oh, yes. I wanted you to
Yes, you see, it's so difficult for a woman to go about alone in Europe, even a widow.
Yes, Flora. Poor Flora.
You're fond of opera, aren't you? Especially as this Lisa della Robbia sings it.
Oh, what do you mean?
You were here the last time she sang, weren't you?
The last 5 times.
Why, you ridiculous boy.
What's the matter? Don't you like her?
Oh, she's pretty, of course. You care for that type. Personally, I've heard better voices.
Well, I haven't, and she's not pretty. She's beautiful. Just look at her. Oh, just look at that hair. Just look. Look.
What's the matter with you?
That lantern on the stage. It's turning part of her dress. Look out.
For sake, sit down.
She doesn't know that it's burning. Her dress is burning. Get out of my way.
Sit down. You can't jump out of the
I'm
box.
trying to get out of that stage. Madam Gallerovia, look out. Fire! 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 Somebody knows.
Quiet, please. No panic, please. Keep your seat. Keep your seat. Drop it. Drop it, assistant. Drop it. Maestro. Play.
Where is
is the young man who saved me. I must see him.
Now, Lisa, please, calm yourself. Think of your voice.
With his hands, did you see, Farnham? With his 2 bare hands, he beat out the flames. Oh, where is he?
Lisa, as your manager and personal representative, I must insist that you remain calm.
Where is he?
Oh, he's over there lying on the floor.
Dead? He gave his life for me.
Oh, no, he's not dead. He tripped over a cable and hit his head on the scenery. He's a little unconscious.
Well, we must revive him at once. Oh, where is that maid? Maria, my smelling so sweet. Gerald. Gerald. Gerald, look, it's Flora. Gerald. Oh, where is he, my hero? There. Oh, poor boy, poor boy. And how handsome.
Will you kindly stand out of the way, please? Give him some air.
Air? Do you know who I am?
He's unconscious. I've got to get him out of this place to his hotel.
Go away, please. I will take care of him myself.
You let him alone. I'm going to take him out of here.
You are his wife?
No, I'm not.
Then why should you take him? It was my life he saved, wasn't it? He goes to my villa where my doctors and my servants will take care of him.
The smelling salt, Madame de la
Oh,
Rovia.
Maria, thank you.
And the stretcher bearer, Madame. I have bring the stretcher bearer.
Oh, gentlemen, lift him carefully. Carefully.
Yes, madame.
And take him to my
You're
villa.
not going to take him to any such place.
Why do you keep interfering?
He is coming around. He's coming too.
Oh, is Madame de la Rovia all right?
There, you see? His first thought is of me, and he shall decide. Listen, my wonderful hero.
Oh, Madame.
Will you come to my villa where we can nurse you back to strength?
What?
Will you?
Will I? Oh, is this really happening to me? Or is it just the effect of a crack on the head?
Oh, poor head. Poor, poor head.
Un momento. 1 minute, please.
Good morning. I want to see Madame de la Rovia.
Oh, I am sorry,
Don't tell
but...
me she's not here. This is her villa, isn't it? Well, I'm a brother, and I want to see her.
brother?
Come
I
on
never
here.
knew she had
Quick,
a
out of my
brother.
way. Do you hear me?
On
Madame-
the right. She's in the breakfast room.
Thank
over
you.
there.
Lisa.
Johnny, dear, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
I should think you'd know why. Who's that man over there?
Oh, that's Mr. Fitzgerald. Gerald, this is Johnny, my little American brother.
How do you do?
Half-brother.
Yes, I know. I've heard about you, Johnny.
And I heard about you the minute I got off the boat. Why, it's a public scandal. Lisa, you took him here to your villa.
Yes, Johnny, dear.
He's been here since Wednesday.
Yes, Johnny, dear.
Is that all you had to say?
Yes, Johnny, dear.
Don't Johnny dear me. As for you, Fitzgerald, well, you're an American. You ought to know better. Let Lisa withdraw, and we'll settle this man to man.
How old are you, Johnny?
That's got nothing to do with
He
it.
is 19, and he's an impertinent meddlesome boy.
I'm not.
You are.
Well, good morning, Lisa.
Oh, Farnham, how nice of you to call.
Well, who's this? Not Johnny. Well, how are you, Johnny dear?
How do you do? Mr. Farnham, I'm glad you're here. As her personal manager, you've got to save my sister.
Half-sister.
You keep out of this.
But I can't, even if I wanted to. I can't. You see, Johnny dear, your little half-sister and I were married.
Married?
Married?
3 days ago.
Is this true? Honor bright, Johnny.
Married?
Oh, if you're going to fall down, try the armchair. It's softer.
Married?
Well, Mr. Fitzgerald, I suppose you're old enough to know what you're doing.
What do you mean?
Well, have you any idea what it's like being married to an opera singer?
I think I'm the luckiest man in the world.
You'll find out.
Farnham, what a horrible thing to say.
Oh, I'm not talking against you, Lisa. Just your job. Well, I'd better cancel your bookings for a month anyhow. We want this marriage to last through the honeymoon.
You'll do nothing of the kind. It'll be a swell honeymoon. Going from city to city with Lisa while she sings.
All right. Tag along, and when you've heard all the operas about 6 times, you'll begin to ask for vanilla.
That's a nice thing to say. Oh, Toto, dear little Toto. Come here, Toto. There, you see, Farnham. Toto is angry with you for the things you say.
Dear little Toto, little ball of fur and teeth. Pernicious little pooch. I suppose you've met Toto, Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yes? Why?
Oh, nothing. Only I expect you'll be seeing a lot of him from now on.
Farnham.
Sorry if I've been a gloom. Next time I'll flutter in scattering rosebuds. Are you sure there's nothing I can do?
Yes, you can take Johnny away.
Oh, yes, Johnny.
Mary.
Come along, Johnny, and leave the lovebirds to twitter over little Toto. Have a cigarette, Mr. Fitzgerald? American.
Thanks.
Well, so long. Come on, Johnny.
Mary.
What is it, Lisa, dear?
That Farnham, he has spoiled everything.
He has not.
If you think it is true what he said, I'll give you a divorce today.
I think he's crazy, and I think you're beautiful. And I wouldn't change places with anybody in the world.
If my career should interfere with our love...
It couldn't.
Oh, I'd give it up.
I'd never let you. Whatever you like, that's what I'll like. Always.
Oh, Gerald, think of how it will be, you and I together in Milan and Naples. And then when the tour is over, the canals of Venice, soft music, and perhaps a gondolier singing in the distance. Oh, Gerald.
I can't believe it yet, Lisa. It's even more beautiful than you promised. Venice, the moonlight, drifting in a gondola. The gondolier singing.
Yes. His voice is a little tired, isn't it?
Oh, Lisa, dear, do you always think of your work?
Oh, no, darling, no more. The tour is over at last.
Yes, thank heaven.
You were bored.
No, darling, I was not. But now I can have you all to myself.
All by ourselves.
Darling, what was that Farnham was saying this evening about the a concert tour?
I don't know.
Lisa, you won't let him persuade you to put off our trip, will you?
Oh, darling, didn't I promise?
You certainly did.
We sailed to Boston to your home. And for a year, well, anyhow, for 6 months, I'll just be your wife.
The most adorable wife in creation. Oh, Lisa.
Listen.
What?
Oh, he must not sing that one flat.
Lisa, that was beautiful.
I sang it for you, my darling.
My beloved. Here, get down, get off me,
Toto,
get off me.
Stop it, Toto.
Ow, let go.
Toto, come here. Oh, he thought you were going to kiss me, and he's so jealous. Poor Toto.
Poor Toto, look at my hand.
Oh, Toto, how many times have I told you not to bite Gerald?
Oh, Lisa, do we have to take Toto with us every place?
Gerald.
Well, I don't think a gondola is quite the place for a dog, even a good dog.
Oh, I didn't know you felt like that. It seemed you're not pleased with me tonight.
No, darling, it isn't that.
And I thought everything would be so lovely, so beautiful.
No, it is. It is. Oh, Lisa, I'm sorry, darling. Really, I am. Oh, please, don't cry.
Well, tell Toto you are sorry, too.
All right, darling. I'm sorry, Toto.
Oh, Gerald, you are so sweet when you want to be. But you must be patient with us, darling. You must. Because I love you, darling.
Oh, I love you too, Lisa.
Oh, Gerald.
Oh, Lisa. Oh, get down. Stop it.
Toto, stop! Ow! No, I will not do it. I will not.
But, Lisa...
I say no, Farnham. I will not go on a tour. I have promised to go with Gerald to America. Our boat sails tomorrow.
Lisa, please, listen. Mr. Bjornson and Mr. Carlson have come all the way from Copenhagen to see you.
No, it is no good. Let them go back.
Well, they had Cadmina under contract.
Cadmina?
Yes, but she lost her voice.
She never had one.
Well, they had her booked for a big Scandinavian tour. Best cities, highest prices.
Cadmina.
Yes, and if you don't grab this offer now, she'll recover her voice and she'll take it. Lisa, I know you want to go to America, but here's a chance you may never have again. Cities that never heard you. The whole Scandinavian peninsula in the hollow of your hand.
The whole peninsula?
Cadmina is their favorite. Now you can be.
The whole peninsula?
Yeah.
I wonder what Gerald...
All ashore that's going ashore, all ashore that's going ashore.
Gerald, please don't look so sad.
I'm not sad, darling. I mean, I am sad, but I don't know what I mean.
Oh, it's so dreadful to say goodbye even for a little while. Please change your mind, darling. Don't go to Boston. Come to Copenhagen with me. Just Copenhagen.
No, dear, I've got to think of my business, really. I've neglected it long enough, and I'm a little tired of hotel rooms anyway.
You are angry. I will go to Boston with you. I'll sacrifice everything.
No, dear. I'm not angry, Lisa. I'm disappointed.
All ashore, please. We're sailing in a moment, madame.
Well, hold the boat.
Lisa, you'd better go.
Oh, I will not step ashore until you say it is all right.
Yes, it's all right, dear. I tell you, it's all right. Just one concert at Copenhagen, and then you can join me in Boston.
Madame, please.
You are sure, Gerald?
Yes, darling, yes. Now, please, you're holding up the ship.
This way, madame.
Gerald, you mean it? You are sure?
Yes.
All right, I go then. Only Copenhagen, and then I follow you. Goodbye, my sweet one.
Goodbye, dearest.
Goodbye, my
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Hello, Gerald.
Why, Flora.
How are you, dear? I see we're shipmates.
Oh, I thought you were still in London, Flora.
Surprise. Where's your wife?
She's down there on the dock.
She's not sailing with you.
No, she has to sing in Copenhagen.
How nice for her. But how sad for you, sailing all alone.
Oh, we won't be separated long. I hope.
Cable to Gerald Fitzgerald aboard the steamship Cote de Calabria. Darling, do you so much mind if I sing also in Oslo? I have said yes already, but my heart is troubled. Love, Lisa.
Lisa Della Robbia, Oslo, Norway. Must you do it? All my love, Gerald.
Gerald Fitzgerald, Boston, Massachusetts. Farnham is a beast. He has promised Stockholm also. I am heartbroken. So is Toto. Love, Lisa.
Lisa Della Robbia, Stockholm, Sweden. Sorry about Toto. How long does this go on? Regards, Gerald.
Gerald Fitzgerald, Boston, Massachusetts. My darling, we have to go north again to Trondheim. Please tell me it is all right. Love, Lisa.
Lisa Della Robbia, Trondheim, Norway. It is all right. When you get to Greenland, send me an icicle.
Oh, madame, how you sing that second act tonight. Like the angel.
Hurry with my costume, Marie. They did like me, didn't they, Farnham?
Keep it up, Lisa. Only keep it up for the last act, and they'll elect your queen. You should hear 'em out there.
Oh, here's a telegram.
Oh, from Gerald. Give it to me.
Not during a performance. Now, how many times must I tell you?
Oh.
What is it?
Oh, it's impossible.
Bad news?
He wants to leave me.
Who, Gerald?
Leave you?
He wants to leave you?
Yes, and it's your fault.
Me?
Yes, you. Who kept me here for that concert tour? You. Who made me stay for another opera season? You. Who separated me from my husband and kept me separated? You.
Lisa,
why did I listen to you? Now he's tired of waiting. He's forgotten me. Perhaps he has someone else. Well, I'm going to him.
Now?
Where's my wrap? Call a taxi.
Yes, madame.
You can't go now. You still have the third act to sing.
You sing it.
But you can't walk out on a show. It just isn't done.
What does it matter whether those people out there hear a little more music? I have life to consider. Life.
Lisa, what am I going to do with it? Lisa, you've come back.
Did you think I would leave without Toto? Come, darling.
we will go on with Act Two of Enter Madame, starring Grace Moore and Basil Rathbone. Here in Hollywood, there's always a group of young hopefuls struggling for a chance to convince a director that they're good enough for a part in pictures. Perhaps you've often wondered how it would seem to be a movie director. Well, why not sit back in your chair and for the next few moments consider yourself a full-fledged director? Decide for yourself which of the two young actresses you are about to hear in our intermission Lux playlet is more entitled to a part in pictures. In our playlet, two movie extras are dressing for a scene on a desert island following a shipwreck. Their names are Nancy and Joan.
Well, you don't look much like you've just come through a shipwreck with that grin on your face, Nancy. What's got into you this morning?
Well, you see, Joan, it's this way. I got an uncle back home who wishes he had a daughter of his own, just like me. And this morning, he sent me a nice, fat birthday check.
Honest? Well, what you going to do with it?
I'm going to blow the whole check on new undies as soon as we get off this set this afternoon. You know, nothing does more for my morale than a good buying spree in a lingerie shop.
But, Nancy, well, you've bought more lovely underthings since you've been out here than any girl I know.
Yeah, I know, but, they've gotten so dingy and slazy. It gets me down just to look at them. You should talk. I noticed that slip you have on is brand new.
New? Why, this slip's been Lux dozens of times. If you didn't have a rich uncle, you'd soon learn to Lux your nice things, too.
Yes, when it comes to washing underthings, smart girls stick to Lux Flakes. These gentle flakes keep silk things dainty and new-looking longer. When you rub delicate fabrics with a cake of soap or use harsh soaps, you're apt to wear them out very quickly. Colors may fade, too. That's why it's wise to stick to Lux, not only for underthings, but for stockings. You can be sure that anything safe in water is safe in Lux Flakes. And now, Mr. Ronald.
We continue with Enter Madame, starring Grace Moore and Basil Rathbone. Gerald Fitzgerald, tired of being married to a wife who is never at home, has definitely decided that divorce is the only solution. In his apartment in Boston, he sits by the fireplace, gazing disconsolately into the flames. Flora Preston, who in her own subtle way is responsible for his decision, is seated beside him. She takes his hand and speaks comfortingly.
Gerald, don't be sad, darling. I'll make you happy.
I know you will, Flora.
You know we're ideally mated, we two. We want the same things. Permanence, stability, and comfort.
Yes, and peace of mind.
You never had it with her, did you?
To Lisa, our marriage was a game she played when she'd nothing else to do. To me, it wasn't a game. It was solitaire.
You poor darling. Oh, Gerald.
Well, Johnny, what on earth are you...
They told me she was here.
Who?
This woman. Who is she?
Look here, you insufferable young puppy.
Always kissing people, aren't you?
And you're always popping up when you're not expected.
I'm here to protect my sister.
Oh, shut up.
Gerald, explain to him immediately.
Yes, explain. Explain if you can.
Very well. This, Johnny, my boy, is Mrs. Preston, my future wife.
Oh, I thought my sister was your wife.
I'm divorcing your sister.
What? Divorce?
Yes, divorce. Why does everything I say surprise you so much?
Divorce? Where is Lisa now?
Well, the last time I heard from her, she was headed for Troydheim and points north.
She isn't here yet?
What are you talking about?
Well, Lisa sent me a wireless this morning. She docks today.
What?
Here, read it. Well, that's why I came. I expected to find her here. Instead, I find her.
Oh, keep quiet. This wireless certainly sounds like she's coming. Oh, I'll have to pack up and move over to the club.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Fitzgerald.
What is it, Jones?
There are several people here. They say they're expected, sir.
Expect? Oh, Maria! Maria, what on earth you...
Quiet, doctor. Sit to us. Put the bag over there. And the trunk sent up. Archimede, go at once and prepare the lunch for Madame.
Maria, where is she? Where is Madame Della Robbia?
Right away she come. We have a little trouble at the custom.
Oh,
Who
yes.
are these people, Gerald?
This is Maria. She's Lisa's maid.
How do you do? I am so glad you are here to greet her. Madame, she adores company.
This is Dr. Giovanni, her personal physician.
Madame, I am delighted.
And Archimede.
Her personal chef. Such things I cook for her. Madame, you must stay for lunch.
Listen, Maria. Doctor, Archimede, listen.
Gerald, has it always been like this?
Always, all over Europe.
I can't stand it, dear. I have to go.
I'll call you later. Johnny, will you take Mrs. Preston to her car?
All right, but remember, I'll be back.
Yes, I know you will.
Goodbye, darling.
Doctor, listen. Maria, for heaven's sake, shut up.
Shut up, all of you. Shut up.
Oh, Farnham, you're a lifesaver.
How are you, Gerald?
I was all right a few minutes ago. Where's Lisa?
On her way up.
Now?
Now.
Oh. Have a cigarette, Farnham. American.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Enter, madame.
Quiet, will you? Quiet.
Be still, Toto. Quiet. Well, Gerald, it is good to see you.
How are you, Lisa?
Aren't you going to shake hands?
Well, Toto may not like it.
Well, there is time. First, I must have my bath and my lunch and a little rest. And then we talk things over, Gerald, eh?
Well, yes, I suppose so. Yes. Well, that finishes it, Lisa.
All packed, Gerald?
All packed and ready to go. You'll be comfortable here.
Madame.
Yes, Maria?
Some flower come for you.
Those? Looks like a funeral wreath.
I think so myself.
A wreath of white roses and a white dove in the center. I do not like it.
Then I throw it out from the window.
Wait, there is a card. Aha. Flora Preston.
Flora? Yes. I wrote to you about her, Flora Preston.
I see. She sent a peace offering. The little dead dove. She is subtle, this lady.
Oh, Lisa, you will twist things your own way. She just wishes to be kind, to welcome you.
With a dead dove?
She probably left it to the florist.
Well, never doubt. I mean, never mind it, that's all. All right, Maria. I'll see you later.
Madame.
Well, I'd better go.
Oh, no, not yet. Aren't you glad to see me?
I've always been glad to see you, Lisa. The trouble is that I haven't seen enough of you to keep me from starving.
And from now on, you wish to die of starvation?
Oh, no, my dear. Just to try some other kind of nourishment.
With the lady of the dead dove, you want a divorce?
Yes.
All right. We shall talk it over as friends.
Yes, I am your friend, Lisa. To me, you are still the most fascinating woman in the world.
Oh, thank you. That makes it much easier for me to tell you my little story. The real reason for my coming.
What?
Your cable arrived at a most opportune moment. I also have met someone. Oh, he is marvelous. Not yet 20, but a great poet.
A poet? A poet? Oh, Lisa, a poet.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, I don't believe a word of it.
Oh, you do not believe it, eh?
Poet.
Then you are the only one who has yearnings. You leave me all alone.
I leave you alone.
I am Lisa della Robbia. I starve for romance, for poetry. Very well, I find them, I take them.
Oh, don't be a fool, Lisa.
I, Lisa della Robbia, am to be thrown aside like an old shoe, to leave alone, to die alone.
Oh, stop it, Lisa. Stop acting. You've been the baby wonder of the opera for a long time. Now you listen to me. You've been spoiled and petted. You've done what you please. But it's time you grew up. You're old enough.
Am I so old, Gerald? Too old for you to love?
Lisa, I do love you, and I'm grateful to you. But you haven't the faintest idea of what it means to be a wife.
What?
I didn't mind you being an opera star. I didn't mind your being the great Madame della Robbia. But when you ask me to be Mr. della Robbia, that's going too far.
Oh, I'll never forgive you for saying that the longest day I live. Very well, then divorce. Divorce. You shall have it. Oh, I wish I had it here now to throw it into your sneering face.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. And don't you ever show your face in my house again. Oh, go to your Mrs. Preston. Go to your little dead dove. Go to her and take her flowers with you.
Well, good morning, Lisa.
Go away.
How are you this fine morning?
I said go away, Farnham.
Now, Lisa, let me talk to you for a minute, will you?
Oh,
You know, Lisa, what you need is to get your mind off this thing. You've been acting like a sick puppy for 3 months. What you need is new surroundings, hard work. Now, I've got a South American tour up my sleeve.
No.
And before we sail, I think I could arrange one guest performance at the Metropolitan. How'd you like that?
No, I will never sing again.
What?
Never.
Well, of course, if you're going to let this thing lick you.
Who said I would?
Ready to quit just because another dame takes
She
your
hasn't
husband.
taken him yet, and she won't either. The divorce is not final yet. I still have 2 weeks, and I've only begun to fight.
Okay, but I still think you're crazy not to grab this Met job.
Oh, no. I will never sing again. Wait.
Hmm?
If he heard me again, if he could hear me sing.
That's it. He'd fall right into your arms.
We will take the offer, but make it soon before the decree is final.
Right.
I will sing Tosca for him and his little dead dove.
Great.
And afterwards I will have a supper for them.
That's swell. Now let him see the two of you together. That's the ticket. I'll phone the Met right now.
Oh, Farnham, the scheming and fighting for love. What have I done to deserve this?
You got married.
have put us much closer to the stage, could she?
Flora.
I wonder why she invited us at all. And then this supper. What's that for?
Oh, just a sort of farewell, I guess.
Terribly nice.
And she and I have to talk over the settlement, business matters, you know.
Yes, I know.
Listen, here's our big aria.
Tonight. It was so nice of you to come.
Charming of you to ask me.
Oh, but naturally I ask you. You belong to the family now. I don't know just yet what our relation is to be, but something surely. My English is so shaky, but wise-in-law, is it not?
I'm sure I couldn't say.
Isn't that it, Gerald?
Well, I really couldn't say.
Well, what do you say, Farnham?
Would you mind passing the gravy, please?
Archimedes.
At the once, madame, at the once.
And some more duck for Monsieur Gerald,
No,
too.
thanks. No more. I couldn't. That was food for the gods, Lisa. Nothing like it on earth.
Oh, Dr. Giovanni, some more wine.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Well, Signor Gerald, this is the last of the jolly little supper, eh?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Your health, Doctor.
Oh, my health. We have drink to have together in every corner of the globe. You and me, Gerald. Eh?
Yes, it was fun while it lasted.
Oh, Alicia, I forgot to tell you.
Yes, Farnham.
The impresario of the opera in Buenos Aires was out front tonight. He's crazy about you, willing to pay twice your salary if you'll open the season there.
But of course I go. Tell him I go.
Well, the only trouble is you'd have to sail tomorrow.
Then we sail tomorrow.
Lisa, you mean it?
Of course I mean it. Why not? Is there something to hold me here?
Well, no.
Gerald, I really must be going, dear. It's very late.
Oh, all right. I suppose your car's waiting, Flora?
Yes, but you'll ride home with me, won't you?
Well, I still have business to discuss with Lisa.
Yes, I understand.
Farnham, will you take Flora home?
Sure, glad to.
But really, I don't have to.
Good night, Mrs. Preston.
Good night. Don't let Gerald stay too late.
Oh, I won't. Good night.
Good night, Gerald, dear.
Good night, Flora. Good night, Mrs. Preston. May I see it your car?
Oh, charming girl, Mrs. Preston. Charming.
Lisa, I hope I'm not keeping you up.
Oh, dear me, no. I'm a bird of the night, you know.
Ah, yes, a nightingale. You were magnificent this evening. When I heard you sing again, everything came back to me.
Did it? You know, I have not forgot what you said to me, that I have never been a good wife to you.
Oh, Lisa, I'd give anything to wipe out what I said that day. I always say things to you that I don't mean.
Ah, but the trouble is, there is always just enough truth.
No, darling, no truth at all. It was that young poet of yours that set me off. What's become of him, Lisa?
There is no one. There never has been anyone.
Oh.
No, Gerald. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, Flora. Yes, he is still here. You want him?
Flora?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Hello, Flora. Yes. You aren't home already? Oh, downstairs. Oh, I see, yes. Yes, Flora, I'll call you when I'm leaving. Well, no, not for 15 minutes, no. Well, these matters take careful discussion, you know, Flora. Yes. Yes, Flora, dear. I said yes. Good night, Flora. Oh, I suppose I've got to go, Lisa.
Of course. Good night.
Oh, Lisa, I hardly know you in this mood. No tricks, no florid speeches, no poetry. Perhaps you're glad to get rid of me. Oh, haven't you anything to say?
No.
Goodbye, then, dear. I wish you'd cared for me. I wish it hadn't been just emotion without any heart behind it.
How dare you say such things to me? Emotion without any heart. Do you think I learned to sing as I'd never sung before? Do you think I was singing to the little fat tenor?
No, I'm glad that I was good for your career, at least.
I thought you wanted the world to be richer in music for our love. If you had some better wish, why didn't you make me listen?
Oh, Lisa, I was a blundering fool. I only wished... Oh, shut that thing off.
Excuse me. Hello? What? Oh, one moment. It's Flora.
Again? Hello? Hello. Where are you? In a drugstore? What drugs? What? Yeah, yes, I know you're not deaf. I'm sorry. Yes, I know it's late, Flora. Yes, I said I know it's late. Yes, but But after all, she's still my own wife, you know, Flora. Oh, good Lord. Hello, I'm sorry, Flora. I didn't mean to. No, yes, no. All right, yes. Well, I can't leave till you hang up, can I? But Flora, listen. Oh, never mind.
Poor Flora. Where were we?
I was telling you, darling, that I was a blundering fool ever to let you go. Oh, Lisa, what are we to do?
What can we do?
Lisa, say that you love me. Tell me that you still love me.
Gerald.
Tell me that it isn't too late.
I seem to hear the sands of time rushing out. It is almost too late. Do you hear them too, Gerald?
Lisa, Oh, I can't hear anything for that blasted phone.
Flora. She's calling you, Gerald.
Yes,
Flora's calling you.
I wish I'd never had that phone put in this place.
You could have it taken out.
That's not a bad idea. And I'll attend to it right away. If she wants to speak to me now, she'll have to write.
Oh, Gerald.
Oh, Lisa.
My God.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The second act of our play is finished, and our curtain goes up on Act 3 of Enter Madame, starring Grace Moore and Basil Rathbone, in a few moments. In the meantime, we extend the stage of the Lux Radio Theater to New Orleans, where we hear from our regular producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Edward Arnold, and greetings from New Orleans, ladies and gentlemen. Last Friday night, in this gracious, charming city, it was my pleasure to stage the world premiere of my latest picture, The Buccaneer, the story of Jean Lafitte, pirate and patriot, starring Frederick March. And in keeping with my custom of bringing you personalities behind the screen, You will hear now from the famed historian and celebrated author of the book Lafitte the Pirate, from which the Buccaneer was adapted. He's the distinguished Louisianan, Lyle Saxon. More than 100 years have passed since John Lafitte held the fate of America in the palm of his hand. Yet here in New Orleans, steeped in tradition and romance, it almost seems as if he were still alive. Is that fact, Mr. Saxon, or just my imagination?
Well, Mr. DeMille, all we do know is that he was last seen sailing away to start a new pirate kingdom in Yucatan. We know he never did. What happened to him will remain an unsolved mystery, but the descendants of his men can be found here today, fishermen and oystermen, and each year some excited individual comes stamping into town flourishing a map with the conviction that he has at last located the buried treasure of Jean Lafitte.
What do you think is Lafitte's greatest achievement?
His service in the War of 1812, when he threw his little army of sea robbers to the American cause and enabled Andrew Jackson to win the Battle of New Orleans. And it is amazing when you realize, first, that England offered him $30,000 in gold and captaincy in the Royal Navy and land grants if he'd fight against Jackson. And second, that just before he volunteered to help America, America had raided Barataria, destroyed his little empire, and seized $500,000 in loot.
Now, that loot has always fascinated me. Among its colorful contents were over 100 dozen pairs of silk stockings. And believe it or not, 2 cases of soap.
Well, I like tall stories, Mr. DeMille, but don't tell me that the pirates are taking along Lux Flakes to care for those silk stockings.
No, but Lux definitely played a part in the making of the Buccaneer. Aside from the care of costumes, we used Lux for a foam effect in some surf scenes, and where our leading lady, Francisca Gall, is shown scrubbing a floor. After all, we do have to be careful of Miss Gall's hands.
Well, I'm sure the women of New Orleans use Lux Flakes in just the same big way the studios do in Hollywood. And speaking of the women of New Orleans, Mr. DeMille, I think that you've seen all types of American women will agree that our Louisiana Belle is among the loveliest of them all.
There's no doubt about it, but I'm on my way to Atlanta, and there may be some Georgia peaches listening in. So getting back to the Buccaneer, the honors that were heaped on Lafitte after the battle were soon forgotten. People remembered again that he was an outlaw and a pirate. Driven from New Orleans to the Spanish town of Galveston, Texas, he ruled there for a while until the government drove him again into the sea.
Yes, in 10 short years, he reached the height of achievement and the depths of disgrace that come only to a hero and a public enemy. It's been a source of great satisfaction, Mr. DeMille, that my book was of some help in making The Buccaneer, a motion picture that restores to Lafitte his rightful place in American history.
To you, Mr. Saxon, my sincere gratitude. And now, back to Hollywood.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille and Mr. Saxon. We're back in Hollywood now, where Grace Moore and Basil Rathbone resume our play, Enter Madame. Early the next morning, and already Lisa has fled to the piano to translate her great happiness into music. Gerald leans across the keyboard, gazing lovingly into her eyes.
Are you happy, darling?
So happy, darling.
Will you always be happy, darling?
Always, my darling.
Promise me that you'll never go away again. Promise me that.
Forevermore, I shall be like the shadow that the sun casts now to the east, now to the west, but always close behind you.
Oh, my dear. Of course, I won't mind your singing your performance at the Metropolitan now and then.
And at Covent Garden, just once in a while.
Yes, once in a great while, surely.
Madame?
Yes, Maria?
Signor Farnham is on the telephone to tell about South America.
Oh, I knew we shouldn't have had that thing fixed.
Give me the phone. Listen, my Gerald. I prove I am serious. Hello, Farnham? Now, I want you to not get excited. Very calmly I speak. I will not go to South America, Farnham. What? He makes very bad noises. No, Farnham, my mind is made up. From now on, I leave for Tranquillité and my Gerald. What? Farnham, you should be ashamed.
Yeah, let me speak to him. Hello. Hello, listen, Farnham. It's all off. Lisa's going to settle down and raise chickens. Yes, I said chickens on my farm with an orchestra of crickets. How do you like that? Goodbye.
Oh, Gerald, so masterful.
Lisa, are you sure you can be happy just with me?
Listen, my darling, listen.
Oh.
I'll take romance
Lisa, that was lovely.
So, this is what's going on.
Johnny!
He's in again.
Well, what's the meaning of this? I demand to know the meaning of this. I'm here.
I know you're here to protect your sister.
What are you doing here at this hour of the morning? And in your evening clothes.
Oh, I wear them all the time now. It's more becoming.
Meaning what?
Meaning that you ought to mind your own business. Get out of here.
I won't. Not until you've explained your presence here. I won't stir a foot.
Johnny, it's all right. Gerald and I are together again. The divorce, it is canceled.
Cancelled?
Yes.
Divorce canceled? What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do we mean? It's all off. It's finished. We're still married, and we're going on being married.
Cancel?
Good morning.
Flora.
Oh, Mrs. Preston, come in.
Good morning. I thought I'd find you here, Gerald. I just wanted to make sure.
Oh? Yes?
You didn't answer the telephone last night.
I answered it 3 or 4 times.
You know what I mean perfectly well. I tried to reach you for hours. Finally, the operator said the receiver was off.
Well, it must have fallen off.
You take me for a fool? If you think I'll let myself be humiliated like this for a common opera singer.
Oh, he's coming.
No, Flora, listen.
Oh, don't imagine you've broken my heart. I happen to be rather hard up, and I need a solvent husband. What do you suppose this woman wants of you except to pay her debt?
Oh, I'll scratch your eyes
Lisa,
out.
wait.
Oh,
Flora.
my.
Flora, you'll please confine your remarks to me.
I'll confine them to my lawyer. You'll make a good settlement. I'll know the reason why. Good day to you both.
Oh, my.
Whew, what a woman.
How dare she? How dare she come into my house and talk so? It is as if she were the wife. I should have said to her, are you the wife?
Yes, but darling, you seem to forget that we're practically divorced, you and I.
Yes, and whose fault is it? Hers.
Yes, but it's all over now.
Oh, she tried to ruin my life. I think I'll kill her.
Lisa, don't. It's over. The divorce is canceled.
Canceled?
Oh, shut up.
Hello? Hello, United Press? Well, this is Joe Farnham speaking. I've got a story for you fellas. Listen. Number 1, Gerald Fitzgerald will not marry Flora Preston. 2, Gerald Fitzgerald will remain wedded to Madame de la Robbia. 3, Madame de la Robbia is retiring from the opera and will devote the rest of her life to raising chickens. Now, look, you'd better notify all the papers and get the reporters over to Fitzgerald's place. I'll meet him outside. Retiring. Over my dead body.
Hey, is this De La Robia's apartment? Hey, open up. This is the press.
Open the door.
Come on, open up.
Boys, be quiet. Will you be quiet? Let me through here.
Hey, what do you say about a story, Farnham?
You'll get your story. Now let me go in there and speak for it. Excuse me, boys.
Lisa.
Farnham, what does this mean? How dare they pound on my door? I will call the police. Go away, you monkey!
Lisa, for heaven's sake, that's the press out there. You can't talk to the press like that.
What have we got to be afraid of? What?
I'll tell you what. If they get in here and find Mr. Fitzgerald, they'll pin his handsome pan on every scandal sheet in these United States.
But Gerald and I are married.
Do you think that makes any difference to them? Think of the publicity, the stories.
We've got to get out of here. We'll go down the fire escape. We'll go to my farm.
Do you think they'll let you get away with that? They'll hound you all over the country. There's only one thing to do.
What?
Go to South America.
What?
Gerald, we could do it.
Sure you could. I got the tickets right here. And while you're there, Lisa, you might as well accept that offer in Buenos Aires.
Now, wait a minute. It's starting all over again. The whole thing's starting all over again.
Oh, Gerald, you said you loved me.
Oh, but Lisa...
Maria, Archimede, Dr. Giovanni, quick!
Now, you'll have to travel light. Just grab your coat. I'll send the rest of your stuff tomorrow.
Madame! Maria, my coat!
What is the matter, Maria?
Quick, Archimede, bring Toto!
Si, Madame, what is it?
We are going to South America!
South America! Viva South America! Viva!
Come on, quick. Out the fire escape.
Listen, wait.
Madame, your
Oh, thank you, Maria.
Listen.
Toto, here's Toto.
I ought to have something to say about this.
Oh, but Gerald, you carry Toto.
No, Lisa, I
Oh,
won't.
but Gerald.
Now, look here, darling. I'm doing all the things I swore I'd never do again. I'm letting you sing again, and I'm following you out of the country. But there's one thing I won't do. Carry that darn pup. I won't do it. I tell you I won't.
But we can't leave Toto.
All right, then. You can leave me.
Oh, Gerald, not again.
Here they come.
Gerald, please.
Oh, give me the doggone dog. Come here, mutt.
Oh, my darling.
This way, out the window. Oh, wait.
What is it now?
Have a cigarette, brother. South American.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up the dramatic portion of our program. Our stars will be back in just a moment. But now Melville Ruick has an interesting bit of news.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Mrs. Ruth Nichols, well-known children's photographer, has recently taken pictures of many sets of twins and triplets. She writes, "Strange as it may seem, I almost always find one twin good-tempered and easy to photograph, the other twin hard to photograph. With triplets, usually one of the three is more temperamental than the others." Well, another interesting fact about triplets is that their mothers are so often enthusiastic users of Lux Flakes. As the mother of New Jersey triplets puts it,
"When the triplets came, requiring extra care and precautions, I knew that only Lux Flakes would do for their diapers and clothes. It keeps their woolen soft and unshrunken, and dresses and rompers unfaded. Diaper irritations and rashes are unknown to them. They simply haven't had any. For this good fortune, I give Lux full credit."
mothers everywhere use Lux Flakes for baby things because it is pure and gentle. It contains none of the harmful alkali which, if left in baby's garments, irritates and chafes the skin. For all baby things, insist on Lux Flakes. If they are safe in water, they are safe in Lux. Once again, Mr. Edward Arnold.
I know you want to hear from Grace Moore and Basil Rathbone out of character and as themselves. And the easiest way to do that is to find a common ground for discussion. Have you any suggestions, Basil?
Well, yes, there's always music. You're pretty active in musical circles out here, and I could, if you insisted.
You mean sing?
Well, yes, look out.
No. By the way, did you ever hear me sing Asleep in the Deep?
No, I didn't, and I haven't the slightest desire to.
No? Loudly the bells in the old town. No? How's that, Miss Moore? Does that remind you of the Metropolitan?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Arnold, but why don't you write for an audition? I'll speak to Mr. Johnson about you when I get back. And how thrilled I am to be going back after being away for 2 years. It's like going back home to one's first love. But now I'd like to introduce a real singer, a little girl 11 years old. Her name is Jean Ellis, and here she is.
Thank you very much, Miss Moore. But if Mr. Arnold and Mr. Rathbone really want to sing...
Oh, no.
No. We'd much rather hear you sing.
Yeah, but first I think Miss Moore should tell us something about Jean. After all, they're both from the same part of the country.
Well, practically. Jean's home is in Williamsburg, Kentucky, and that's only 12 miles away from my old home of Jellicoe, Tennessee. So that makes us two hillbillies, doesn't it, Jean? My brother wrote me about Jean a few weeks ago when I was in Chicago. I asked her to come and see me and let me hear her.
All the way from Kentucky?
No. Paul Whiteman had already heard Jean, and she made several appearances in Chicago with his orchestra. So I can't say that I discovered her. But I certainly think she has a voice like an angel, and I'm really very happy to have been of a little help to her. What would you like to sing for us tonight, Jean?
I think I'd like to sing whatever you'd like me to sing.
Well, in that case, my darling, I'll suggest Estrellita, which means little star in Spanish. And that's exactly what I think you are in English.
Oh, thank you.
Oh
very much, Gene Ellis. And thanks to you, Miss Moore, for bringing your charming protege to the Lux Radio Theater. And good luck to you next Saturday. We hear now from Melville Ruick.
In a moment, ladies and gentlemen, an important announcement concerning next week's banner attraction will be made by Edward Arnold, who appears tonight through courtesy of B.P. Schulberg. Mr. Frawley, whose latest picture is Blossoms on Broadway, is from Paramount Studios. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for In Old Chicago. Assisting our stars tonight were James Eagles as Johnny, Francesca Rotholi as Maria, Eric Wilton as manager of the opera, Lou Merrill as Archimede, Tony Martelli as Dr. Giovanni, Frank Nelson as telegraph operator, Perry Ivans as ship's officer, and Sidney Newman, Michael Fitzmaurice, and Gil Patrick as reporters. And now, here's Mr. Arnold.
I look forward next Monday night as one of the greatest evenings ever provided by the Lux Radio Theater. Our star will be one of the greatest actors of our time, reenacting for the air the greatest success of his career. This stirring play, a story of empire, intrigue, and romance, was a tremendous hit on the stage and a magnificent success on the screen. Its title, Disraeli. And the star, as you probably guessed by this time, is Mr. George Arliss. He honors us by making our stage the scene of his first radio appearance in 4 years. With Mr. Arliss will be his lovely wife, Florence Arliss, playing Lady Beaconsfield, and the part she played in the talking picture. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night, when the Lux Radio Theater presents George Arliss and Florence Arliss in Disraeli. For one more week, your regular producer, Mr. DeMille, will be absent, this time in New York, from which point, in the course of our program, we'll hear from him and from one of the most famous personalities in radio, Major Edward Bowes. It will be my privilege to be here again, doing my best to take Mr. DeMille's place on this stage in Hollywood. This is Edward Arnold bidding you all good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
I'm sure we all thrilled at the stories of the Old West, the days when men very seldom lived to a ripe old age because of Indians, hardship, and outlaws. Our story today involves a real old Western character who can recall even farther back than Stumpy, when times were rough and the Indians roamed about and Father said his prayers with his shotgun cocked. Some folks call them the good old days, yet I doubt if there's one of us that would like to live back there after knowing the labor-saving devices we have today. But we'd better get on with the story. And here it is. Houseboat Charlie. Houseboat Charlie is really an old-timer. He got the name Houseboat from the fact that he's been the ferry boatman across Misery Crossing ever since he was knee-high to a toadstool. Not only does Charlie run the ferry across the powerful and treacherous Shady River, but he lives on the ferry itself. Ralph, Stumpy, Grey Wolf, and I were just coming to Misery Crossing on horseback after being out on the North Trails for almost 4 weeks. Charlie's great-grandson, Junior, was there with the old gentleman as usual.
Hey, Gramps, here come the Rangers.
Well, I'll be jiggered if you ain't right, Junior.
That's Bill and his friend.
Looks like they're pretty beat, Gramps.
Yeah, I'd say you're right. Them there fellas have been out on the trail for quite a spell. Say, they got pack mules with them.
Hello, Charlie. Junior.
Howdy, Bill.
Hello, Bill. Say, you fellas look beat. Been on the trail long?
I'll say almost 4 weeks.
Wow. Boy, it's good to stand on my feet for a change.
You're not just joking, Sonny. I'll gladly walk the rest of the way home. The muscles in my legs are shrinking from sitting so much.
What do you fellas do when you're gone so long?
Oh, we inspect all fire lines. Look over all kinds of trees to see they have good health. We watch animals. Make count of animals in government parks and their health and actions. We inspect all tourist trails to make sure they're safe. And we do plenty other things at the same time.
Wow.
You see, we got to make sure that the tourists will be safe from danger. That is, as long as they stay on the marked trails that we set up for them. Well, as soon as we get back to town, I'll send out men in small groups to begin their work of fixing things up and making improvements.
Hey, you've got quite a job riding herd on all this forest. Say, why don't you fellers come aboard and set a spell? I got a good coffee pot and some fresh biscuits.
How fresh, Charlie?
3 days old, you old walrus.
That's the freshest biscuit you ever had, you old tadpole snatcher. Let's eat, fellers. Bill, we're going to have to put some of that there foam rubber on our saddles. Wise, Duffy. Here, sit in this easy chair of Charlie's. Don't get up, old-timer. I know what you mean. Charlie, we appreciate your hospitality. We really were trail-weary and saddle-sore.
That's right. We really tired.
Charlie, where'd you ever learn to keep your houseboat looking so nice?
Why, my missus taught me before she was killed in an Indian raid.
Your wife was killed by Indians?
That's right, Ralph. I thought you knew. Most everyone around here does.
Well, now that I think of it, I guess I did hear it.
That's when they named this place Misery Crossing.
Tell us the story again, Gramps.
Oh, you've heard this story 100 times, Junior.
I know, but tell it again, please.
Well, you fellers mind?
No, I don't. I'd like to hear it again, Charlie. It's been many years since I've heard you tell how this place got its name.
I'd like to hear it again, too.
Well, that goes for me likewise.
Charlie. I'll dream of the good old days while I'm listening.
You fellers must be plumb tuckered to want to sit and listen to this. Well, sir, this is the only place up or down the shady river that's any good for crossing. It's deep here, but the old river's kind of quiet and peaceful. So me and Cougar West decided to build a ferry here to take folks and cattle across the river. Now, me and Cougar knew that this would be a bad place for Indian attacks because there's high canyon walls all around. Outlaws will get the drop on you, too. But it's the only place for 50 miles up or down the river where a man or animal can cross and expect to make it with a whole hide. So me and Cougar West went into business. And it came fast and furious.
Charlie, me and the boys, we got 500 head of steers back on the prairie. We want you to ferry the herd across.
That's what we're here for, Marsh.
Now, how much?
Well, what do you think, Cougar?
I'd say $100.
That's what I'm thinking. $100, Marsh.
Well, I call that a right reasonable price. I'll save more than that because I don't have to drive the herd the extra 50 miles. In fact, I'd call that dirt cheap.
No, we ain't here to skin folks, even though we could. Me and Cougar are trying to build a business. We figure we'll make more money and have a lot more friends and customers by being honest. There's, one thing, however.
What's that?
You travel at your own risk. Them rocks up there sometimes get full of rustlers and engines.
Oh, I know that. I'll have some of my boys ride high just in case.
Okay, when will you be here?
Sun up.
We'll be waiting. Well, sir, rustlers must have smelled that trail herd a-coming. Just as we were about loaded for the first trip, the fireworks started. Just more, and that'll be all for this load.
Okay, Charlie.
Hey, boss, look up on the ridge. Okay, now, boys.
Take cover, men. We'll all be killed down here. Some of you boys cover us. Me and the rest of the boys will drive the herd back to the prairie.
We'll help with the covering fire.
Hey, look on the ridge. It's the sheriff and a posse.
We'll go tell Marsh. We'll start putting his herd across the river right away, and this time we won't be stopped. Yep, outlaws was bad enough, but Injuns was worse. Why, they'd follow a wagon train right down here to the crossing.
Charlie, get your shooting on. Here comes a wagon train with the pesky redskins right behind them.
Cast off the ferry so we can get to the middle of the river.
Right. Here they trying to shoot fire arrows at the ferry.
Stop talking and keep shooting. Here comes the cavalry. Well, sir, that's the way it was almost all the time. Rustlers, hold-up men, Indians, and the weather. Floods, blizzards, and what have you. Almost everyone had a miserable time getting to the ferry, so we decided to call this Misery Crossing.
Thanks, Gramps. I like the part about the Indians the best.
And you're a red-blooded American boy, all right. Yes, sirree.
Right. Well, Charlie, we got to move along home. Thanks for the story, the coffee, and the biscuits.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, bring your horses and mules aboard, and I'll take you to the other side of Misery Crossing. You won't have to do any shooting, though.
It's raining cats and dogs in the kitchen sink.
And how? I've not seen it rain hard like this for a long time. Neither have I.
I'll say. We got here just in time. I got it. Ranger headquarters. What's that? Well, how long ago? We'll ride out there right away and see if there's anything we can do. Right. Goodbye.
What happened, Bill?
Flash flood hit Spring Valley about half an hour ago.
Uh-oh. Did clean the valley out?
Yeah, it sure did. Well, let's go and see what we can do, if anything.
We're probably too late.
Whoa, Storm. Easy, big boy.
Boy, it cleaned out the ranches of Spring Valley. Clean as a whistle.
That sure did, and without warning. Flash floods are terrible monsters. They can strike any time and with terrific power.
Yep. There's no greater force than a wall of water 15 or 20 feet high rushing down a valley or canyon.
Too bad. Maybe we go down and see if anyone's still alive.
Right.
Oh, what a pleasant job this is going to be. We knew all the folks in Spring Valley.
Uh-huh. Well, being an undertaker isn't going to be any fun, that's for sure. Well, let's get on with it. We'll be finished that much sooner.
Here's young Hollins.
Is he dead?
Yep.
I'll lay him here with his parents, Duffy.
Yep.
Yes. 7 families wiped out to the last man, woman, and child. And their cattle and stock and ranch buildings gone, too.
Boy, the thing must have hit with a terrific wallop.
Yeah. Now, here come some rescue parties. Let them take these bodies back into town. We've got to ride and warn the other people that live in the valleys and canyons around here. Gray Wolf, Duffy, you fellas ride west, warn the people in Beaver Canyon, Apple Valley, Spruce Canyon, and farther on.
Okay, we meet you back in town. Where are we going, Bill?
We'll cover all the valleys and canyons to the east. All right, let's go. Come on, Storm.
Let's go.
Come on, boss. Whoa, Storm. Whoa, boy.
Oh, we're too late for Melon Valley.
Yeah. Come on. We got to get ahead of that cloudburst. Come on, let's go.
Whoa, King, whoa.
Oh, Johnny!
Oh, we too late, old-timer.
Yeah, we sure are, young feller. You know, I couldn't figure out why Bill sent us east and west. But the storm's split in two, and we got to get ahead of it. Come on, Matilda.
Come on, King. That boy. Man, we finally got in front of the storm.
Right. You take the ranch on the left. I'll take the one down the road on the right. Sound the alarm, and then ride for the next place.
Okay. Paul Revere won't have a thing on me.
See you later. Whoa, Storm. Whoa, fella. Easy, boy.
Hey, what's all the ruckus about, Ranger?
Flash flood warning. Get your family and leave the valley as fast as you can. Head for high ground.
Right away, thanks.
Come on, Storm Boy. We got to cover ground. Let's go.
Boy, it's a good thing you had some men continue to spread the alarm. Storm and Bess are beat, especially Bess.
I know she is. Storm's winded, but he's a young horse. Be able to ride hard after a brief rest.
Where are you going from here?
Down to see Houseboat Charlie. Warn him that the Shady River's about to go on the rampage.
Yeah, I forgot about him. You want me to go, too? Or what do you want me
stay
to
on
do?
the high ground and walk Bess back to town. Tell Stumpy and Grey Wolf where I've gone. I'll meet you at headquarters.
Okay.
I'm going to give Storm 10 minutes more rest, then head for Misery Crossing.
Boy, if a flash flood catches Houseboat Charlie flat-footed, he'll really be in misery.
I don't care passing the muskrats about the flash flood, Bill. They don't scare me none. But thanks for telling me anyhow. It's mighty fine of you to ride down here just for that.
Charlie, you're not going to laugh this off, are you?
Why, sure. I know this river like I know the back of my hand, Bill. Been living on it for 65 years.
Perhaps. But a flash flood would sweep you right to your death like so much debris. You, your ferry, and your house would be gone in an instant.
Oh, sure. I ain't seen this river at any time that I couldn't handle it. Young fella, I know every mood of the Shady from sun up to sundown, from January to February.
Don't be foolish now, Charlie. Get your block and tackle out and pull your ferry up onto the bank. Those canyon walls will make the flood just that much more vicious, like forcing water through a funnel under high pressure.
Oh, back in 97, when the Shady flooded worse than it ever has, old Houseboat Charlie kept right on running his ferry. No, I ain't afeard of this river.
Well, I'm warning you, maybe for the last time. Get your ferry off the river. I'll help you.
No, that ferry stays on the river. I ain't afeard of it, and that's that. I don't chew my cabbage twice, Bill Jefferson.
Okay. I hope you won't be sorry.
I won't be. I know this river. She ain't about to throw a flash flood or any kind of angry fit.
I hope you're right. Well, I gotta head back to town now. I hope I'll see you again.
You will. Don't you fret about that. You will see me again.
Here, Storm. Have some supper. I'll get you some oats in a few minutes. Grey Wolf, how'd you and Stumpy make out?
Oh, we do good, Bill. Not many people live in Valley or Canyon to West. Ground too poor. We get a chance to warn everybody before a storm hit.
That's fine.
Now, how'd you make out with Charlie?
I didn't. Stubborn as a mule. He doesn't believe the river will throw a flash flood, and he won't budge an inch. Figures he owns the river, huh? That's about the size of it, Stumpy. Old houseboat's been there so long, he's grown roots right into the ground. A flash flood can tear out the deepest roots, old-timer. You ain't telling me nothing I ain't already seen with my own 2 eyes for a fact.
Are the flash floods over with?
Yeah, as far as we can tell. Unless another big thunderhead shows up and dumps its load into the right places. Well, let's put the horses to bed and go back to the office.
Comes the weather report on the teletype.
Yeah? What's it say?
Well, fair and warm for the next couple of days.
Well, we can relax then, huh?
Well, maybe.
Huh? What do you mean by that, Sonny?
Well, there's a deep cold front coming down, and they figure it'll stop just about 50 miles north of Canyon City.
Oh, Weather Bureau put out frost warning?
Not yet, but it's going to be in the upper 30s. Man, that's cold for this time of year.
You said it. Well, let's let sleeping dogs lie.
Right.
What's the matter with you, old-timer?
It's even hard for me to sit in the rocking chair after doing so much horseback riding. What's so all-fired funny?
You and that look on your face.
You look funny, too, if the back of your lap ached like mine does.
I'll get you a couple of pillows.
Now, there's a first-class idea. Where are you going to find some pillars?
I don't know, but I'll dig some up if I have to fill gunny sacks with hay.
Never mind, Sonny. I guess I'll live through it. I just want to rest this old bag of bones for a while.
Okay, Stumpy. We go outside and let you take cat nap.
Thank you, Grey Wolf. It's going to feel mighty nice.
Well, there goes old Ripsaw Jenkins. Gramps?
Yep, Junior. What's on your mind?
I'm kind of worried about a flash flood coming along.
Now, don't you fret none, young man. Why, your grandpa knows this river like he knows you. Why, I can tell way ahead of time when she's going to kick up her heels like a bronco.
Okay, Gramps, I believe you.
Don't you let them rangers scare you, son. Oh, they're nice fellers, and they mean well, but they can't tell me anything I don't know about this river already. No, sir, not a thing I don't know already.
Hey, here come some folks that want ferrying, Gramps.
Well, that's what they'll get. They won't get their feet wet either. I'll crank up this old engine and we'll cross over and pick them up.
Gramps, how can you tell by looking at the river that it isn't going to flash flood?
Well, I just can, that's all. You're on this river as long as I am. You'll know what I mean. I just know. There ain't nothing scientific about it at all. I just know.
If I listen to Stumpy much longer, I'm going to lie right down here on the floor and go to sleep, too.
I think same thing.
Yeah. I know what you mean, all right.
I'll get it.
Never mind. It's probably for me. Ranger Headquarters, Bill Jefferson speaking. Yes? It will, huh? Well, sure. We'll be glad to lend a hand. Yeah, right away. Goodbye.
Yeah, what's up?
The boys up in the fruit country are going to fight frost tonight, and they want us to help them.
We fly helicopter all night to keep air stirred up so frost not get through.
Right. You and I'll take a big twin-rotor copter up there and take shifts flying it all night for them back and forth over their orchards.
Ah, that's a good idea.
Hey, how about Stumpy and me?
Well, the old-timer's done in. I think you've had enough for one day yourself.
Well, I guess you're right. I'll get home and to bed right away.
Good. Wake the old-timer before you go home. And tell Mom I'll see her in the morning.
Okay. Have fun.
We will. It'll be back and forth over the same area all night long. Now, let's go, Grey Wolf.
Right. Ralph, don't let old-timers saw too much wood or floor break from weight.
I won't. I'll carry it outside and stack it.
Using helicopter to mix warm ground air with cold night air, good idea.
Yeah. Beats using smudge pots. It's only hit and miss. Slightest east breeze or wind shift really upsets the apple car with smudge pots.
Maybe we better begin shifts now. You sleep and I take the first turn.
You think you can hold out that long?
I think so. I feel like I fall asleep by I wake you up.
Good. A couple of hours of sleep will fix me up fine. And you can have the rest of the night off.
No, we take shifts like planned. You not Iron Man.
Okay. I'll see you in a few hours.
Already? Oh, poor Bill and Grey Wolf didn't get much sleep, I bet. Uh-oh. I better get that. Hello? Yeah? Oh, man alive. Yeah. I'll get right over to headquarters and call Bill on the radio. Yes, goodbye.
That's the whole story, Bill. The weather boys figure the Thunderhead will drop its load right on the Shady River.
How long ago did they call you?
About half an hour.
Did they say when the storm would hit?
No, but I gathered it was already beginning to pour in the country above Misery Crossing.
Okay. Get the old-timer and head for the crossing. We'll try to get the houseboat Charlie in time.
Oh, Bill.
Yeah?
Do you suppose Junior spent the night with him?
I hope not. We'll have to try and rescue two of them. Over and out. Grey Wolf, give this flying banana all it's got.
It rained plenty hard, Bill.
You're not joking. Now drop down so I can see the crossing.
That's dangerous. Many ridges.
We'll have to risk it.
Okay, we go down.
I can see the ferry. You're right on the beam, all right. Hover the copter now.
Right. Lower cable fast. I can see flash flood coming now.
Grey Wolf, I'm going down on the cable. That way I can get Charlie into the harness faster. When I give the signal, lift us to high ground. I'll hang on to the cable.
Right. You're going out plenty quick. Flash flood not more than half mile away.
I still say you're wrong.
Never mind who's right and who's wrong. There. Now you're buckled in. All right, here we go. Look below, Charlie.
Great day in the morning. You were right.
We won't be able to call you houseboat anymore. Your ferry is smashed to matchsticks.
Yep, sure is. Well, I'll build another one. You hadn't rescued me, there wouldn't be any more houseboat Charlie, because I'd be drowned. I guess I don't know everything about the river. Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, some folks have to learn the hard way, I guess. But Houseboat Charlie built another ferry and put his house on it as well. But he isn't boasting anymore that he knows all there is to know about the river. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
This is Stumpy Jenkins, speaking for Ranger Bill, and saying don't forget to hit the trail with us every week at this time for lots of exciting adventure with all the Ranger gang. Henry Scott, and Grey Wolf, and Bill, of course, and me, the old-timer, are all on hand from time to time to bring you the best stories we can find. So you tune in to Knotty Pine and learn the latest that's happening around the ranger station, or in the mountains and forests nearby, or maybe even someplace further away. Because that young feller Bill gets into all kinds of situations and troubles and complications when he's trying to help somebody else. So you be sure to join up with us next week for this half hour of storytelling, and then you won't lose out on anything that's going on. I'll be looking for you, so don't disappoint me. Disappoint me. Disappoint me. Disappoint me. Disappoint me. Disappoint me. Disappoint me.
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
By transcription.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure, pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guests, Jane Wyman, yours truly, Toby Reed, Bea Benaderet, Frank Nelson, Jerry Hauser, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, it's morning in the Burns home, and George and Gracie are discussing the Academy Awards, which are to be made tonight to the outstanding motion picture performers of 1948.
A lot of fine actors were nominated this year, Gracie. Ought to be quite a battle for the Oscars.
Yeah, they're really anxious to get those little statues out there.
You bet they are. Nothing is more important to an actor than winning one. Does a lot for his career.
Oh, sure. If Ronald Colman hadn't won an Oscar, he wouldn't have any jokes in Jack Benny's program.
Yes, if it wasn't for Benny, Coleman would be an acrobat, I guess.
Well, you know, George.
See him now.
Yes.
Flying Coleman.
Well, wait till I tell you. You know something?
What?
If you'd gone into the movies instead of radio, we'd have Oscars all over the house.
I'm sensational, huh?
Loaded. Look at the men who are up for the awards. Montgomery Clift.
Nothing.
Oh, you'd have made a much better cowboy than he did in Red River. Well, you're built like a cowboy.
Look, Gracie.
Oh, I can see you in that scene where the cattle were stampeding. You'd stand there smiling, unafraid, with all those cows rushing between your legs.
Yes, I'd be known as Limp-Along Burns, I guess.
And look who else might get the award. Dan Daly, a dancer. He's not half the dancer you were when we first started going together.
I was a good dancer.
Oh, terrific. And you didn't know when to stop. You'd dance until you wore out 2 pairs of shoes. The bottoms of yours and the tops of mine.
Well, Daly isn't just a dancer. He's pretty romantic, too. How about those kisses he gave Betty Grable?
Oh, Pooh to those daily kisses. I'll take the weekly ones from you.
Forget it. What do you think of the actresses who were nominated?
Well, Barbara Stanwyck is an awfully nice girl, but I don't think it would be fair for her to get the award.
Why not?
Well, all that and Robert Taylor, too?
But she was great in Sorry Wrong Number. The way she screamed and wept on the telephone when she knew she was going to be killed.
Well, I've screamed and wept that much trying to call Pasadena.
Yes, that's happened to me, too. How about Irene Dunn in her performance in I Remember Mama?
Well, I didn't see that picture because you wouldn't take me. Why did you say I Remember Mama must be a horror picture?
Because the mama I remember is yours.
That's not nice.
I'm a naughty boy, yes. Well, let's get back to the Academy Awards. What did you think of Olivia de Havilland in the Snake Pit?
Well, it was a good picture, but I didn't understand the title.
Well, what was wrong with the title?
Well, you know, snakes don't have tits, only peaches and prunes.
Well, we won't tell that to Darryl Zanuck. It might embarrass him.
You know, I was very interested in the picture because I have an uncle who's a doctor in an asylum.
Must be an interesting job.
Oh, it's not a job. He thinks he's Dr. Fu Manchu.
Oh, yes, that's the smart uncle.
Yeah,
the one
my
with
favorite
the
one.
blue hair, yeah.
You know, the actress I'd like to win the award is Janie Wyman. She's such a good friend of ours.
Yeah, she did a wonderful job of Johnny Belinda. If you ask me, Janie Wyman is the best actress of 48.
Oh, George Burns, don't you dare say that, best actress of 48.
Oh, she is.
Well, she certainly doesn't look 48.
Gracie,
In fact, she doesn't look any older than I do.
I meant the year 1948. Janie isn't older than you are.
Oh, my same age, huh?
Yes.
When will she be 20?
Very soon now.
Oh, me too, but don't tell anybody.
No, only the members of the Friars Club, that's all.
Hey, you know, I just thought of something. Here it is the very day of the awards, and I haven't wished Janie Wyman luck. I'll go over to her house and do it right now.
Good idea. Give her my love.
Oh, don't be silly. There's hardly enough for me. See you later, dear.
Goodbye, dear.
Oh, gee, I hope Janie is home. Maybe I should have called first.
Well, Gracie, how are you?
Well, just fine, Janie. I dropped by to wish you luck tonight, Jenny. I know you're going to win the award.
Well, now, I wouldn't be too sure of that, Gracie. My competition will be very stiff.
Well, take a few drinks yourself.
I meant Olivia de Havilland was awfully good in the Snake Pit.
Oh, but Janie, she had such an easy part.
An easy part? Gracie, she had to play a crazy girl.
I could do that with my eyes closed.
You got something there.
Oh, thank you, Janie. Now, your part in Johnny Belinda was really hard. You had to go for almost 2 hours without saying a word.
Well, that wasn't easy. After all, I am a woman.
Well, sure. You know, I think it's wonderful the way you learned to use your hands just for that picture.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I learned to use my hands long before that picture was made.
Really?
Yes. You see, I used to date Bill Goodwin.
You're going to win that Oscar tonight. Are you nervous?
Gracie, I'm as nervous as a bride.
Oh, well, then I know just how you feel. I remember my wedding day.
Imagine getting so keyed up over the possibilities of getting a little lifeless imitation figure of a man.
Well, he wasn't so lifeless when I married him.
Gracie, I wasn't referring to George. Why, George has lots of... He's got a figure like, well, why, he was better when you married him, huh?
Yes, but he's still a wonderful husband, Jenny, and I love him.
Oh, I know you do, Gracie.
But this isn't solving your problem. You're nervous, and I'm just the girl who can cure it.
You think you can?
Oh, well, certainly. Now, look. What is there to be nervous about? What worries you?
Well, for one thing, my appearance. You see, the awards will be broadcast on television, and I'm worried about how I'll look.
Oh, well, then you can stop worrying right now.
Really?
Well, sure. On television, everybody looks bad. So just relax.
Well, but Gracie, some very important executives will be watching me on television, and it may mean a new part.
Well, if they're looking for a short, dumpy girl with a herringbone complexion, you'll get it. Now relax.
Will I look that bad?
Oh, Janie, stop worrying. I guarantee you'll look better than the wrestlers. Except, of course, Gorgeous George. Now, do you feel better?
Great.
Atta girl. Now, what are you wearing tonight?
Well, Milo Anderson is making me a beautiful strapless evening gown with a train.
A strapless gown with a train?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, don't worry. I'm sure the same thing won't happen to you.
What same thing?
Well, I was at a party and this woman... forget it. It couldn't happen twice.
What happened?
Well, she was walking along in this strapless evening gown and somebody stepped on a train.
You mean the gown?
All the way. But don't worry. If it happens to you, just keep cool.
If it happens to me, I'll be downright cold.
That's the spirit. And besides, maybe you'll be lucky.
Oh, I hope so. I think I'll wear a 4-leaf clover tonight.
Oh, Jenny, you better wear more than that.
I didn't mean I'd wear only a 4-leaf clover.
Oh, well, thank goodness. You know, green isn't your color.
Gracie, the 4-leaf clover will be just a good luck charm.
Oh, are you superstitious?
Yes.
Oh, well, then I won't tell you.
Tell me what?
That Johnny Belinda has... no, it would only worry you. You're all relaxed now.
Gracie, for heaven's sakes, tell me.
Well, Johnny Belinda has 13 letters.
Oh, my goodness. Now I'm sure to lose the award.
Oh, Janie, calm down. 13 isn't necessarily bad luck.
No?
Well, no. There are 13 letters in Palace Theater, too. And that's where I met George. Maybe you have that kind of luck.
Gracie, please. Losing the award is bad enough.
But look on the bright side, Janie. Maybe nothing bad will happen to you at the awards tonight. Maybe you won't even get there.
Let's go back to the dark side, huh?
Now, cheer up. Maybe your car will break down on the way. Oh, maybe you'll have a flat tire. Oh, maybe you'll have Well, Janie, I've been talking to you for an hour now. How do you feel?
Numb. Hey, why did I get this ball of yarn?
Well, you've been sitting there unraveling your dress. Oh, Jenny, you've just got to calm down. Remember, you may have to make a speech tonight.
Oh, gee, that's right.
Well, sure, and if you're nervous, you might do what my sister Bessie does. When she gets nervous, she always twists her words around.
What do you mean?
Well, once in a play, she had the part of a girl who sold flowers, and she was supposed to say, "Who'll give me a nickel for my posy?" But she said, "Who'll give me a pickle for my nosy?" Oh, yeah. You don't want a thing like that to happen, so get a grip on yourself.
Okay, Gracie.
Oh, good. Now you nervous?
No, I'm not a nit nervous.
Janie, you said you weren't a bit nervous.
No, I said I'm not a bit nervous, and I'm not.
Are you sure?
Honestly, I've never knelt better in my life.
Well, I'll see who's at the front door, Janie. Now, you sit here and relax.
Hey, Gracie, what's keeping you? Why don't you come home?
Well, George, I wouldn't dare leave Jane Wyman alone. She's so nervous about the awards tonight, there's no telling what she'd do.
You must be exaggerating. Janie is a real trooper. She wouldn't be that nervous.
Well, go in and see for yourself.
Okay. Hiya, Janie.
Oh, hello, George. I'm glad to see you.
What was that?
I'm glad to see you.
Well, I'm glad to give you, too.
Now, George, you must be nervous. You're getting your words all mixed up.
Yeah. Excuse me a minute, Janie. Hey, Gracie, this girl has popped her cork. She's a nervous wreck.
Yeah, but I hate to think how she'd be if I hadn't come over and calmed her down.
Yes, it's a good thing you...
Might as well be spring. In fact, it is spring and has been for several days. But you know, one gay blossom doesn't make it spring. One melodic sequence doesn't make a song. Now listen a moment while the orchestra plays a familiar song that's always been associated with spring. And see if you can name it by hearing just the mellow harmony. Now we add the rich counter melody. Here we blend in the vigorous rhythm. And finally, to fulfill the promise of this beautiful song, let's complete the arrangement with the full-bodied melody. Why, springtime in the Rockies, of course. A real perennial favorite. And like every good song, it's made up of not one, but many fine musical parts, all skillfully blended into one rich, harmonious arrangement. And friends, not only in music is blending so important. You know, it takes this same skill in blending to bring you the rich, heartwarming flavor of America's favorite brand of coffee, delicious Maxwell House coffee. Yes, skillful blending is one big reason for that famous good to the last drop flavor. Flavor you'll enjoy in no other coffee. You see, Maxwell House is a superb combination of many choice Latin American coffees. Now, first, our Maxwell House experts select premium grades of Manizales coffees for mellowness. To these coffees, they add Medellins for richness. Still other choice coffees are added for vigor. And finally, Bucaramangas coffees contribute their excellent full body. This perfectly balanced Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed and roaster fresh.
It's a combination that can't be beat, friends. Superb flavor and top value. For today, you can enjoy famous Maxwell House coffee for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the lowest priced coffee sold.
So start these spring mornings right. Treat yourself to the best in coffee drinking pleasure. Enjoy the extra flavor of America's favorite brand of coffee, delicious Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Now, just lie here and relax, Janie. How do you feel?
Oh, I'm a bundle of nerves, Gracie. Maybe you could get some medicine so I can sleep.
Well, if it's sleep you want, you don't need medicine. I'll just have George sing you a lullaby.
No.
But George's voice is just like medicine. Everyone thinks so. Whenever he gets up to sing, people always say, "What a pill." Now, I'll call him.
No, please.
But, Janie, you must sleep. You've got your choice of listening to George sing or taking medicine. Surely you don't want something nasty and horrible and icky?
That's right. I'll take the medicine.
Now, wait, Jenny. I've got another idea. I'll be right back. George.
Yes, Gracie. How's Janie?
Well, she needs sleep, dear, and it would take too long to get medicine. And so you go in and hypnotize her.
Me hypnotize her?
Well, sure. You know in vaudeville you worked for that hypnotist, the great Gummo, and you learned his tricks?
Yeah, but that was a lot of years ago.
But you never lost the power in your eyes. Even after you became a comedian, you still put people to sleep.
So that's what did it.
Well, sure. Now, come on. Janie's got to get some sleep.
Well, I can try. Janie, now I can help you if you do exactly what I say.
Like what?
Never mind. Just let yourself go. You trust me, don't you?
At your age, certainly.
Now, Janie, look straight into my face.
Now, when I'm feeling so well?
Concentrate on my eyes.
What for?
Well, you want to sleep, don't you?
Well, sure.
Well, look into his eyes. It's in the bag.
No, the bags are under his eyes.
Janie, I'm trying to hypnotize you so that you'll sleep.
Really, I'd rather have medicine. Gracie, run down to the owl on the corner and get some.
Oh, yeah, sure, Jane, sure. Hey, keep an eye on her, George. She's nuttier than a fruitcake.
Really?
Sure, owls don't sell medicine, drugstores do.
It is a drugstore. Now hurry.
Hello, George. Your neighbors told me this is where you were. Here's the baby.
Mrs. Bagley, why are you handing me your baby?
Gracie promised to watch him for me this afternoon. Go to the nice man, Oliver. I know, honey, but go to him anyway. And here's his formula, George. Just warm it.
Wait a minute, Mrs. Bagley.
Thanks a million.
Mrs. Bagley. Holy murder. Gracie can get me into the donut. Pipe down, kid. Pipe down. Pipe down. Someone. Trying to sleep. Now just lie here on the couch while I go warm up your formula.
George, I'm expecting the dressmaker. Would you... George, where are you? I can hear you singing, but where are you? Oh, my gosh, a baby. How did you get here?
I'm back with it. Janie! What's that in your arms?
A baby.
Oh, no wonder you've been so nervous and upset. Why didn't you tell me you were going to have a baby?
Gracie, I don't know where this baby came from.
Oh, well, somebody'd better have a talk with you.
Gracie, I did not have this baby. At least I don't remember having it. Now, I may be nervous, but I'm not that nervous.
Hi, Gracie. I heard you're over here. Hello, Janie. Hey, where'd the baby come from?
Why, Bill, you're as innocent as Janie. And I was hoping you could explain to her all about the bees.
Oh, well, I can.
Now, look,
No, it won't take a minute, Janie. You see, pollen is carried by the wind and the bees.
Bill, I know all about the wind and the bees.
Oh, well, do you know about the birds and the bees?
Yes.
You know about the flowers and the bees?
Yes.
Boy, those bees really live, don't they?
To me today. I'm going nuts.
Oh, poor Janie. Having a baby has upset her.
I did not have this baby, Gracie. I'm all upset about the Academy Accord.
She means the Academy Award.
Oh, well, cheer up, Janie. I've got inside information for you. Now, I happen to know that you'll walk out of that theater tonight with Hollywood's greatest prize.
I will?
Sure, I'll be your escort.
I thought you really knew who won the award.
Well, I do, Janie. I went to the fellow who counted the votes, and I bribed him to tell me the results.
Bill, the men who count those votes are honest. There's not enough money in Hollywood to buy them.
Well, who used money? I bribed him with a cup of Maxwell House coffee. One whiff of that rich, mellow Maxwell House fragrance, and he told me everything.
Well, what did he say, Bill?
Well, he said it was the greatest coffee he'd ever tasted. That's because Maxwell House is a blend of fine Latin American coffees. Radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection. Well, sir, we sat there drinking Maxwell House coffee and talking about the Academy Awards.
Well, who won?
Well, I did. I drank 12 cups to his team. You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop, Janie. America's favorite brand of coffee.
Oh, Janie, he doesn't have any information.
Okay, I admit I don't know who's going to get the big awards, but I do know about the supporting awards.
Well, who gets that?
Maxwell House coffee. Been supporting me for years. Janie?
Well, George, I gave Janie the medicine and she's sound asleep.
Good.
Oh, thank goodness you explained it. This was Clara Bagley's baby.
Quiet, kid. Quiet. Shh, quiet. I better take him over to our house before he wakes up Janie.
Well, maybe he's crying because he's hungry.
I gave him a whole bottle of formula. This kid is bottomless.
I'll bet that makes him hard to spank.
Well, I'll be running along. Now, don't let anything disturb Janie. After she's left for the awards, you come on home. Got it?
Got it, George.
Good.
Yes?
How do you do? I'm the dressmaker. I'm here to try on Miss Wyman's gown.
Well, go ahead, but you look pretty silly in them.
You don't understand. I made the gown for Miss Wyman.
Well?
I want her to have a perfect fit.
Well, she'll have one if she sees you in her gown.
Madam, is Miss Wyman here?
Yes, but she's asleep and she cannot be disturbed.
But I've got to see her. It's imperative.
Well, I'll tell her you were here, Mr. Imperative. Goodbye. Well, home at last, George. And I'm worn to a frazzle. I fought people off all afternoon so Janie could sleep.
Well, good for you, Gracie. Hey, it's almost time for the awards. Let's turn on the radio and see if Janie wins.
You listen, George. I better run back to Janie's house. I forgot something.
Let it go till tomorrow.
No, I think I better take care of it right now.
Well, what'd you forget?
Well, I forgot to wake Janie.
Forgot to wake her? Well, come on, let's get over there.
Now, you wait out here, George. I'll wake Janie. Janie, wake up. Wake up.
Oh, hi, Gracie. Gee, I had a wonderful rest. I feel so relaxed. What time is it?
8:25.
Well, the awards aren't until 8:30, so...
What? Don't get excited. You've got 5 minutes to get there.
I couldn't get there in 5 minutes in a rocket ship.
So take a streetcar. It's cheaper anyway.
Oh, quick, Gracie. Hand me my shoes, my hat, my purse, too. Well, goodbye.
Oh, why did you come back?
I'd better put a dress on, too.
If you want to be formal.
Oh, no, I haven't got time. I'll just throw this coat over my pajamas. I can't find the armholes. Oh, this is the blanket.
Oh, well, Janie, calm down.
Well, now, don't worry. I'm as cute as a cucumber. Now for some lipstick and eyebrow pencil there. Yeah. Now hand me the mirror. I got red eyebrows and black lips.
Well, that's all right. Paint an eye on your chin and nobody will notice.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, goodbye, Oscar. I'm off to win Gracie. I never made it without your help.
Oh, Gracie. Janie looked like a zombie. Red eyebrows, black lips, a blanket over her pajamas, hair streaming down, and laughing like a mad woman.
Oh, yes. Now she's bound to win the award.
What?
If she doesn't get it for Johnny Belinda, she'll get it for Snake Pit.
Oh, no.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Well, Gracie, next week our guest star will be Jack Benny.
Oh, I know, George, and I've already talked to him about his salary.
How much does he want?
Well, Jack said we're his friends, so he'll come down and do the show for nothing.
For nothing? Jack Benny?
That's right. All he wants us to do is furnish some transportation.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He wants us to buy him a new Cadillac.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so Easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, when Jack Benny will be our guest, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. And now stay tuned in for the Al Jolson Show, which follows immediately.
The preceding program was transcribed. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. We're out to smash a numbers racket.
Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, usually typed fast and well. But on this particular afternoon, she made a lot of errors.
Oh, darn.
She kept glancing up at the door, waiting for it to open. Miss Case had something on her mind.
Hello, Casey.
Oh, it's you.
Huh? Now, ain't that a fine way to say hello? The way your face fell when you seen me wasn't flattering. Who was you expecting?
Mr. Reed.
Suffering snakes, Casey. You're so loony about Reed you can't even keep it a secret.
Wasn't that, you lug?
Sure it was. You're not fooling Michael Axford, Casey. You're in love with your boss and
You should be writing a lovelorn column.
If I did, I'd put your story first, Casey.
Well, you'd be wrong.
Is that so?
Well, Oh, get out. I'm busy.
Well, I'm waiting for Reed too, Casey. Will he be long?
No.
Am I disturbing you?
Yes.
You don't mind if I wait?
You can do as you please, but stop talking, if that's possible for you, Axford.
Golly, Casey, you don't have to get riled.
Just keep quiet.
I will.
Oh, Mr. Reed.
Oh, what's the excitement?
I had a letter here, someplace around.
Well?
I was here a moment ago.
Keep looking, Miss Case. It must be important.
Gosh, it is.
Okay. When you find it, I'll...
Hey, Reed, I got something on my mind. And I ain't misplaced it neither, like Casey done that letter.
News?
I ain't sure. But you recall that crook Kane?
Kane?
Yeah, he was in the state pen. Now he's out.
Well, what about him?
Nothing much, Reed. Only he's sporting a roll that would choke a horse. And nobody knows where it come from.
Kane has a lot of money, huh?
Yeah, Reed. It's awful suspicious.
Kane was jailed for racketeering, wasn't he?
Uh-huh. I wanted to ask you, Reed. Seeing as I used to be on the police force, maybe I ought to give the Sentinel the benefit of my valuable experience.
Meaning what?
Meaning I ought to sleuth after Kane for the newspaper.
All right, Axford. You've got an assignment.
Good gravy. Did you hear that, Casey?
Don't bother me.
I'm a reporter. Reed just give me an assignment.
Look, I'm searching for a letter. Why, you...
Oh!
Hey, break it up. What's the feud?
Casey, you shouldn't get so mad.
That letter...
Huh?
That letter I've been looking high and low for. What have you got in your hand?
In my... Oh, I must have picked it up off the desk without thinking.
Do you ever?
I'll take it, Axford.
Yeah.
Is this the letter you were disturbed about in this case?
Just read it.
That's what I... Well...
I told you.
Suffering snakes, Reed. What is it?
It's a warning note to the Sentinel from Mr. X.
By golly, Lowry, you got to hand it to Reed. He ain't scared of nothing.
You mean this Mr. X business?
The door told the sentinel to lay off.
Well, I think we should.
You what?
Now, look, Casey, don't get me wrong. I'm not yellow.
Go on.
Okay? Who is this Mr. X?
I don't know.
Nobody knows, Lowry.
Right, and the Sentinel's the only paper in town to keep repeating that there's a big brain behind all the rackets in town. The other papers will start laughing at us.
What for?
Suppose there isn't any Mr. X.
Lowry, don't be a sap.
Suppose those letters are fake.
Suppose nothing. Gosh, Lowry, the Sentinel helped crack that wildcat strike. There was distinct evidence that Mr. X was mixed up in that.
Nuts. For my money, those letters are from a harmless crackpot. The boss ought to lay off before he gets laughed off.
Oh, now you're telling him how to run the paper.
Who said so? But as far as I'm concerned, I'm more interested in a rat like Slicker Kane, for instance.
Golly, did you say Kane?
Yeah, what of it?
But holy crow, how did you know?
Know what?
No, that I was... never mind. Let me out here, will you?
Here, but you said you...
I changed my mind.
Okay, screwball.
Was it Reed who told you?
Told me what?
Never mind. Good night.
What's eating that big ape? Hey, don't tell me you know the answer.
Poor X. He thought he had that Kane angle exclusive.
Exclusive?
Mr. Reed told him to check up on Kane. It's his assignment.
Why, the dumb hillbilly. I've been checking on Kane for a week.
Is he really making money, Lowry?
He's rolling in it, Casey.
Well, where does he get it?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Kane hangs around a little pool room joint down on Vesey Street.
Vesey Street?
I'm on my way there now, as soon as I drop you off.
Lowry, why can't I go along with you?
Oh, no, you don't, sister. You're not coming with me.
Lowry, please.
Not a chance. It's dangerous. The boss would skin me alive. No, Casey, I'll drop you off at home. Maybe you can figure out a way to persuade the boss to forget about Mr. X, eh? He's barking up the wrong tree.
I'm watching very sharply, Mr. Britt. I regret to inform Mr. X still remain mystery.
I see.
Perhaps there is no Mr. X.
Nonsense. He's been sending warning letters to the Sentinel. You know that.
Perhaps it is fake?
Cato, relax. You're starting to believe all that talk along newspaper row. You and I know there is a Mr. X. Remember, we almost had him once.
Oh, you mean...
When I went out as the Green Hornet on that labor racket.
That is true, Mr. Britt. Almost I forget.
You got nothing new, huh?
No, please. So sorry.
Yeah, we'll get him later then. What about this crook, Slicker Kane?
Oh, yes, sir. Him I watch all day. Since you called me from Sentinel and tell me so.
Axford said he had money.
He has plenty money, Mr. Britt. Tonight he will maybe, be playing pool, yes?
Pool room, huh?
On Vesey Street, please.
Cato, get the Hornet mask and the gas weapon. Slicker Kane's going to have company.
Two ball in the corner pocket. Watch us.
Kane, you sure can play pool.
Get that phone, Bray.
Yeah, all right. Hello?
Just about time for me to get a phone call.
Yeah, just a second. Hey, Kane.
And for me?
Yeah. Some guy didn't give his name.
I'm expecting it. I'd take a powder.
Huh?
Scram. See that nobody in this joint gets close enough to cop a listen.
Okay. Nobody's going to hear anything.
Hello? Yeah, keep talking. Oh, what's on your mind, Mr. X? Who's flashing too much snow? Me? Well, sure, you're the boss. What? Yeah, okay. I'll take care of it. Bragg. Hey, Bragg.
Yeah? What's up, boss?
You fool.
Me? Well, what did I do now?
Drop your voice, you sap. Listen, that was Mr. X on the phone.
Mr. X?
Who were you trying to cross up? What happened to that dough?
Dough?
Listen, rat. The dough I gave you to put in the regular place. Mr. X's dough.
Oh, I put it there.
Yeah, you didn't find it.
But I tell you,
Save it. Come on, you mookie.
Where are we going?
We're going after that dough. The first place we're going to look is your room. Get it? Where's the car?
It's outside.
Suffering snakes. Why don't you watch your step?
You knocked them pool balls all over the floor.
Out of the way, Buck.
Right with you, boss. Why, you shove me around, will you? Whoa! I can't keep me feet. I'm falling. Look out!
What a picture. And me with no camera.
Why, them dirty. It was Kane. He shoved me.
The way you did a dance on those pool balls, Axford, was that a laugh?
Lowry, what in blazes are you doing here?
Yeah, it's me. Come on your feet.
No, listen, Holy crow, we got to get after them. They got something on their minds, Lowry.
Yeah, you're telling me. I saw Kane's face after that phone call. Come on, my car's outside.
That is the place, Mr. Britt. We go in now?
No, Cato, we'll... Look.
That is him, that Kane. And he has the other with him.
Cato, that other man, that's a hoodlum named Bragg.
I not know his name.
Bragg's made a specialty of racket collections. He's a strong-arm collector.
They go very fast, Mr. Britt.
So Bragg's working for Kane.
There's other car, Mr. Britt.
Axford's, and Lowry's with him.
They go after first car. We go too, Mr. Britt?
Yeah, step on it. This is our chance, Cato.
We go after them?
No, let Axford and Lowry trail those crooks. We're going to take a look at Bragg's rooms.
Where he lives? But, Mr. Britt...
Skip it, Cato. I've had experience with Bragg before. He's all bluster and no brains. He'd leave enough evidence in his room to give us a lead. I'm sure of it. And we'll look now while he's not there. Nothing here, Cato. How about you?
I find this in desk, Mr. Britt.
Oh, I see.
I cannot make out what is it. But perhaps it is of importance, yes?
Looks like a map of a section of the city.
That is true. And this also, Mr. Britt. It is a small book with name and addresses.
Fine, now we're getting... What was that?
Mr. Britt, 2 men come along hall, this way.
Kane and Bragg coming here.
We are trapped.
Quick, in this closet. It's the only hiding place there is. Close the door.
Okay, boss. Here's my room, and what do you want to prove by coming here?
Boss. Somebody's going through this joint. Or is this a gag?
It was okay when I left.
Yeah. Listen, nobody plays me for a sucker. First Mr. X calls and says that door's missing, and then...
Hey, the map's gone. So's the sucker list, the address.
Shut up. I'll check on you later. You got a gun?
Huh?
Look at that closet door.
Hey, what are you... Hey, there's a piece of somebody's coat sticking out of the crack.
Open that door. I got it covered. And no noise, get it?
No noise, yeah.
Now, let her...
Get them. Slam the door in my face. It's for you.
His master.
Take it.
Shot.
Follow me. This way.
Kane, I can't breathe. Shot. Beat me to it. Didn't have time to pull the trigger.
Kane. Boss.
Hey, what's all the rumpus about? What's going on here?
Shot him. Or a mask.
Holy crow, Lowry. Who done it? They're out cold.
Said a mask. A man wearing a...
Holy crow, Lowry. There goes his car. It was the Green Hornet.
Now to continue our story. The following morning in Britt Reed's apartment, Axford spilled a mountain of newspapers over the breakfast table as he got up.
By golly, Reed, we beat every other paper in town with that yarn.
You and Lowry ran into a swell scoop, Axford.
I done all the work.
Okay, as long as the Sentinel got the yarn.
What was the Hornet doing there in the first place, Reed? He must have gone over Bragg's room with the vacuum cleaner.
He did?
Suffering snakes. What else was he there for? I tell you, Reed, they're running some kind of a racket, and the Hornet's after a cut. Ain't that right?
Axford, I wouldn't know.
You know plenty about the Hornet. Don't the Sentinel have a reward for his arrest? If you ask me...
Excuse, please, Mr. Axford. It's now 9 o'clock.
Oh, golly, time to get to the office. Reed, it's too bad you wasn't at home last night. I called up to give you the story.
I was out.
Do you want me to drive you to the office?
Oh, you go ahead. I'll be down later.
Huh? Oh, okay, if you say so. Be seeing you.
Now, Cato, you know what to do?
Yes, Mr. Britt. Last night we hear Kane and Bragg speak of money that is missing. I used this list of names to find out who maybe has took this money.
You start right now.
Money to be for Mr. X. It's obvious something happened to it. I find out by watching all people who have been made victims of Kane's rackets.
I've got the map. I'll study that.
Yes, please. I not know how long it take, but I do as you say. Sometime, maybe soon, we find out more.
It's another of Mr. X's rackets, Cato. When we break it, we may break Mr. X, too.
Hurry, please. Hurry. Oh, hello? Mr. Britt? So far, there is nothing. I work all day. Yes, tomorrow I try some more.
Hi, Casey. Boss in?
In and out, Lowry. He's been keeping very irregular hours since that night.
Yeah, me too.
How long has it been?
A week's gone by, Casey. A whole week, and there's no sign of the Hornet anyplace.
There must be something important about this map. Tried heat on it. Now perhaps this chemical will bring out some concealed writing. Wish Cato would find out what happened to that money.
Hello, Moran. This is Axford. Did the cops learn anything about the Hornet or about Kane and Bragg? Well, you don't have to get sore. Holy crow, I only call you 5 or 6 times a day.
Mr. X is getting anxious, Bragg. He ain't gonna wait much longer.
Well, I tell you, I don't know what happened to the dough. I put it in that hollow tree like you told me.
Hey, what's his cut? He thinks maybe I crossed him up. I think maybe you crossed me.
Lay off that talk, will you, Kane? Listen, has Mr. X been watching me?
You?
Okay. But I tell you, somebody's been trailing me. All the time, driving me goofy. I'm on the level, honest. Tell him to lay off.
He ain't watching you. You don't have to.
Yeah. But whoever it is, I wish they'd stop. I can't sleep.
That's it, Cato. We've got it at last.
Yes, sir.
It's been over a week. I've even taken to trailing that hoodlum at night. I was getting worried. I thought we'd never crack this.
I find out, Mr. Britt. Kane and Bragg, they learn number racket. They cheat everybody who buy a number. They not pay off. So this one on list, man named Morley. When he not paid, he go after them.
Never mind. I cleared up that map mystery. It tells the other half of the story.
Yes, sir. What do we do about it?
Black Beauty's ready to travel?
Car all ready, Mr. Britt.
Good. Open the sliding panel. We're settling those crooks tonight.
Britt Reed and Cato stepped through a hidden exit in the bedroom, then along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. A passage that connected directly with the adjoining building. Seen from the street, the building was deserted, abandoned. No one could guess that it served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, car of the Green Hornet.
I understand, Mr. Britt. You dropped me off at Stricker King. I observed them closely while you proceed to home of Morley. That is correct, yes?
I'll be back to pick you up. Slide this note under Kane's door. It's all prepared.
I understand.
All right. Let's go.
Joe Morley, what's got into you lately? Where'd you get the money for these clothes? We never had that much money before.
Mabel, I told you not to ask so many questions.
Last week you lost an awful lot of weight. You look like a shadow. Joe, did you steal that money?
I didn't steal it. It was mine by rights.
Joe, the way you shout.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mabel. You see,
Yes.
Oh, nothing. I'm sorry, that's all.
Joe, you do a lot of talking in your sleep lately.
I what? What do I say? What's it about?
You ought to know better than anybody. It's on your conscience, Joe.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I'm your wife. Whatever you want to do is all right with me. Only I hope you do the right thing.
She knows. She knows I swiped that money. Well, I had a right to. Them crooks gypped me. I just took what was coming to me.
You'll get more than that, Morley.
What the? Your mask. You got a gun.
I came for that money, Morley. Don't make it tough for yourself. Where is it?
What money?
Don't stall the money you took from the hollow tree where Bragg put it.
Oh, how do you know? I followed that guy. I was sure nobody was around. They gypped me and I was getting even. I took it sure.
That money goes back, Morley. You're fooling with dynamite.
Okay, all right, it goes back. I'm glad of it, glad. I ain't been sleeping, ain't been eating. That's the first time I acted like a crook, and I can't stand it. You're the Green Hornet. I seen pictures of that mask. You can take it. I'll give it to you. At least I won't have it out of my conscience no more.
Unless I have that money tonight, you're finished. Did you hear that, Bragg? This note's from Mr. X. He means it.
So what? So that note was under the door. Maybe it ain't from Mr. X.
Stop stalling. Nobody else could have written it.
Why not?
Because nobody else knows about our racket.
Kane, listen to me.
Now what?
You gotta believe me. I took that dough you gave me and went out that night and put it right in that holler tree.
So you say.
I'm no double-crosser.
The money's gone?
Well, maybe Mr. X wants more. How about that?
You and your pipe dreams. He gets plenty.
Hey, what do you know about Mr. X? Who is he?
Skip it.
But if I'm being shoved on the spot, I got a right to know who
I
he
said
is.
skip it. What happened to that dough?
I don't know.
It's got to be in that hollow tree, Bragg. Mr. X will be there for it. It's dark there.
So what?
So something might happen to you.
No, I didn't swipe that dough.
What's that?
It sounded like it come from the next room.
Yeah. Walk in front of me. Go in first.
Me?
Go ahead. The light's on.
Empty.
Yeah. Guess we was hearing things. Bragg, ain't that your coat?
Yeah, that's right. Guess it slipped off the chair.
So, smart guy. You didn't swipe that dough, huh?
What?
I'll take that gun out of your holster.
You're poking that rod into my back.
Pick up your coat.
Huh?
Pick it up. And also pick up that dough that fell out of the pocket. Of all the nerve, carrying it around with you. And all that time you were saying you didn't swipe that dough. It's even got the same wrapper.
No, Kane, I swear I don't know how it got there.
Pick it up.
Yeah, sure.
Now get going. We're heading for that hollow tree.
What are you going to do?
You'll find out, Chisler. Just walk in front of me. You'll drive the car. If you try any funny business, I won't wait, see? I'll pull the trigger right away. Now go ahead.
All right, Cato, it worked.
They're gone.
And we're going after him. It was a cinch to slip that money into Bragg's coat pocket.
Yes, sir.
Mr. X didn't call up once while you were watching them?
No, sir. It's too bad, but it...
Hello? Yeah. Right now. Anything you say, Mr. X.
Mr. X.
Break for us, Cato. He'll be out there himself. We're playing in luck. He'll be out there, and so will we. And unless I'm mistaken, so will the police.
Trouble, Oxford?
Casey, I'm wondering if you could do me a favor.
What's the matter? Can't you take your hat off?
I never take my hat off.
That's what I mean. I thought perhaps it was stuck tight.
Golly, I'm serious, Casey. Will you call up Sergeant Moran over at the police headquarters?
Phone's right beside you.
But I've been calling him so many times he hangs up on me, Casey. Maybe he's got news on the Hornet or them crooks.
Okay, Oxford. Oh, why I should do your dirty work, I don't know.
What's Axford?
Oh, if it ain't the demon reporter.
Get your pants off that seat. Grab your hat. We've got work to do.
He's got his hat.
I was just talking to Moran. They're going out on a tip.
Moran?
A dame named Morley phoned the police. Her husband was gassed by the Green Hornet.
Good grief.
Kane and Bragg run a numbers racket. This guy Morley wasn't paid off, and so... Oh, I can't give it all to you now. There's something about putting the money in a hollow tree. For Pete's sake, Axford, step on it.
Holy crow, I sure will. Casey, tell Gunnigan me and Lowry are getting a story for the Daily Sentinel. And maybe we're getting the Green Hornet, too.
Mr. Britt, it's Kane and Bragg. They come this way.
Yes, we beat them here.
It's dark. They not see us.
Never mind. We'll get back out of sight. We'll watch for Mr. X to join the party.
And you gotta believe me. I don't know nothing about this, no. I don't know a thing about it.
Tell it to Mr. X.
No. Oh, that guy gives me the creeps just hearing about it. I won't be able to talk if I see him.
You won't see him. It's dark. Okay, here's a tree. Put that cash in the hollow.
Yeah. You won't shoot me, will you?
In the hollow, Chisley.
Yeah, okay.
When Mr. X hears how you crossed him up and took this dough, your life won't be worth a plug nickel.
I've already heard Kane.
Mr. Rex!
You have a gun, Kane. Use it now without waiting for police.
Police, help! Give me that rod.
Let go, you rat. Mr. X! Mr. X!
We'll help you, Bragg.
You ain't Mr. X. Where is...
Take it, Kane. Oh. Yes. Can't breathe it. Whoever you are, thanks. Thanks.
That takes care of you, Bragg.
Yes, I am here, sir. You took care of him?
I gassed Kane and punched Bragg. He'll come too, just as the police get here. But, Cato, what about Mr. X?
Oh, so sorry, Mr. Britt. Mr. X, not find him. It's too dark. He get away fast.
He got away. Cato, we... Never mind, Cato. Mr. X's turn will come. Now we'd better do likewise. Get away fast before the police come. Follow me.
My husband told me where it was. It's somewhere around here.
Careful, take it easy.
My husband was gassed with a hornet. Otherwise, he would have showed you himself.
Hey, it must be over there. Come on.
Lowry! Holy crow! You know who they got there?
This is no time for guessing games, Axford.
It's Kane, Lowry. Kane, and he's out cold. And Bragg is there, too. He's shooting off his mouth all about the racket. Listen to him. Holy crow, do we get a story?
The Rex tried to bum me off. Sure, he's running the numbers racket. I spill the words. I tell everything. I hope he gets life.
And that's the whole story, Mr. Reed. The police found the money in the hollow tree, and Kane and Bragg are in jail for running a numbers racket on Bragg's testimony. But the Green Hornet got away. And there's one other funny thing.
What's that, Miss Case?
They keep talking about this Mr. X. They don't know who he is, but they keep talking about him. Have you any idea who he is?
No. No, Miss Case. At least, not yet.
That's electric, baby! Police jail numbers, racketeers, that hoodlum talks! Mysterious Mr. X involved! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! That's electric, Fibber!
You have just heard the adventure, Money for Mr. X. These exciting dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit and are sent to you every Saturday at the same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Myron Wallace speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States was first opened to settlers, outlaws and cattle thieves robbed and plundered the honest miners and ranchers. It was many years before law and order was established on the frontier, and from the stories handed down to us by those early pioneers, we know that the masked rider of the plains led the fight for justice. Let us return once more to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Mill City! Outlaws are in the district! Hail, Silver! Away!
Gold had been discovered near Danville, and the region boasted more than a dozen rich mines. But though the yellow metal brought prosperity, it also brought trouble. The stage carrying the gold to Mill City was held up several times, and the robberies continued in the face of every effort to stop them. As our story opens, we see a group of outlaws taking shelter in a ravine beside the stage trail. They are mounted, and the leader, Matt Klein, is speaking to his right-hand man, Squint Porter.
You got your mask ready, Squint? Yeah. I'll slip it on before the stage gets in sight, Matt. The next time that mask hombre riding a white horse runs into the law, he's going to have a heap of explaining to do. He sure will.
Of course, that white horse you're riding ain't so big as his and not near so fast. But no stage driver looking into the business end of a six-shooter is going to pay any mind to details like that.
I'll bet my saddle he won't.
It'd be better yet if we had a redskin working with us like he's got. But this'll do good enough.
Wonder where that masked hombre is now.
That's for him to worry about, not us. I'm just thankful we seen him the other day and got the idea to put the blame on him.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt, what's that dust over the hill? Ain't that the stage?
Most likely. Keep back till it starts coming down this side. Get that mask on, Squint.
That's what I'm doing.
When we stop the stage, you act like you're the boss of this gang. That'll make it worse than ever for that masked hombre.
I savvy.
There it is, on top of the hill now.
Yeah.
Quiet, fellas.
Come on. Get up there. Get up there. Come on. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there. Hold up there.
You're covered. The guard's going first gun.
I got him right in the shoulder. Hold up before you get hurt, too.
Try anything and we'll blow you to blazes.
We want the gold you're carrying.
A mask fella.
Never mind that. Where's the gold?
How did you fellas know we was carrying gold this trip?
That's our business.
Every time the stage carries gold, you doggone polecats knows about it. It don't matter none how secret it is, you always...
Shut your mouth and get busy.
Or it'll be the worse for you.
Yeah, just a second. Don't get hasty. The gold's right here in these boxes.
Hand them down.
Yeah. Here's the first one.
I'll take it.
But you're gonna pay for stealing this gold and killing the guard.
He ain't killed. He just passed out.
Come on with the other box.
There. Now take leather to them horses and get along.
I'm getting blast you. But I'll be remembering that mask you're wearing, that white horse you're riding.
Now, ain't that too bad?
Move along.
Get up there. Get up. That masking horse is going to hang the whole bunch of you.
Like I said, just wait till that other masked hombre meets up with the law.
Jake Faust was not only the agent for the stage company in Mill City, he edited the town's weekly paper and raised fine horses on a ranch not far from town. We see him now, shortly after the holdup, in the office of Bill Abbott, the sheriff. With them are Ray Davis, a special investigator for the Wells Fargo Company, and Andy Symes, the sheriff's deputy. The sheriff is speaking.
Fellers, if something ain't done right soon about these holdups, we're all gonna lose our jobs.
I'm just hoping nothing happens to that shipment due in today.
It's a funny thing you ain't been able to do nothing since Wells Fargo sent you out here, Ray.
Yeah?
You've been here close on to a month. You ain't found out yet how them crooks operate.
Look here, I ain't the only one that's been stumped.
Now, take it easy, fellers.
Sounds like somebody just rode up outside, Sheriff.
Well, if it's anybody on business, he can wait. We're here to figure out them holdups, and it's got to be done no matter what else happens.
Now, this is the way I look at it, Sheriff.
Who
Stay where you are.
A masked man.
What the... Another outlaw.
Careful.
Don't shoot.
No one will be hurt unless you try to draw.
What do you want?
I'm here for information.
Put down them guns. We ain't giving information to no mask hombre.
I'm not an outlaw.
Then what are you
I want to
wearing?
help you.
You're loco. We ain't fools enough to listen to any story like that.
Wait. Sheriff, you've been trying for months to find the outlaws who've been robbing the stages. This man here was sent out by Wells Fargo, and he's failed. The stage line manager here has failed. There's more gold being stolen now than there was at first.
And for all we know, you're the fellow that stole it.
I'll bet Jake's right.
You're Ray Davis?
Well, what if I am?
I've heard about these holdups. The outlaws never touch a stage that doesn't carry gold, but they never miss a stage that does.
But what does that...
One moment. How do those outlaws get their information?
Do you think if we knew that, we wouldn't have done something about it?
The fellers down at Dansville that ships the gold have tried every way they know how to keep them shipments secret. But it just don't do no good.
Sheriff,
Do you know when gold is being shipped?
Jake here's the only one of us that knows that. And even he wouldn't if he didn't have to make arrangements for it to be shipped on east from here.
Then perhaps the outlaws get their information from Jake.
That won't get you nowhere, stranger. The Wells Fargo folks thought of that right off.
Yes?
That's why they sent me out here to look into things.
And you learned nothing?
Not a blasted thing. Jake, you never knew it, but I trailed you for 3 weeks steady. There was 2 stages held up in that time. But if it was you who told them crooks what stages carried gold, you must have done it by magic.
Running the stage office, the paper here in town, and my horse ranch gives me plenty to do without stealing no gold.
You'll never pin nothing on Jake, stranger.
And somebody at Danville is responsible.
Shucks, there ain't a fella here or there we ain't watched close in a hawk.
You're asking a heap of questions for a fella that claims to be straight, mister.
I'm as anxious as any man here to stop these holdups.
That sounds likely, don't it? Coming from an hombre that's scared to show his face.
You better clear out of here, stranger.
There's the stage, Sheriff.
Now, why in Tunket is it stopping here instead of the station?
Maybe there's been more trouble, Sheriff.
By golly. Jake just told us there was gold coming today.
Well, come on.
Drop them guns, mister. We gotta go outside.
Don't any of you move until I'm gone. And I'll see all of you again.
I'd give a heap to have a look at that feller's face.
Just the same, I ain't so sure as I was at first that he is an outlaw. He didn't talk like one.
Come on, Silver.
He's gone, Sheriff. Let's see what's wrong with the stage.
Yeah.
Luke, what's healing the guard?
Sheriff, there he goes. Get after him.
What's the matter, driver?
Get after that masked fella, I tell you. He's the one that done it.
Done what?
He shot Jed here, stole the gold, and rode off with his gang.
That masked feller?
How could he have done all that and got here ahead of you, driver?
He must have cut across country.
You sure it was the same feller?
Sure. With that mask and that white horse, I'd take my oath on it.
Then that's enough. Andy, bring our horses around. We're going after that thieving crook and jailing him.
Come on, let's go.
The sheriff and his posse attempted to pursue the Lone Ranger, but the great horse Silver soon carried his master to safety. At his hidden camp, he waited for his faithful Indian companion Tonto, who joined him finally with news of the latest holdup. Together they determined to visit the scene of the robbery and learn what they could. But now let us flash ahead to the camp of the outlaws. Their leader, Matt Klein, is speaking.
You got the gold counted yet, Squint?
Every darn penny of it.
Yeah? How much was it?
Over 5,000, boss. And that's not counting the share I put aside.
Careful of name, Squint.
Sorry, I was forgetting.
Ain't nobody around these parts to hear us, but it's just a good idea to get used to not saying that name. One of us might make a slip sometime. And if that happened, we wouldn't have nobody to tell us when the gold is going to be shipped.
Yeah.
Did you send more to town?
Uh-huh. He ought to be along soon.
Maybe that's him.
Yeah, there he is. Got the paper in his hand.
Come here with that paper, Mort.
Whoa there. Whoa.
Any news?
Plenty, Matt.
Yeah. Let me see that paper myself.
Yeah.
Let's see. There ain't nothing about the holdup in it.
Shucks. They wouldn't have had time to print nothing about that.
Yeah, I guess that's so. Let me see now. Here we are. Well, now, here's some right interesting news.
What's that, Matt?
Why, it says that Jake Faust is selling off 5 of his horses out to his ranch a week from next Tuesday.
Yeah?
I'll just tear this out for keeping. Maybe we'll want to go to that sale, huh, boys?
Yeah.
I'll tear it out so's we won't forget.
Yeah, maybe we'd better burn the rest of the paper, man.
Yeah. More take this and put it on the fire. There's a couple more papers around here that ain't been burned either. Find them and burn them all.
All right, boss. That sale's a week from next Tuesday, huh?
Yeah, and I...
Somebody's finding it.
Look, it's a redskin.
Boy, blast him.
We'll take after him. Hey, fellas! Get your horses, hurry!
Where'd he come from?
Looks like the engine we see with the mask, hombre.
Doggone if it don't.
Here we are. Steady there.
The Redskins aiming this way again.
Come on, we'll get him.
Yeah.
He's leaving. Ready, fellas? We're all set. Then come on. We'll get that engine and find out just what he's doing around here. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. In spite of every effort to keep secret the date when gold was to be shipped from Danville to Mill City, the outlaws held up the stage whenever a shipment was on board. Matt Klein, leader of the gang, had one of his men wear a mask and ride a white horse, hoping to place the blame on the Lone Ranger. Later, the outlaws were fired upon by Tonto, and they pursued the Indian without success. We see them now as they return to their camp.
By golly, that Indian was sure riding a fast horse.
Yeah, too fast for us, anyhow.
What I can't figure is what he was doing around here and why he fired at us.
Maybe him and his mask pard found out about us making a stage driver think it was a masked man held up the stage.
Uh-huh. Well, I don't like it.
There's no harm done, I reckon.
He might have heard something.
Yeah, what was there for him to hear? We didn't mention no names, did we?
Anyhow, we better make camp somewhere else. We don't want him bringing anybody back.
Yeah.
Besides, he's like... Hey, where's them papers?
Huh?
I don't see no sign of them papers you told Mort to burn.
Well, I'll be... Hey, Mort.
What you want, boss?
You put those papers on the fire like I told you to?
Well, I think I did.
You think you did? What do you mean by that?
I don't just recollect. I had him, and then that engine fired at us, and I don't recollect what I did then.
You don't remember putting them on the fire?
No, but I don't recollect not putting them on the fire, neither.
Well, of all...
You needn't get upset, Matt. Mort must have burned them.
Yeah?
They're gone, ain't they?
Sure, but they could have been...
gone. It's because he was burned up. The engine couldn't have gotten them. If he did, why, it wouldn't matter none.
Well, maybe you're right, Squint. But I don't know.
Matt. Who'd figure anything out from a few newspapers?
Yeah, that's so. Well, come on, fellas. Get your things together. We're going to get out of here and make camp where we won't be so easy found next time.
It was the night of that same day that Jake Faust, stage line manager, newspaper editor, and rancher, worked alone in the office of the Mill City Bugle, editing the news for the next edition.
More'n 6,000 in gold was took from the Danville stage early today when a group of outlaws led by a masked man struck again in the latest series of daring robberies. It is still a mystery from what source these outlaws... That you, Sheriff? Who's there?
Don't move, Jake.
Who are you? It's too dark to see over by the door.
We've met before, Jake.
A masked man.
Right.
What you doing here? What do you want?
You see these papers?
Yes, but I...
You see where each paper has had a story torn from it?
Yeah, but...
I think I know why that was done.
I don't know what you're talking about.
These are the papers for the last 3 weeks. I want copies of those same papers to compare the
No,
There's a file by your desk. Quick.
Don't aim that gun at me.
Hurry.
I'll get him. Just a second.
Hand them here.
You won't see what you want them for.
You will, soon enough.
But I...
Wait. This is the same paper as the first one I have here. We'll find out what story was torn out.
You must have gone crazy.
Today is Friday, and it says here that you were selling 6 horses from your ranch today.
I did. My foreman sold them.
Now look at the next paper. You advertised 10 horses for sale a week ago Saturday.
And I sold them. I can prove it.
There's one more paper. 3 weeks ago, Jake, you advertised 8 horses for sale.
I can sell horses if I want to, can't I? I'm in the business, ain't I?
Don't those dates mean anything else to you?
What do you mean?
I think you know what I mean as well as I do. This week's paper, the paper that was published today, says you're selling 5 horses a week from Tuesday.
I am.
No, you're not.
But I tell you...
Pick up your pen.
What?
Did you hear me? Pick up your pen.
I got it.
Now write this. Say that your sale will be held Monday instead of Tuesday.
I won't. I don't have to.
You won't?
I did. Sure, I will. I didn't mean nothing. Don't point that gun at me like that.
Write what I told you.
Yeah. Sale be held Monday instead of Tuesday. There it is. Now get out of here and leave me be.
You're not through yet, Jake. Take another piece of paper.
I will.
Good. Now leave a note for your printer, telling him you're called out of town suddenly.
I can't do that.
Now he's to print this correction you've just written.
I guess I got to.
You do. And when you finish that, you're coming with me.
There, I wrote just what you said.
So I see. Now get up.
What you going to do?
I'm taking you along.
Let go my arm.
Come on.
Pay for this.
Perhaps.
I'll fix you. The sheriff will get you.
Open your mouth to yell and I'll shoot.
You ain't...
Get in that saddle. Steady, Silver.
I'll be hung for this.
I doubt it, Jake.
Hail, Silver!
The disappearance of Jake Faust from Mill City remained a mystery, despite the note he had left behind. The sheriff asked questions of everyone, but learned nothing. We see him now more than a week later, with his deputy Andy and the Wells Fargo investigator, Ray Davis.
It's the blamedest thing I ever heard tell of.
Jake just writes that note and leaves town without a word to nobody.
I don't know what to think. Maybe it's all right.
I was talking to the printer. He says the note was in Jake's handwriting, sure enough.
He told me the same, Ray. But that wasn't no way for Jake to leave.
Stage line is liable to fire him for it.
I can't help thinking that masked fella we seen might have had something to do with it.
What makes you say that?
Well, Jake was mighty free accusing him of being the stage robber.
Shucks, the driver said the same, but the masked fella never done nothing to him.
Yeah, but you're forgetting the driver didn't say it where that masked hombre could hear him.
Andy, I figure you're plumb mistaken.
Yeah?
The masked fella is the leader of them crooks, all right, but what in blazes would he want Jake for?
Well,
and even if the masked fella did have some reason, he wouldn't...
There's the masked fella now.
He's just outside.
I'll be...
Come on.
Let's get him.
Hold on there.
You're under arrest.
Get on your horses. He's riding off again.
He won't get away from us this time. He ain't got the head start he had before.
He's heading down the trail for Danville.
Then it's the last trail he'll be riding for a spell. Get up there. Get up there.
Get on.
Get up there. Get up there.
The sheriff and his 2 companions raced in pursuit of the masked man once more. But although the great white horse failed to outdistance them, they also failed to gain.
We're keeping him in sight.
Get up there, boy. Get up.
Wonder why he don't leave the trail and cut off across country.
I don't know, but he's going to wish he had. Get up there. Come on. Get up there. Get up there. Get up
Almost half the distance to Danville had been covered when the sheriff and his companions saw 2 horsemen ride out from the side of the trail and join the Lone Ranger.
Who are them two fellers?
One's an Injun and by golly, the other's Jake.
Jake?
You can see where his hands are tied to a saddle horn.
Then it was the masked fella took him, just like I said.
But we'll get him back.
And when we do, the masked fella will be sitting in jail for the rest of his life. Get up there. Come on, boy.
In the meantime, ahead of both the masked man and the sheriff, the outlaws, led by Matt Klein, had leveled their guns at the approaching Danville stagecoach. This time, the driver did not defy them, but immediately reined his 6 horses to a halt.
Whoa there! Whoa, I said, whoa, bless you! Whoa there! Whoa!
Reach for the sky.
I'm a-reaching.
We want the gold.
Where is it? This is the time you blame polecats got fooled. There ain't no gold.
You're lying.
Yeah, take a look for yourself.
We know darn well there is. You most likely got it hid someplace.
That mask of yours ain't scaring me none. If you figure there's gold on this stage, try and find it.
That's what we aim to do. Mort.
Yeah?
Look inside the coach. If the gold ain't there, we'll make this maverick tell us where it's at.
I'll have a look, Squint. Look all you're darn pleased.
And while he's looking, suppose you look at these here shooting irons. If you don't want to get drilled by him, you'll talk when we tell you to.
Yeah? You'll either talk now or you won't never be able to talk again.
Come on, Silver!
Hey.
It's the masked man and the engine again.
Shoot him down.
I'll get him.
Oh, my hand.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, last year you won't shoot my gun out of my hand. I'll shoot. Oh, you smashed my hand. Stay where you are. By golly, that was some shooting, stranger.
Let us go. There comes the sheriff.
Here's your prisoner, Sheriff. These are the men that have been holding up the stages.
You don't have to tell us, stranger. We seen you get them.
And they were caught holding up an empty stage.
Empty?
You could break up the stage and you still wouldn't find gold in it. But the paper said
Keep still, Matt. Just a second. How come you know these fellers, Jake?
Matt, the information in the paper was wrong. Jake, you double-crossed us.
Keep your mouth shut, blast you.
You must have sold us out. We'll talk plenty.
Hold on, all of you. Now, stranger, what's this all about? What's Jake got to do with the holdups?
Jake was manager of the stage line at Mill City. He knew when gold was being shipped.
Yeah, we savvy that all right.
But Jake also edited the paper and owned a horse ranch. Every time he got word of a gold shipment, he advertised a sale of horses for the same day. The number of horses offered for sale told how many thousands of dollars would be sent.
And that's why I couldn't catch Jake passing all the information.
Right. Sheriff, if you'll check back, you'll find a stage robbery every time Jake had a sale.
Right off, I can think a couple of times. And that ain't all.
What's that, Sheriff?
Jake bought that there ranch just before the holdup started. He done it on purpose.
Sheriff, let me explain.
Jake, you needn't bother. All the explaining that's needed, the masked feller done already.
Stranger's one thing I'd like to know about.
Yes?
How'd you get onto that trick of Jake's?
Tonto, my Indian friend, followed the outlaws' trail to their camp. We heard enough to know the newspaper had something to do with their scheme. And while Tonto drew them away from their camp, I took the papers they had. And every one had the notice of a sale torn out.
Shucks, if you trailed them outlaws, you'd have let us know.
But you believed I was an outlaw, and this man here in the mask was the reason.
Yeah, we figured you to be an outlaw, all right, stranger. But I reckon you proved that two fellers, both wearing masks and riding white horses, can still be as different as they make them. Hey, wait! Let him go, Ray. He done what he set out to do, and if he don't want to wait to be thanked, why, I reckon that's his business. All right, you coyotes. You're going to jail, and you're going pronto.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! We're heading for Magee Crossing! Hail, Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is tree. T-R-E-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You'll Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a couple about to be married, Groucho. Mm-hmm. And here they come now. I'd like you to meet Beverly Eccles and Robert Reynaud. The fiancé is a police officer, and this is Beverly Eccles. Beverly, right here.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Beverly Eccles? Is that
That's right.
You're a remarkably beautiful girl, Beverly. Huh?
Thank you.
You're not surprised at that compliment, are you?
Not exactly. Isn't that
Pretty
what they pay you for?
Huh? I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, I just said, isn't that what they pay you for?
They pay me for you to be beautiful? That I don't follow at all, huh? It's a good thing your old man is a cop, huh? Robert Reynaud, what do you do on the police force, Bob?
I work PIC.
And what does that mean?
Pedestrian and intersection control, like traffic downtown.
I see. You're a police officer. Well, I'm pleased to meet you. You could put me in jail for that, you know. You know, pleased to meet you. What kind of work do you do, Beverly?
I'm a textbook clerk at Virgil Junior High School.
A textbook clerk?
That's right.
What does that consist of?
Well, I issue textbooks to the students.
And he issues summonses, huh? Do you have any little issues? No. So you two are going to be married, is that right, Bob?
That's right.
I don't know what fruit stand you swiped her from, but you certainly got a peach. How old are you, Bob?
23.
23, and you?
I'll be 19 next week.
You're getting mixed up with the law at a pretty early age, aren't you? Now, let's talk about your marriage. For example, Bob, how many children are you going to have?
Oh, I think 4 would be about right.
You want to walk the beat all day and all night, too, huh? How do you feel about 4 children, Beverly?
2 would suit me fine.
Well, we'll try to get 2 to suit you and 4 to suit him. Now, Beverly, after you're married, suppose after you're married you're alone in the house at 3 o'clock in the morning and you hear somebody at the front door. Now, what would you do? Would you shoot him with Bob's revolver?
Oh, I'd look and see if it was Bob first.
And if it was Bob coming home at 3 in the morning, then you'd shoot him? Bob, what should Beverly do if she hears a noise in the middle of the night?
Call the police.
And what are you doing, hiding under the bed? Fine policeman, huh? Suppose she called the cops and they caught me. What would happen? Would I get the rubber hose?
No, we don't use those old-fashioned third-degree methods anymore. We use a little psychology.
Oh, you use psychology on me? Let's hear you try it. Now, what would you do?
Well, sir, with a few simple questions, we can iron this out without any trouble.
Mm-hmm. Such as what?
Well, I would like to know what you were doing in the vicinity of my home at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Why don't you go back to the chief's office and play canasta? If I tell you what I was doing in your place at 3 o'clock in the morning, you'll shoot me. Well, you make a very nice couple, and I'm sure a policeman's lot will be a very happy one for both of you, Beverly. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $1,000, but before we start, I want you to listen to Fenneman. He has something particularly interesting to say.
Friends, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer knows that the best way to keep you as his customer is to treat you fairly and squarely every time. And as car owners from coast to coast know, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer also handles two really great cars. The brilliant DeSoto and the beautiful Plymouth. The new DeSoto is a smooth-riding beauty and so economical to operate. It steers with a touch as light as a feather. DeSoto is a safe car to operate, too. No car in America has bigger brakes. And, of course, DeSoto is the car that lets you drive without shifting. So, for comfort and reliability, for economy and safety, you can't beat the performance of the magnificent DeSoto. Be sure to drive a DeSoto before you decide on any car. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Look for those two great names linked together. DeSoto, Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
That clear? Okay. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected comic strip artists. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
10? What comic strip about an Irish couple does George McManus draw?
Jigs.
Maggie and Jigs is right.
And you're on your way. You have $30.
All right, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, you've got $30. How much of the 30 will you try?
20.
20. What comic strip about a young family does Chick Young draw?
Dagwood.
Blondie.
Blondie, that's right. Blondie is right.
They're climbing now. They have $50.
I always thought Dagwood was a sandwich. Now, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50?
40.
40. All right. What cartoon does Ham Fisher draw?
Grumps? Gumps?
No. Decide on an answer between you.
Ham Fisher.
The couple.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's Joe Palooka. You should have known that. It's been on for a long time.
And they've dropped to $10.
Well, you're down to $10. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 10 will you try?
10.
I will try it.
Shoot it all? Okay. What strip about a detective does Chester Gould draw?
Dick Tracy?
Dick Tracy is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $20.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now, don't go too far away, you two, because you still may get a chance at the big question. Thanks again.
Thanks for showing up. The others may win nothing.
Groucho, our next couple has been off stage, so they don't know the secret word is tree. Okay, fellas, you can bring them in now, please. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a furniture salesman and a housewife. And here they come now. The housewife is Marie Adams, the furniture salesman, Mr. S.W. Lachaz. Folks, come on over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, and if you say the secret word... If you say the secret word, you'll split $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. Marie Adams, is that right?
Yes.
That's a very historical name. Are you related to John Adams or
No,
Quincy
I sure wish I
Adams
were.
Express Company or Frank Adams or anybody named Adams?
No.
Must be related to somebody. Mrs. Adams, you're the furniture salesman?
No, I'm the housewife. Just the housewife.
And Mr. Lachaz is the furniture salesman, is that right? You can understand my mistake. You're the one that looks upholstered, and I didn't make it. Where you from, Marie?
Well, I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
You're a Svenska?
I'm Norwegian. Jeg kan snakke norsk.
Well, you can as far as I'm concerned. Well, where are you from, Mr. Lachaz?
Oh, I'm from Sloan's.
Sloan's? Is that in California?
Oh, that's in Beverly Hills.
Oh, then you're really from Beverly Hills, is that right?
Well, no, I'm from St. Louis, but I work in Beverly Hills.
Oh, that's a long way to drive to work in the morning. Well, I suppose you know best. Now, I'm not going to stand here and argue with a furniture salesman. He's liable to slap me with his Chippendale, huh? Now, as a furniture salesman, what do you do exactly?
Exactly?
Yeah, well, precisely.
Well,
this fellow's a stickler.
I sell furniture.
Now, suppose I stroll innocently into your furniture store. What are you going to sell me?
Well, what do you got in your mind?
It wouldn't interest you. You're a furniture salesman. Let's say I'm interested in furnishing my home. Now, what are you going to sell me?
Well, dark wood or blonde?
You're kidding, aren't you? What have you got in the way of a blonde? And don't tell me the floor walker.
Well, French provincial is blonde.
Okay, tell me some more about this French blonde. What does she look like?
Well, light blonde, thin legs, and...
Well, okay, send her over, but you'll have to fatten up those legs, huh? What sort of work does your husband do, Marie?
Well, he's a cabinet maker.
A cabinet maker? Well, so is Truman, but what does he do? How did you meet your husband? Did he nail you to the wall or something?
No, I met him over in Honolulu.
You met him in Honolulu?
Yes, sir.
What was he doing over there?
Well, I had an opportunity to go over there in the year 1924. So they had an ad in the paper, an inexperienced girl to work in a Chinese laundry.
Well, how does a Chinese laundry differ from any other kind? I mean, you just take out chop suey stains?
No. So I went over there and they hired me. And so they put me on the switchboard. And then beside me was about...
You stay there all night? Huh?
I stayed there for 2 months.
On the switchboard?
Yes, sir, for 2 months. Stayed on the switchboard.
Well, you were just plugging along there, huh? And what happened, huh?
Well, then a fellow phoned in about his laundry, you know, and the steamship just landed. The steamship Licky Licky. So he asked me if his laundry was ready, and I asked his name, and I said, yes, your laundry is ready. Just
Where did you do this laundry? On top of the switchboard?
On top of the switchboard. So he came in and got his laundry, and I waited on him, and he says, oh, you look like a new girl here. I says, yes, I just came today. Well, he said, how'd you like to see the sights of Honolulu? They pronounce it Honolulu over there when I was there.
Well, it's like Licky Licky, huh?
Licky Licky. So I said I'd love to see the sights. So he took me out that evening, and that almost finished it. But,
I don't understand. It almost finished what? I don't understand. What was going on that was about to be finished here?
Well, he took me out to Chinese dinner, too, you know, and he finally took me down to the submarine. And so he wouldn't let me up.
You led a fairly active life over there.
Oh, he wouldn't let me. So he finally proposed to me, and he wouldn't let me up out of the submarine unless I promised him I'd marry him. I had to say yes.
Well, did he sing How Deep is the Ocean or anything?
Well, I wish he had. If I'd have known it, I wouldn't have gone down in the submarine.
And then what happened? He proposed to you, and then you got married?
Well, I had to come back here to Los Angeles because I was working for the Suntan Leather Company. And they were waiting for me. They didn't know what happened to me over there.
I can well understand that. I don't know what happened to you right here. Well, it's a very interesting story, Marie, and I'm crazy about every word of it, huh? Now, let's see how well you two make out in the race with $1,000. You've got to work together as a team and run your $20 into more than our other couple. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The engaged couple won $20.
Here we go. Now, let's see how high I can build you $20. Now, talk loud right into the microphone. You selected tools of the trade as your category. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
$10.
$10.
Shout it right out, Marie. Huh?
$10.
You have a stethoscope. That's 20 already. Just keep it 10, huh? Now, who uses a stethoscope?
Well, that would be a doctor.
A doctor is right. And they're on the way. They have $30. You've got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
Well, 25.
He said 25.
Who are you talking to over there? I thought there was somebody in there from the Morris office. Some little gnome over there. Eh? All right, here we go. Who uses litmus paper and a beaker?
Well, that would be a chemist.
A chemist is right. Really on my way now. They have $55. You have $55, and here's your third question. And how much of the 55 will you try?
50.
50?
50!
Did you say 15?
50.
Oh, 50. She knows somebody in there. You can't Now, who uses a composing stick and a slug casting machine?
Well, that would be a lithographer or a printer.
A printer is right, huh?
They're really on their way now. They have $105.
These are very difficult questions. I don't know any of these answers. And I'm certainly as dumb as the average man, huh? All right, here's your last chance. They got $105. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much are you going to try?
$100.
$100. She's cute, isn't she? Marie, if I was 5 years younger, I'd marry you. I don't know whether you'd accept me.
I'm old enough to be your mother already.
That has never stopped me, Marie. Okay, here we go for the coup de grace now. Who uses a hod and a trowel?
Well, that would be a bricklayer.
A bricklayer is absolutely...
And they wind up with a grand total of $205.
Put it there, kid. You're wonderful, both of you, huh? Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now we'll soon know who's going to get the chance of the $1,000 question, because at this point, the furniture salesman and the housewife who were just here are leading with $205. And, of course, the secret word is still tree. Okay, fellas, bring in the next contestants, please. We invited tonight some Boy Scouts and some doctors. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Richard Van Winkle, the Boy Scout, and the doctor, Morgan Lindbergh. And here they come now. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, we shake hands with the Lindbergh. Now, Richard Van Winkle, you've been asleep for 20 years, haven't you? Huh?
Not quite.
Oh. Well, hello, boys, and welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. How do you like that for a brilliant piece of persiflage, huh? Now, if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Richard, you're a Boy Scout. No, a Boy Scout, it says. I don't read very well, huh? You're a Boy Scout, huh?
Yes, sir.
Glad to see you. It's always nice to have a man in uniform on the show. And, doctor, you're a doctor, huh? Well, a little more respect. It's nice to have you here, too. Now, how old are you, Richard?
17.
17, huh? Isn't that a little old for scouting?
You're never too old for scouting.
I think I see what you mean. Now, are you married, Doc?
No.
Don't be so defiant, huh? Haven't done much operating yet, eh? What?
No.
Why aren't you married, Doc? Doc and Dick we got here now.
I'm waiting until I can afford it.
You mean you're going to stay single all your life?
Haven't looked at it that way.
How about you, Dickie? You married?
No, sir.
Can't you afford it either?
No, sir.
Why don't you just marry some rich girl who has an allowance of, say, $7 a week or so? What is your ambition after you graduate from school, if you ever do?
I'd like to go into professional scouting.
Professional scouting? No fool he, huh? Now, as a Boy Scout, has anything unusual ever happened to you, Richard?
Yes, I was giving a demonstration on safety with tin cans and how to cut them and make stoves safely. And I proceeded to cut my hand in 3 places in front of everybody.
So what happened?
So I taped them up and finished.
Finished what?
The demonstration.
These people must have been impressed who watched you. You stand there bleeding like a stuck pig. What is a stuck pig, by the way? I never did understand. Do you know what a stuck pig is?
I don't know.
The origin, Doc? What about you?
No.
Going to make a great doctor, this fellow. Doc, where is your office? You have an office, I presume?
No, haven't got an office.
You work in the streets? Just pick up odd jobs as you walk along?
No, I'm in the county hospital.
Oh, well, that's too bad. What seems to be the trouble there?
No, I have an internship there.
You have a what?
An internship.
Where are you going, to Europe? What's an internship? Is that anything like an outgoing ship?
Internship is a year that every doctor has to spend after he gets out of school, where he practices on patients in the hospital.
Well, if you're going to practice on the people, I suppose a hospital is the best place, huh? At least they don't have to so far to go in case something happens to them. Now, that's a pretty snappy outfit you've got on there, Dickie boy. What kind of a scout are you? Are you a general?
No, I'm an eagle.
An eagle? Well, let's see you fly around the room. Would you mind shaking hands with a pigeon? I used to be an eagle, but my wings got clipped by a French blonde with skinny legs. Now, what is an eagle? What is an eagle?
That's the highest rank in scouting that you can receive after you've accomplished certain merits of citizenship and got 21 merit badges.
Dickie, that sounds like quite an honor. Congratulations. What are some of your... you say, do you do first aid, too? Is that one of your accomplishments? Wake up, Doc. He's dreaming of that stuck pig, I think. Have you got a merit badge for first aid?
No.
You haven't, huh? The doc is pretty cute at that, isn't he? Everybody's cute up here but me. Huh? You haven't got a merit badge? A big boy like you with a crew haircut, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Sorry.
Well, keep trying. There's no age limit to scouting, you know. Now, as an intern, precisely what do you do?
Well, we work up the patient.
You mean you wake up the patient, don't you, huh? I imagine he'd be all waked up as soon as he learned an intern was working on him. Now, Doc, now pretend you found me cold on the sidewalk and I'm your patient. Now, you proceed. You wake me up.
Well, what's wrong with you?
Sounds like an old... Some doctor, that's your job. You find out what's wrong with me. Go ahead, huh?
Then,
a wise guy.
Then we'll have to give you an examination.
Well, I'd like a couple hours to bone up first, huh? What happens after the examination?
Well, then we'll give you some lab tests. Red count, white count, differential.
Gloria Swanson used to go with a white count many years ago. You say, what was the last one you did?
Differential.
Well, there's nothing wrong with my differential. And if there was, I'd have my DeSoto Plymouth dealer fix it. However, there's been some talk that my clutch has been slipping. Now, Doc, suppose you found me collapsed on the sidewalk. What would you do? What would you do if you found me
call
cold?
a doctor.
You'd call a doctor, huh? Well, if you do, don't call Lindbergh, will you? Get me a stuck pig or a licky-licky. Doc, I've been pretty hard on you, but if you had me on your operating table, you'd fix me, I'll bet. Now, what would you do to me if I was your patient?
Well, the first thing I'd do is sterilize that mustache.
Yeah, you touch one hair of my mustache, and I'll pour glue in your stethoscope. Well, you're both good scouts, and so I now pronounce you man and boy. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners.
The furniture salesman and the housewife are leading with $205.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected names of college teams. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
$10. What is the name of the team from Stanford?
Indians.
Indians is right. And on the way, they have $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000. Now, how much of the $30 will you risk on the second one? $20. What is the name of the team from UCLA?
Bruins.
Bruins is correct.
That's right, Groucho. They now have $50.
All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
40.
What is the name of the team from Princeton?
Tigers.
Tigers is right.
They're really on their way down. They have $90.
Okay, now here we go. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much will you bet?
30.
How much?
30.
Have you conclusively decided on that now? All right, here we go. What is the team from Michigan called?
The Wolverines.
Wolverines is correct. Very good. Nice one, Jack.
And they wind up with a grand total of $120, and that means the furniture salesman and the housewife with $205 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
How's the weather around your neck of the woods? Well, if you haven't had that car of yours made ready for the weather that's ahead, better not wait any longer. Drive in tomorrow wherever you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. There you'll find the mechanics who know what to do and how to do it. They can save you the worry and bother when colder weather comes. They're factory trained in the latest servicing methods. They've the best tools and equipment to work with. And they'll do their jobs as promptly and efficiently as is humanly possible. Isn't this the kind of attention you want for your car? Well, it's no farther from you than the nearest DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here's the winning couple, the furniture salesman and the housewife, all set for the big $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Okay, now if you win this swag, you can make another trip to Honolulu and get a brand new husband, huh? Or you can go back and sit on that telephone switchboard, right? Here we go now. Here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully. And no help in the audience. Here it is. Who was the only president ever to be buried in the city of Washington? No, I'm sorry. It's Woodrow Wilson, who was buried in the National Cathedral. I'm sorry, that's the correct answer. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
$205 in the quiz, Groucho.
Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Look out for the driver who doesn't look out for you. You Bet Your Life is transcribed from Hollywood and is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Now, I wonder where Sid has been this whole time. Sid, where have you been? Well, maybe you've been taking out an artillery strike. No, what close. It was almost a firing squad for me. How? You know how I talked about my plan of of disguising myself as the generals and ordering the men to stop fighting? Yeah. Well, I tried it out on the Israelis. Let me guess, it didn't go as planned. And you got that right. Things were going pretty well until they got suspicious and asked me to recite part of the story of Moses. Yeah, so I did. I recited it from memory. The only trouble is I recited it as told in the King James Bible. And I guess they don't have the King James Bible over in Israel. Oh, no. So now they think I'm a spy. And, well, things are worse than ever because I think they're hunting me and they want to take me out with rockets or something. I think I hear them hit the dirt!